like I rose from the dead. Out late with the boys all night, getting wrecked till the morning light. Stagger out and I pick up the beer. Monday is my favorite time of the year. First thing I try is to remember, is it still June? No, it's September. Lay back, kicking the sack, never have to worry, so I always relax. Try hard, play like a card, always a fool, but I never get scarred. You try, think on the fly, never give up, and you never can die. Live long, wear your song, follow your dreams, and you'll never go wrong. Down the pier and I hit up a friend, tell him I don't think the party can end. Grab a case and I'll meet you at 10, living last night over again. Throw my shoes on and I'm out the door, got a craving that I can't ignore. Make a stop at the liquor store, grab a bottle, maybe two, maybe more. First thing I try is to remember, is it still June? No, it's September. Lay back, kicking the sack, never have to worry, so I always relax. Try hard, play like a card, always a fool, but I never get scarred. You try, think on the fly, never give up, and you never can die. Live long, wear your song, follow your dreams, and you'll never go wrong. First thing I try is to remember, is it still June? No, it's September. Lay back, kicking the sack, never have to worry, so I always relax. Try hard, play like a card, always a fool, but I never get scarred. You try, think on the fly, never give up, and you never can die. Live long, wear your song, follow your dreams, and you'll never go wrong.
Yo. Still waiting for map pick pins and stuff, right? Gotta wait to the last second.
Alright, I'm here. I'm good.
Gonna get Flusk to go to the Froyo table and like get them to pick already.
I mean, you gotta make sure the other team can't prepare.
Oh shit, wait, I didn't finish the script, hold on.
Yeah, can you link it to me? I don't have the link open.
Oh,
Yeah,
like with the
I'll send you the STD as well.
Yeah.
timestamps or whatever?
Yeah.
Okay. Fingers crossed doesn't take forever to download, but they usually take a while to start anyway, so you don't even have info yet.
The venue is pretty good.
I mean, yeah, but you never know.
Jacked IRL.
Oh yeah.
Is he in on the screen, is he? Or is it a different camera or something?
I'm in like a different room, so I don't know, but when I met him earlier, and we held each other, he was just like ripped, man.
Is he like 6'3"?
It's 6'2.5", I think.
Ooh.
Okay, I have the thing downloaded.
I
Okay. I'm gonna sync it up.
Yep, I'm there.
Yeah, it should be good to go. Classic.
I finally got fucking. Yes, okay. Got connect info.
Nice. I actually never get ads. I'm getting one.
Sometimes my ad block just doesn't work. You hate to see it.
Yeah.
I don't know what's up with like banning server passwords. Like he set it as anti-45.
I mean, that's like not that. You know, that's
I mean-
kind of par for the course.
If you think about it, how would you ever guess that, right?
Yeah.
Like, there's no shot anyone ever guesses that. I guess there's something to be said about it constantly being themed, though, right?
Yeah, there's definitely a bit of progression, I feel like. They've gotten like worse over time.
Sometimes
We got our
passwords
first something.
just tell a story of the process. Which team?
Oh yeah.
Okay, pretty standard.
Pro band product. That's some fear.
Probably haven't played it in a while? Question mark? I mean, you figure Foy is probably really confident, so I don't know if their bands really carry that much weight.
Yeah. Bro, you missed 300 points in MGE right now.
Does this server feel choppy?
Yes.
Oh, we got
Like,
another- we
like
got another
actually-
Metalworks.
Really choppy.
I feel like MGE is kind of choppy though.
Maybe because it's not like the right config.
Yeah. It's also like they've been in the server, like they have like 300 points. They've probably been here a hot minute.
Oh wait, I gotta start predictions. If you want to get points, just vote for Covenant, because the first
Ooh.
map's gonna go to them.
Yeah, I still haven't actually read the script. I have it open.
I'll refrain, it feels a little too rigged that way.
But you can do the correct score guess, and then have your name shown.
That's true.
Let me look at what it's gonna be.
I can't be asked to open chat, though.
Let's see. Looks like the score is gonna be a 3-2.
Well, considering how many 3-2s have existed this season, like in the regular season, right? So, you know.
Which map? The first, just the first one?
The first one, yeah.
Okay.
Second one, Metalworks, is gonna be a... Looks like 4-1 for Froyo. I'll put all this in the Google Doc.
Yeah.
I can't remember the last time I've seen Metalworks go to 5. It's just not that map.
Froyo Beyond Sunshine.
Is that odd to you that Froyotech picks Process and then bans Sunshine? They're like kind of the same map. And obviously they're different, but like they're similar. Maybe
And
I'm wrong.
it's mostly the last and the way the mid fights go. Because the last are
Yeah, I know, like, Sunshine mid, like process mids, you can't see things sometimes because the crates are in the way, but, like, Sunshine, you can see what's going on the entire time.
Well, so many Sunshine mids are just like trading each other's sides, and that's not really as much of a thing for process. So the mids play it differently. In the last process was the problem child for pushing last like all season for all the teams.
I remember.
Where Sunshine is different. They're just siblings, not twins.
Fair enough. Good analogy.
Wait, who's the pocket soldier for Covenant?
Kev.
Okay.
The banner's burned into my brain.
I like the memes.
It's a good change of pace.
I just don't know. I have like a brain parasite that just likes it when stupid things happen.
So it can be difficult to like watch them not push on a 50 ad because it's the Covenant, right? But I mean, that's their choice. At least it doesn't happen too often.
So Dolphin, how's that ingrown toenail going?
I don't know, man. I've been chewing it all day, and like.
Rough.
Do you guys want to go live anyways? It's like 5 past.
Hell yeah.
Might as well, considering they're actually getting close enough to, get ready.
Oh, knowing invite teams.
Yeah, I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Covenant bans Sultry. Now we're just waiting on Froyotech's pick. All right. Okay, I'll go live in 5. T-5. I'll tell you when we're live. And you're live.
Welcome everyone to another RGL cast. My name is Jared. I'm here with Spaceless to bring you guys Froyotech versus the Covenant. It is time for playoffs. It's been a long 9 weeks, and a large variety of teams have given it all they got to make sure they could be one of the final 4 teams at the end. But the remaining teams left that will be participating in the playoffs this weekend are G6, Froyotech, Covenant, and GPG. Like I said before, Froyotech and Covenant covered right now, as it is the upper bracket round 1, where actually we'll be going through this and a match later tonight, as at the end of the day, there will be only 1 team eliminated and 1 team in the grands, with the rest of the matches shown later in the weekend, tomorrow, at the same time frame. But for these 2 teams, they've been close matches. I think it was like a 2-3 and like a 4-3 when it comes to the regular season. So they've definitely shown that, they really go toe-to-toe versus each other. It could be really anyone's game, depending on who is on top of things when the week rolls around. So in a BO3 scenario, I mean, who knows what will happen, Space?
True, who knows what will happen, but I'm excited for playoffs. Been waiting hot minute. It feels like it's been forever since, we've gotten to cast one of these. So I'm pretty excited. Map bans have freshly come in. I see multiple players in the server. It looks like we're almost about ready to, somewhat ready to go.
Yep, just gathering the last few people. I think they waited forever to actually do their map bans. I don't know how much of it is necessarily strategic or how much of it is just coincidental. But you are entering like a playoffs that's land style, where not only are the matches back to back, when you think about the actual map bans, it's not like the playoffs of old, where you have your 1 match for the week. You get to practice that map the whole time, or what I guess 2 or 3 maps, right? Because it's BO3, but you don't get to hyper focus on like refining a certain map like you do in the regular season. You show up, you get your map, and you try to play the best you can, talk about it, adjust, etc., etc. So you're entering a stage where the teams don't get a large amount of prep time. It's even less than they do when they came to the regular season matches. So it's going to be a serious test, and they're going to be put on their toes. But you can go ahead and see the map picks and bans here for the teams. Overall, it's going to be Process of Metalworks, and then if a 3rd map is needed, it will be Snakewater.
Yeah, so I think the map bans are interesting. It's interesting that both teams decided to trade the Koth bans, and that immediate product ban from Froyotech and an immediate Bagel ban from the side of the Covenant. I think process Metalworks makes sense. I think the Kev team has shown they're very comfortable in Metalworks. They like the map, it's their home, etc. I think other than that, I don't know, anything really stand out to you? I'm looking at these map picks, and it seems, like we've seen a lot of these maps. It's not like I don't see any teams like trying to throw the other for a loop, like, oh, let's play a Villa, even though we haven't played it all season, or Sultry, or something like that.
I think when it comes down to these high stakes scenarios, it definitely makes sense that teams kind of go for their comfort picks rather than trying to like throw a wrench in the other team's plans. You can maybe expect that if you think there's like a big gap between the teams. But even if you're confident, like, yeah, we can beat these guys, the fact that it was so close back then in the regular season, and you were probably just as confident then about your success, that it makes you kind of hesitate on doing something crazy. Because if you're not as prepared as you can possibly be, and there's a lapse in judgment on like how confident you really think you are going to be able to win the match, then you go to the maps that even if they're not the pug staples, they're at least matches that you kind of have some reference in because you played some matches on them or like played it a lot this season. And I think that's probably where Metalworks kind of slides in because it was, obviously it's going to be a rematch of their map, and then Process and Snake are probably the most two played maps out of anyone's like competitive career, just when it comes to scrimmage matches plus the outside practice of like pugs and stuff. The thing I find interesting is the fact that the first two bans are Koth is probably less of a statement about Koth in particular for at least one of the teams, and more about a statement of that Koth map in particular. Because if you
different reasons.
Yeah, so you can think of obviously the maps themselves on your ability to actually try to practice it. But then another thing is there's always the forward hold that can be really tricky for teams to break on product. Bagel can be really hard to get rid of that forward hold as well with all the lobby pressure, and if they're different too. So it's not just the concept of the forward hold; it's trying to break through at the same time and trying to dismantle like a really solid defense in different ways. So if you haven't tried recently to like get a handle on your own team's ability to deal with that, it can be rough. So you can just get rid of it. But before we get too deep into the first map, which is going to be Process, it's probably important to go over the team's rosters once again. One, to make sure everyone knows that if there's any subs or not, and then two, maybe someone's a little bit new. They didn't really keep track of the regular season, and they just wanted to wait until the playoffs weekend to dip their toes into the scene. So I guess technically, depending how recently you've been watching, there is a roster change. So Space, go ahead and pick a roster and run it down.
Ooh, I'll pick the Covenant. So for this side of Covenant, we have Exile and Scratch on Scout. We have Grape Juice and Kev on Soldier, Sam on Demoman, and Asian on Medic.
And for the side of Froyotech, you have Yum Yum and Sandblast on Scout, Donovan and Mirror Man on Soldier, Banny on Demo, and May on Medic. The roster change being Sin out to Mirror Man in. Sin's internet is not stable enough to really play this week, so Mirror Man is kind of subbing in, and he's been playing with him for about a week now. So back to your Froyotech roots, and we'll see how he's able to perform.
Yeah, as you can imagine, playing Soldier in a high stakes scenario when you're spiking to 200 ping is definitely not the greatest. It's definitely very frustrating at bare minimum, if not potentially game losing. So unfortunate for Sin, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles sometimes. And Mirrorman slotting in. We've seen a bit of Mirrorman. I don't think there's that much rust to shake off. And Mirrorman's played, even though it's a new roster, Mirrorman's played with Froyotech, played with Banny before, so it's not like it's like a brand new slot. And he's gonna be up to speed pretty quickly.
It's actually going to be, in some ways, like before you even do a player comparison between like pockets and anything like that, it's actually going to be in a way a benefit to the side of Froyotech because Mirrorman is a very vocal player, and when it comes to mid fights, which set the entire pace of a round, he's very vocal at asking for certain types of mids. So if you're an opponent that likes to go in depth on like, oh, I want to hard counter the other team just to like make it rough for them and we can find our victory that way, trying to use patterns of the past of the regular season on how mids have gone down, you can't really rely on them too much because like when it comes to either particular strats showing up at all or the frequency in which some show up in the first place, if Mirrorman is being a voice that is kind of changing the way that goes down and the norm for Froyotech mid fights, then you're in a way back to square one where you don't get to do tons of free prep before matches actually happen. And you just have to wait for the match to actually go live, assess the mids in real time, maybe do attack pause if you like really need it, and go from there. So, you don't really get the extra little bit of prep. So that's going to be something that might actually help them in the long run.
Yeah. Speaking of rosters as well, I think the Kev team, when I'm thinking of standout players, I'm thinking, for the Covenant, I think Kev's a big one of them. And speaking of Kev, you can't not talk about banners and all kinds of shenanigans. And Froyotech picked Process. Is Process like an anti-technology map? Is this like, the banners aren't as good, or just you can't get away with that many memes or shenanigans on this map? Or do you think Froyotech's playing as more of a strength of theirs, or kind of like a weakness of the other team, do you think? Or maybe both?
I think it's a combination of things. If you think about it, so you probably throw away the Metalworks match because Metalworks is such a unique map that it's difficult to draw a lot of parallels per se, and also it's kind of like teams develop over a period of time. So referencing a match that's a month plus away compared to something that happened only a couple weeks ago, you might as well just reference the Snakewater match as the more like accurate one. The thing with that Snakewater match on why it was so close, despite Froyotech probably being like the favorites to actually win it in the end, even though they didn't, was three things mostly. One, the off classes, so Spy and Sniper. Two, the banners, and three, Covenant constantly went behind very successfully. That just straight up killed Froyotech pushes. They had to leave and go back to block it. And Process is a map where it's really easy to, like I said, go into your comfort zone and kind of cancels out some of those things that Covenant was leaning on that kind of made it so close. Obviously, the Spy doesn't really come into a factor, but when it comes to Sniper, it's much easier to pressure out a Sniper and sometimes on Process, despite it, the long sight lines. The skybox is pretty big and it's not that difficult to get a soldier over there. But even more so, going behind, it's much easier on Snakewater than it is on Process for a lot of the time because there's less kind of doors and windows to kind of abuse to get around behind. And then the third thing is the banners, where it's much more difficult to actually, blast besides, much more difficult to actually stay on a banner.
It's a jump around a lot on this map.
You have to jump around a lot, so it's going to choop your health. So small soft counters that don't lean into the Covenant's playstyle that they use to actually secure the victory. As well as just being a total comfort pick. It's the most played map. If you think you're the better team and you go up on the map that you have played the most, you're probably pretty confident on it. So it kind of makes sense that you kind of lean towards Process. So all things considered, it's not a strange pick. But we have predictions running. We have for a second.
Yeah, we have some Comic Sans up on there too. I see. Very nice touch. April
so
Fools.
People can kind of give their 2 cents on what they think the first map is going to be. Not the series, just the map of Process in particular. But Space, any initial thoughts when it comes to who's going to come out on top?
I mean So the Covenant of Froyotech, they split their matches in the regular season, right? If I remember correctly, Froyotech 1-1, Covenant 1-1. I'm not entirely sure. I feel like this is Froyotech's map pick, so I think they're going to go into this favored. But the question is by how much. I'm going to expect it's the Covenant, and it's also Process last. So unless the Covenant unless one team really doesn't either have their mids down or their last pushes down, or possibly both, I'm gonna say Freya comes out in like kind of one of those slow, classic Covenant grind out games. I'm gonna say like a 3-2 for Freya.
I think a slow game. You wouldn't be too surprised. I think Covenant still has some gas in the tank to do some work, but I feel like a lot of the reason why it was so close in the past 2 matches, even if you want to look at the Metalworks one, is because Covenant was successful in 2 things. One, playing slow and forcing a slow gameplay, which you can do that on any map, but it's certainly easier on some than others. And then the second thing was kind of relying on like the X Factor plays that I was talking about before. And I feel like on Process, it's harder to do both those things. So part of me thinks that Froyotech, they picked it for a reason. A lot of the time you don't really expect to, unless you're, going crazy, to win the other person's map pick. Unless you're like really close in skill level, which they can be sometimes. That I'm kind of leaning towards Froyotech dominance for the first.
Really?
For the first map, I
can see it.
I think Covenant could get surrounds maybe, but there's a part of me that says if Froyotech is just on point, they could just 5-0. It wouldn't be a fast 5-0. Like I don't think this is going to be a hyper roll by any means, no matter what. But it might be difficult. Like plus, you said the Process last deal. It's always a struggle for teams to get through.
I can never say one team really strongly on Process, because sometimes you can be the better team on Process and just be unable to push last. You can just bash your head against a brick wall over and over again, and it'll be like a 3-2 or a 4-2, but you were dominant most of the time.
Yeah, I'll say I'll commit. I'll say 5-0. I think honestly
that's kind of Chad. That's Chad.
Because there's definitely room for Covenant to get rounds. It's not impossible to go for backpack caps. You can like go ahead and do a banner on last to like pull off a sick play. You know, all you need is one mid to get one round. You know, set the pace. But I just feel like Froyotech they're not screwing around. You know, it's playoffs time. In regular season, I think I'm about to show my age. Siegel said it best a long time ago in like season 15.
All right,
13,
Grandpa. All right, Grandpa. Time to go back.
In the regular season, there's a large variance on an individual player's ability and desire to perform at the best that they can, especially as a playoff level player already. But when it comes to playoffs itself, everything's unleashed, everything's different, you know, holding back, and we're about to see who's going to come out on top for Process in particular, as we are going live between Froyotech and Covenant.
All right, this is the first match in a series of 2 different matches. RGL Invite Playoffs, and this is our first mid with Danny and Sam. Gonna take mid pretty fast. This Donovan gonna take the fast roll, but actually gonna get counter jump, and there is gonna be multiple wobs. This Temp team really quickly taking the left side. They're coming going very strong. XL gotta be a little careful on the roof, gonna take a lot of damage, but it's actually Froyotech who's taking a bunch of damage. Donovan and Yum dropping pretty low, gonna get bombed up, and Froyotech are all the way behind, but Donovan's going in for a bomb on Easian. Isn't able to get Easian, but Easian is still hurt. There's no pack.
Oh, Kev took the pack though, and that's going to mean the heals aren't able to commit that far. All these players from the side of Covenant, they held the high ground for so long, and they got so weak, but still able to get those frags. And I think even despite, you know, Aza not being able to heal too much near the very tail end of it all, I think the 2 factors of 1, Covenant held high ground for ages, and Froyotech was unable to take it away from them. But number 2, Donovan's bomb, it was a solo. Mirrorman was unavailable. He's trying to bomb in now, but once again, just a single soldier. It gets one of the scouts weak. Scratch is fine, lives to fight another day. As they're getting a lot of damage off of the projectile classes over on the side of Froyotech. Sandblast is able to get the final shot into Kev to take him out, but Grape Juice bombing in. May in the air will have to finally use because the rocket that was going to come in, so the Uber is trailing off from the side of Froyotech. Trying to chase down Exile. They will succeed in getting that, but the Uber comes out from the side of Scratch.
Oh, this is so chaotic.
First able to get Donovan, now chasing around into IT, wants to get this medic. May down to 5 HP, living for now, spinning in circles. If I don't know where I'm going, they don't either. Tries to run back, finds the combo, arrow onto Azen, does indeed get the 2 arrows to kill the enemy medic, but Sam going huge, is able to get 2 frags, might be able to find a 3rd. They're off in no man's land inside IT. It's just Sandblast left alive as Covenant throughout all the chaos, the scrappy fights, they still somehow come up on top. And overall, I mean, it's barely a win because they can't even get the stack onto 2 to actually get the cap time because they were all red HP at the end of the fight. They just have to go back to mid.
That was one of the most chaotic fights I've ever seen in a cast. There was multiple Froyotech players running to mid through IT as an Uber shoot just happening. Scratch beefed and then Scratch unbeefed at the very end, getting their redemption arc, killing May, as both medics are pretty even Ubers, but we have a spy in the works. Sandblast is on spy.
Oh, he was checking. He was checking.
Oh, he was checking. That was a long check. Okay.
Yeah, for all the Covenant players that were respawning.
Yeah. Danny on the pan technology, I see. He has his pan out actually. It's like not really prepared for those. In case any bombing soldiers. Maybe he doesn't expect it.
I mean, the pan has a faster switch speed than the.
That's true.
The sword.
Actually. That's true. Yeah.
So. You don't need to build. Might as well run stock. But
both teams are approaching their Ubers, just taking a while, building up. Don't want to do anything in the meantime, because don't want to sack if there's no Uber to get the force and begin with. As there's gonna be a little spam and choke, but IT seems to be the play here. As there's gonna be a bit of pressure from the Covenant, but nothing really too else. Grape Juice is gonna finally commit, but unable to get too much. There is a many scouts and a meat grinder there.
Enough Froyotech on the move. Donovan bombing in, able to get through pretty cleanly on Azen. The surf is not what it needed to be. Donovan will succeed in getting that force, but Sandblast dying as well. Might have poked a little bit too far, and overall, getting 2 kills for an Uber, I don't think you're too bad from the side of Covenant at that, but you are gonna have to make some moves now. You have 2-player advantage. They're trying to poke around and see if you can get this.
It looks like they don't want to do too much.
I think they were maybe afraid of a surprise Uber, and also the fact that Grape Juice is rolling out and not available to be the person to bomb in means it was really only a 1-player ad as they were poking with a Shokin. I guess they're better off playing here in their eyes, trying to play off of just seeing if they can get the force through Froyotech using it to get in the mid and maybe leapfrog off of that. But then the Uber is available. Mirrorman poking around in sewer. Yum trying to buy some space. Just a little bit of bait though. Actually, both soldiers expended their HP to try to go for that scout kill and were unsuccessful. So even though they still have height, Froyotech are just still in. Find the stickies all the point. Grape Juice will indeed die, and they've bought some time, but Grape Juice dead. 20% out from the side of Froyotech. If they want to use, they have to go immediately.
It's 15 now. They have to go
kill
now.
the med. I mean, even though it's even and out, they still have a 1-player ad in terms of the soldier to try to abuse and maybe get the force. And they probably realize this. Mirrorman trying to buy some space. Counter jumps in. It's just a distraction though. Donovan even drops the Dazen. He ate a rocket and something else. I didn't even see. Maybe it was a sticky or an arrow.
It was a roller.
the same time, and no Uber available from the side of the Covenant. They just have to leave. They're so weak, but Kev, leaving is not his.
Oh, that's
goes
the
in, and then the back. It's like we said, the back cap Exile going for the play. They just tried to block it, but they did not block it in time. It's a ×7. Exile realizes it and tries to go and meet his team through IT, and they're not even going for him. They're just ignoring him. Only 2 up on Lash. Just go in and try to get it, but they
He's gonna
do
try to
have
back
the
cap second.
respawners.
That's a
Backcapping
wild.
second.
Yeah, that's crazy. Both soldiers are going to commit to Exile, and actually he brought some people back, and he
They're
got
committing in the
Donovan.
last 2. They're just in. They thought
Their
it
Uber's
will be
over,
fine.
but people went back for Exile, so there's not that many people now. They're going to get this one. Somebody got to get some nice airplane. Mirrorman going to get Ace Rocket as well as the end of it, but Ace is going to fall to Yum getting Sam as well, Medic and Demo. This is so chaotic, but Yum's still behind, going to get another direct from Grape Juice, and that's going to be 2 alive left for Froyotech, but crucially, May is still alive.
Yeah, they definitely probably didn't intend to bring 3 people back, but in a heat of the moment scenario like that, you know, you gotta volunteer at least 2 to make sure some random 1v1 doesn't spell disaster. And I guess too many people volunteered, which means the post-Uber that they tried to take from the side of Froy at the same time, it was just a solo. There was not a single, like, a second body there to make the Uber stronger or anything like that, or try to, you know, tease cap time or help clear the stickies. So that small miscommunication means that the fast place that Froyotech was trying to play doesn't really work out in their favor. And Covenant get a little bit of breathing room, but not too much. Ad still available from the side of Froyotech as Azen did die for the great play by Yum going through like 1 or 2 over on the left-hand side of the map from the attack perspective to keep them in this advantage, but it's pretty small. It makes sense they're trying to go early because they know it's so small. May only hits 100% now and still a 15 ad, but bomb coming in from Grape Juice just buying time. They know it's only small. They could walk back out now that Azen has.
They've lost so much room, though. In his health, but they have lost so much room. And Grape Juice is going to fall, trying to get the backward transition there. Sam going to go sticky up 1, but that's not the door they're going through. They're going through 5, and they just stream through. There's no off. There's just a Buddhist from Exile on the field, and that's it. Donovan is above everyone else. He's just waiting. Froyotech is playing this so slowly.
Yeah, they're sticking off Sam. He's sticking off, and he gets Mark Garden, question mark, maybe? Donovan going in and trading overall for that frag. Scratch pops in the air, dies for full damage. Anyone to be saved, there's no stickies on the point because Sam died. That was a really great play from Manny, recognizing that Sam was disconnected from the rest of their team. Just sticky in between the demo and the heavy. Soldier bombs in. I'm pretty sure it was a Mark Garden onto Sam. Kills it. No stickies, ×4 on cap. Easy round. So Froyotech are leading right now, 1-0 on process, taking the first round. We'll see what another mid has in store for us.
This is their map pick, and that slow push, it was just, you know, that was off of like a 15% Uber ad and 1 pick, essentially.
Yep, just going off the player ad. If it evens out, whatever, just use the pressure to get these forces. The bombs, really aggressive coming from the side of Froyotech, able to take down the enemy demo, giving a little bit, but making sure that they get a lot in return. Is losing your demo that early, getting stuffed into your own choke. The Covenant taking control of the high ground is a thing of the past already on mid number 2 is Froyotech. They want to keep the pressure on. They know the advantages they have, and Scratch takes so much damage from their projectile class. Spanny taking some pressure. Bomb coming in from the side of Kev. A couple missed rockets will hit the last one. Unable to hit it as Sandblast able to clean up on these opposing classes. He wants more. Yum gets Azen so weak, living at 19 HP and regenerating bots. Buys a lot of space for his team to just climb up on top of the Spire of Second and cap this with, you know, the Uber's not even getting expended. So another example of Froyotech recognizing that they don't actually have an Uber ad to work with, but still they're using the space given them and trying to make the most they can of these situations.
Yeah, they're actually just bombing in and going for Sam again. They just sacked 1 for a Sam, and Sam caught out with the double bomb. The Sentry is only level 1 and we built up, and that is a demo pick. You can get a lot of space off that, and he's got to be careful, and 2, that he doesn't get too aggressive. But 2 scouts in lobby, and that's actually going to be Yum on last, but there is a level 2 by spawn now, and Yum is going to fall, so yeah, a bit of a disaster averted for, but actually Froyotech's still in.
Yeah, they tried to use the distraction that Yum gave them to see if they can work their way in, but the soldiers weren't able to really get too much. I mean, Grape Juice was on the move after the Yum frag, but was unsuccessful, and overall, not really going to lead to too much. I'm curious to see if we're going to start to see a trend where Froyotech try to abuse the fact that Sam is playing slightly away from Azen and the team. We'll see if that continues to be a trend or if he's able to adjust, you know, themselves.
Now there's a gun at least.
Tighten up, but yeah, they have a gun. That's going to be the first thing on Froyotech's checklist to try to take out, as Donovan has the spam angle. Scratch accidentally eats one of the rockets, so the gun doesn't really take anything.
That was all part of the plan. Both soldiers are in the classic process spamming spot, and they are managed to get the gun in the end, which is a news for Froyotech. So now Donovan is going to get air shot and is going to fall. A bit of damage onto Azen, but not too much. Have to back out. Mirrorman going to be hurt as well, as there's just some spam happening, but no counter sack quite yet. Process last can be quite tricky to put, sack out of. I think it's probably one of the tougher maps to actually sack out of.
Yeah, Grape Juice, I don't think he was quite ready to go for a counter, and by the time he got into lobby, if he sacked, it would have been such a late sack that Froyotech could have used to buy more room that it's not really worth it. But as the gun gets built up, Mirror Man peeks 2 a little bit for free, almost kills the gun by himself, but unsuccessful in that. Good attempt, though, as once again, lobby is taken by the side of Froyotech. Got the even Ubers, got, another gun to spam down as they're over by 5, trying to get it. They're actually applying more pressure this time, got both soldiers weak rather than just the one, but the gun will indeed die as Exile. He's expecting maybe an immediate bomb or push, goes up on heavy instead, does not think that the gun is going to stay up for much longer as they're over by 1.
They just sent like 3 people through. Yeah, Donovan and Yum Yum, they're both aggressive and they're both behind the enemy spawn, so if they can get something to happen, that's pretty good, but they gotta both stay alive. Donovan and Yum Yum, they're going in. Donovan still, he's just spamming. Look at the pressure Froyo have. They're all in, but they're all taking a ton of damage. Donovan gonna fall. Well, they sacked 2 for the Uber. We'll see if the Covenant can do anything off of this.
Yeah, the Covenant, they're playing relatively scared. They let Froyotech in so much. No one was near 1 or 2 at all, and once they got in, there was no retaliation to try to clean up those people in Nest. And with no retaliation ahead of time, Sandblast got cap time. He walked through and got onto the point and teased it. He got that deep, didn't die, wasn't, shot at all, really. So it kind of shows, Froyotech, they saw how much room they can take against this team, and if the Covenant doesn't change the way that they're kind of adjusting, it could be pretty bad for these stalemates. But the stalemate time will have to be put on hold as Ubrad for Froyotech immediately bombing in over onto the gun. Exile in the spawn, so unable to get that engineer kill, but bombs already coming out from the side of the Covenant to get these doors. The heavy in the air will get towards the point, but Sandblast was able to collect that kill. As actually Froyotech, they gave up both their scouts. They've collected a couple kills, so they might continue to fight this just off spam, and the Uber though is available from the side of the Covenant. They'll be able to use it to defend the point, but
just Sam solo.
Got a lot of work to do. Probably not too much ammo. Already expended it in the
They're gonna light refight into the Scratcher. Scratch has to roll in. Azian's gonna
the air shot.
Azian dies. The soldier. He gets air shot, so he can't block the point, and that's gonna be another Froyo round. As they got their Uber, but they've lost so many players, they just weren't able to actually refight. The Devilman solos aren't too hot with it generally, and I think that's a good example of that. Is yeah, you can be invincible, but you gotta kill the enemy gamers. Yeah. Demo is not the killing class; it's the do damage class.
It was extra unfortunate because I'm pretty sure Sam was out of ammo from defending and resticking the point as well, but it's not enough time for the respawners to flood in. We didn't come in time, but on to another mid. Well, we've been back and forth when it comes to higher gun control and being dominant on the mid so far, but we'll see who comes out on on top. The third time is so far they're actually taking turns to control the high ground. Froyotech are actually kind of pushing the Covenant back to their own choke with Grape Juice, trying to make some space. Donovan bombs in, able to get Scratch and Exile. Both scouts dead, damage from elsewhere, and making sure that he's going to be the cleanup. And Grape Juice tries to commit onto the map to get some sort of salvage, like recognizing they've lost, and kept trying to do the same, but
fast bomb.
Unsuccessful. Donovan wants more. Mirror Man's behind though, it's just a distraction. They are sandwiched and will both die. Donovan giving him his life, but surely happy that he was able to play that part and making sure that the entire team from the side of the Covenant does indeed wipe as and it didn't even have a gun. They already have a soldier up on last, but a nice shot from Exile takes out Sandblast. So that's going to slow things down to the tab. Directs from the side of Grape Juice on the Mirror Man that will indeed bring out the Uber from the side of Make, trying to flash all the players on.
Getting kills.
Scratch will indeed be the solo death from the Uber, but Stick is on
they got Kev as well.
They got Kevin
tracking spawn. Manny's jumping in. He's actually going for Azian. I think they realized that they're not getting this way, but Donovan's on the P. He got that with the pain train. Round-winning secondary or melee.
Yeah, Donovan going huge there. Gets the kills onto the scouts. Helps and gives up his life to make sure that Mirror Man is able to successfully get that pinch, and then just goes for the cap at the end. So Donovan, I mean, it takes an entire team, to find success in some of these rounds, but Donovan, he was definitely the star of the show that round. As Fast Bomb from the side of Grape Juice doesn't commit, it's going to be a counter from the side of Donovan. Misses the air shots, that both roamers will indeed live to fight another day. But, the Covenant, they're trying to take the high ground. They've recognized they were unable to really keep it for too long, and the Scratch is up there. Kev actually getting really aggressive. Has to be careful about the counter jumps, but will be able to successfully get out. And this seems like much cleaner mid from the side of the Covenant. Able to bait Donovan and get that frag. Grape Juice giving up a little bit of HP, but will survive.
They got Mirror as well.
They've adjusted pretty well in these mids. It took them a bit, but they figured it out. But watch the trap from Banny. It's around the choke. They got to be careful. They don't just walk into it, but they're trying to make some moves. Oh, Ace is on it. He dies. Did not look down on the ground. Game potentially gives up his life. No, they didn't even chase him. He's alive in lobby. His team's with him. A huge play, making sure that they got the mid, but at what cost?
At what cost, indeed. They are going to be able to get second here. Banny's getting so aggressive from lower lobby, just spinning at the scouts on the point. Froyotech are going to commit out. No one really behind right now, so they might be able to take second for free here. as the Covenant's just gonna back up. They're gonna like to, make their stand on mid with Mega Uber to said, as Banny's just walking through. Banny has no fear. Look at Banny, he's just dead.
Yeah, an extremely late medic death. They know there's not really anyone that's very healed that can afford to play super aggressive. No one buffs, and they're just constantly strolling through. Even the soldiers, just like, Grape Juice is bombing in, but he's not even full. He does indeed get the force, which is a good job. And nice air shot from Donovan. Donovan is prepared for this weekend. I think that's a bare minimum.
Yeah, bare minimum, but they do have 70% ad to work with here, as they're going to back up onto their second. We might settle into our first, real leapfrog situation here. Is Asian, 15% left to build on a Super Froyotech, electing to just sit on mid. Nothing too crazy, just getting a little bit of IT spotting and pressure, but they're going to like to go choke, it looks like.
Yep, trying to play it slow just a tad. They don't want to immediately go in. Donovan is prepared to actually maybe do an IT play with Yum Yum, depending on the timing, and actually going to go in and find Exile. So good plays and stickies from Banny to make sure that they're down a scout. It makes it really rough to buy some extra space. And synchronization.
Froyotech just committed.
Yeah, they've recognized that they can just... Mirage is behind, drawing people back. He's all the way at the roll, and they have to fully leave because of the people they've lost. Playing it slow here was not really in their favor. May did get a bit weak, so even though he has Uber available,
Mirman's still
be careful
behind.
about getting force. Is on top of a sticky almost, but they're able to find Scratch. They're just streaming forward. Mirman comes in from behind as well, and the force is indeed gotten, but they don't really have too much to chase.
Kills.
They don't have any
gets
scouts
air
available.
shot. Can he live? Mirman gets air shot and he lives and he gets bowed. And this is going to be massive Uber for Froyotech, and the other team just on last again. They had 80% Uber at it, they just ended up being on last.
Yep, chasing down, able to get the Delman, so no stickies on the point here. Sandblast is on top of it, unable to really bomb it in time. Both floaters, they're landing on top of the point right now, but not quite ready to bomb it and actually block it because no time bot for them. But Froyotech, they're doing a really good job at getting both these scouts out of the picture and making sure that they're kind of synced away before they're able to actually chase with these Ubers. I feel like another thing we're kind of seeing from the Covenant is they're at moments where they're using their Uber, they're not taking initiative with it, and just means they're dropping people and it's not able to actually chase anything down and get any frags.
I think Froyotech came into this map very prepared, and they seem to know what they do. Covenant don't seem too confident on this map, but it isn't their map because they actually avoids an air shot there, as the Covenant is just streaming forward. Their mids seem to work, at least this Covenant has fixed their mids. They're going to end up losing Mirrorman, and Scratch, he's going to fall as well, but there's going to be packs, and Sandblast is going to fall. That might send a retreat here, but Yum Yum is behind.
Yeah, Yum Yum getting onto Exile, Banning on the chase as well.
I thought they fixed their mids, I guess not.
I mean, Kev, full-on sold out for May, and May surfed into the choke, and there was no follow-up, especially because he was that far back, so immediately down a soldier like that, you gotta be really confident that you're able to, if you're gonna go that deep as a soldier, you gotta get your man. And the fact that, he took that risk, didn't really work out for them, kind of set the Covenant back a little bit, made Froyotech pretty confident that they could, even though they lost someone themselves early on in the mid, they're pretty confident they could play off the damage that was done in general and puts them on top of things. And ends up being a full wipe, as they have the full Uber ad, Engineer and Sniper up from the side of the Covenant, and if they don't have this last hold down, this could be it for this map. Kev's in a special spot though. He's in around 5, near the boilers.
That's the good angle,
he
but
misses the first shot. They're trying to chase him down. He's running away, but they're just gonna Uber and kill him.
Yeah, they're just gonna Uber and kill Kev.
Yeah, got the Sniper back. That's really important. Scratch tries to repair his gun, and he dies too. Engineer caught him. The spawn, and immediately, once again, down 2 players as soon as this Uber goes off. Trying to get
They're gonna get Sandblast, but they're gonna go commit. Asian isn't spawn. He's gonna Banny blind, and Exile, he's gonna fall at the very end, but it's easy, and you only 70% left, and I think you do something with your prediction here.
Yeah, Froyotech, they're on top of things. I mean, it's not too unheard of to, if you have a dominant map or a couple, and they can only really get rid of one, you can usually pick the other, and then, it'll be a landslide victory. I did think it was going to go on a bit longer, but it definitely seems like Froyotech kind of had Covenant figured out. Maybe they'd played this map before in the regular season and figured that, we know what we need to do to beat these guys, and, hopefully nothing has changed on their end since we haven't played them since. And obviously they knew what they were doing. That's a 5-0 on process. On to Metalworks we go.
It is a 5-1 process. Maybe Covenant's one of those teams that they have 2 really bad maps, and that they had to, or they had a couple really bad maps, and they just had to play one of them. That ended up being the one they played.
This is the test of your map pool, because obviously when you go through the regular season, you get 3 bans, and maybe some of the opponent's 3 bans are going to be, something that you coincidentally also did not like. And then even then, when it comes down to picking, with 3 maps left, 2 of them are going to just completely get ignored. Only 1 map is obviously going to matter. But when you're going through an entire pool and you don't get to weed out as much, 6 maps aren't weeded out before it comes down to picking one of them, you got to make sure that there's as few maps that you're really uncomfortable on as possible, so that you get rid of your worst, and your second worst is still something that's like, okay, like we'll manage. And for most teams, that's like easier said than done. Usually, it doesn't really happen that much unless the team's like really really talented, or they got a really wide pool. But I guess it's not too unheard of, especially since Froyotech are probably, even though the most recent match Froyotech lost, they're still probably considered the favorites. So seeing that result doesn't really, it probably doesn't surprise too many people. But on to Metalworks, this is going to be a rematch of the first time that these teams played each other over in like week 3. This is right. I think this is one of the first matches that Covenant had when they revamped their roster and completely changed it, because they had a different roster earlier on in the season. But that was a Covenant that was kind of in its infant stage. It didn't really get to practice too much and figure out their team identity and their play style. And even then, even though they lost it, it leaned into what they were trying to do, and what they eventually did develop later on in the season. And I think you got to give them some props on wanting to run it back again. So we'll see if Froyotech has any answer, if they can show just how much of a favorite they are, and maybe win the opponent's map pick. As Metalworks is going to be a stark contrast from the side of Process.
Yeah, looking at the logs real quick from the last game. So Banny is on like what 10 ping, something like that.
He's in an Airbnb on the East Coast, and he has like 20 ping.
Banny on low ping is kind of gross. Did 350, so that's a little gross. May also going 2-1 that's pretty good. If your medics has a positive KD, killing more people than they die, that's also pretty good. So,
and one of them was the enemy medic in like the first 2 minutes of the game.
That's definitely something you want to see if you're a Froyotech fan, and something you don't want to see if you're a fan of the Covenant. So, but like you mentioned, we are Metalworks. This is a rematch, and I think this is definitely one of those maps that we could say it might be a bit of a Kev playground. I think it's almost one of the polar opposites of the Process, I would say. Definitely very different in terms of how the game flow goes.
I definitely agree. I mean, it depends on the person that you ask, but usually soldiers have a much easier time to like find their groove on this map compared to Process. There's a lot of indoors area as well, so it puts a lot of stress on some of the other classes that wouldn't normally feel it. It can be a bit difficult to escape pretty easily sometimes as a demo man on Metalworks, because when you have to back up and escape like an Uber, you're in this like indoor area that you can't really do like a really nice like sticky jump away. So it going back and forth, teeter-tottering around the points can be a bit of a challenge. And obviously Metalworks second is notorious for being a thorn in team sides on their way to appropriately like hold it properly without getting cut off. You've seen plenty of teams try to hold it in a stalemate just to get the easiest force that you've seen in a while, or in a backward transition on second, where either they leave way too early and don't even try to make a force attempt, or they leave way too late and they get cut off and die inside lobby, recognizing that the other team's a bit too close. So there's definitely not a whole lot of parallels, but it should be interesting to see how things change up from the side of the Covenant, and because I think they have some pluses and some minuses on this map. Realistically, from what we just saw, they have some pluses, and this map is going to definitely lean more towards their playstyle. It's going to be easier for them to try to slow down the game in particular, which I think they definitely have shown that they thrive in that environment in the matches that we've seen so far. But I also feel like so far Froyotech's, whether it's their intentional plan or just heat of the moment noticing, I think they're definitely noticing a desync with Sam and the rest of the team on like Sam's positioning, to where they immediately, right off the bat, they cut him off and made it really easy to pick him off, as well as getting rid of the scouts out of the picture. They weren't able to actually chase anything with the Ubers ever. It was always Ubers forced on Froyotech's terms, and never like the Covenant deciding that it's time to take an Uber, which, I mean, I guess you can kind of fix that still on Metalworks, but it can be a bit more difficult sometimes. So I'm kind of curious on, like, obviously they're confident in Metalworks because they picked it, but I'm curious to see how much the gameplay itself actually transforms. Like, how much slower does it actually get? Are they actually able to do these backcaps that they really lean towards? They only really got to do one of them. And is there any difference on their ability to actually like get in and get out of scenarios without bleeding? Yeah, not a single banner was had. So
yeah, I think Process might have been the anti-technology map, but Metalworks is a technology map. So
what do you think about when it comes to the scores, though?
Honestly, I think that Process, I'm gonna err on the side of hopeful. I'm gonna be an optimist here for the Covenant and say that Process might have been just like one of those like disaster cases where it's like, well, we have to play it, guys. We'll see how it goes. Because, you know, the fact that they picked Metalworks, this is their map, I think it's going to be close. I think the Covenant can do it. I'm going to say, you know, if I keep guessing 3-2, I'll be right eventually, right? I can't.
Eventually.
Eventually, I'll have to be right. It's a very common score. So I'm going to say a 3-2 for the Covenant. I think it's going to be everything I said for Process, but for the Covenant this time.
I don't think we're going to 5, probably. I mean, maybe there's a small chance.
Yeah, maybe. If the Covenant wins, I don't think we're going to 5.
The things that worried me is we didn't really get to see... We saw, like, one play. Like, the thing that made the Covenant really successful in previous matches was X-Factor plays, like going behind, off classes, you know, unlocks. And we saw, like, what, one last match? There was one attempt at going behind by Exile. They failed to block the point, didn't work. There was no banners, there was no, like, insane sniper play. I mean, Kev tried to do a sniper play, it didn't work. Like,
yeah, that was like a last-ditch one, too.
So I guess they had, like, 2 attempts, and neither of them really worked. And... maybe it was a map-based thing, but if they're unable to pull out any in this map, I feel kind of worried for them on their ability to, like, find the success they're hoping for in their own map pick. I kind of feel like it shouldn't be too hard to slow the game down, because you can always just do, like, okay, we'll give up our second, we'll go to last, and we'll stalemate there. That's going to make it hard for even if Froyotech was going to be able to, like, come out on top this match, it makes it harder for Froyotech to, like, get a lot of rounds. So... I think the main thing here is Covenant need to bring in these X-Factor plays. They also need to, like, have their mids down. If you pick this map and you're, like, trading mids, like, trading mids or worse, it's not the best feeling, because you start all, like, on the other half of the map. I will say... oh, God. I was going to say 3-1, and now I sit on thinking more. Now I think 4-1 for Froyotech. I think Froyotech look really on fire right now, and I don't think a map pick is going to phase them that much. It might slow them down. They might have a hiccup that makes them lose a round or, like, lose a lot of ground. But I think it's, from what we've seen from the Covenant, it wasn't even like a 5-0 where, like, oh, they're putting up tons of fight. They didn't even get to, like, a single last push attempt.
Yeah.
They barely got a second push attempt, I think. For me to, like, predict more confidently in the Covenant's favor, or just even less so in Froyotech's favor, I think we would have need to see more on Process. So I'll stick with a 4-1.
Yeah, I do think that the Covenant, you know, there's some players on the Covenant who are, like, brand new to playoffs. At least I think Grape Juice hasn't played Invite playoffs before.
Yeah.
So I definitely think maybe nerves are coming to play, as you mentioned, or maybe not that you mentioned, but I think that's a thing that could happen. I also think, I don't know, I feel like the Covenant definitely, there's a reason they picked this map, even though they've lost on it. And it's, like, I don't think Froyotech they didn't ban Snakewater, did they? Like, that's the third map.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's interesting that the Covenant picked this map over Snakewater, considering they beat Froyotech on Snakewater, right? That must mean they're very confident in this map.
I will say that it probably does not help the Covenant that they scrimmed them on Snakewater within the week after that Snakewater match and got rolled like no one's business.
Sometimes you're just a match team, and I guess the Covenant on that week was a match team. But heading into it, I think that is kind of funny that Froyotech lost the Covenant on Snakewater and then picked Snakewater in playoffs. So Froyotech, I guess, feeling pretty confident going into this one. But we are going into Metalworks. This is our second map. Froyotech took the first map Process 5-0, and we are about to end the longest rollout in the sixes.
No fast soldier rollouts from the side of either side, but a lot of spam. Gonna drop a couple classes low. Mirror Man, Scratch, gonna have to make sure they're healed up and ready to go. Mine the stickies all over the ramps that Fanny's trying to lay down. And Froyotech, the positioning is a little bit better. They're able to take down Scratch. Almost air shot on a Grape Juice, but will indeed die to the pistol from the side of Yum Yum. And so far, the Froyotech scouts are cleaning up very well overall. Just Kev alive, trying to put down some damage inside the lobby, but I don't think there wasn't really a single moment that mid where it felt like the Covenant had stuff going
Scratch
for them.
rolled out and died.
Yeah, they didn't have height. They didn't really have a counter initiation bomb because probably their primary counter initiator, the Grape Juice, was one of the targets immediately when Froyotech streamed forward. Who else is going to be the person that kind of throws Froyotech for a loop if not him? So great job from the side of Froyotech, kind of recognizing that could be a path to victory, and it really shut down any sort of mid plan that Covenant even could have thought about as they were rolling out.
Yeah, it's hard to win Metalworks mid if you roll out and you're just down a player immediately. And you know, sometimes you do just blow up. It does happen, especially on Scout. Definitely not a good start if you actually want to win this match. We do have AZN was a pretty late death, so they're going to be Ubering in, but they're Ubering in into a Pyro. Scratch Redemption because he Ubers in and pretty much completely stuffs that Uber. They're going to get the gun at the end, and Grapejuice actually going to fall at the very tail end. Kev's going to bomb in, see what he can do, and he is going to get May, but at what cost is they lost 3 for 1 here. But the Covenant, they do have heals. We'll see what they can do, but Yum Yum going to hit the shot, and that's going to be 6 Covenant players dead and 1 Froyotech cap.
Yeah, I mean, they did an okay job, like, stuffing. Like, Scratch did probably the most that you can expect out of a Pyro, especially on Metalworks, to kind of lock things down. But I really don't like the counter initiation from the side of the Covenant at the end of that Uber. Kev bombed the medic after the Uber is already expended. That's probably the most useless class to bomb, no offense to Kev. So any distraction, like, in damage output that the team could have used to, like, try to wipe Froyotech as the Uber ended, kind of got thrown out the window. They had too much firepower left in the tank and able to have enough to take that round. Is a lot
Exile.
of Exile.
There's another scout dead immediately.
Yeah. He put all his eggs in one basket, trying to kill
nice
Banning.
headshot rocket onto May though.
Yeah, it doesn't get a second rocket though. So they really put everything in that. Like pressure Banny backwards, make sure that the initial damage that probably screwed up the Covenant so bad from having a game plan and just getting bombed in the first mid. They tried to find an answer to it, but maybe a bit too risky of an answer. Just gonna find themselves on their own too.
Yeah, hopefully they do find some answers. Donovan gonna bomb it, gonna fall, but they got a lot of space off of it, and they got Kev, so it's a trade. Froyotech actually just approaching Uber now, but gonna be an air shot into the lobby, and May
they're
held onto the Uber, but the flank, they're gonna kill. This is a wild Uber exchange, but Froyotech, it's just, they're gonna flash Manny at the tail end of this, and it's mostly been a solo for the Covenant, so the Uber is slightly better, but Scratch gonna just get nuked in the door, and Sam's gonna fall too. It's just a slaughter.
Yeah, so much flashing, so much damage, looping all around to take that really ambitious Uber exchange from the side of Sandblast. They don't have enough players alive to actually block this point. They're going to bring some people over. It's going to slow things down, but not enough defense there at all from the side of the Covenant to even have a chance of holding that. Really heads-up play from the side of Froyotech. You know, putting the pedal to the metal, using the player ad once again, not even the fact. It's the same story as Process. A lot of the ground that they're taking isn't even from like, oh, we had ad, we used it, we killed people, we kept going. It's like, oh, it's even, but they're down players. Let's use these holes in the map to try to find a way to get people behind. And it wasn't even getting their flank behind to go for a sick force play or anything. It was literally like loop around Uber exchange that won them that round.
Yeah, Froyotech coming out of the gate extremely hot as we're gonna have Mirman gonna bomb. He's actually just waddling under the point, gonna go collect it back as he's getting hunted down by 2 players. Is gonna be the first death as Sam gonna back up. Yum's gonna fall as well, but finally getting into this match, and Froyotech are gonna have to back up. We'll see if they can actually survive, but no medic deaths yet, and the Covenant are gonna take that mid win and see what they can do in second.
Yep, they found some room, able to actually find a way to get people from their team to initiate. But stickies, oh, barely cleared in time. I don't think Banny was kind of spotting it, but it wasn't too many. Kind of stacked on top of each other. So Froyotech, they have their team up, but 2 people rolling out, and they know that there's just a lot of room to. Oh my God, Scratch just gets 2 rocketed. Grapejuice gets rock on a May. 3rd rocket will not quite come out of his gun, and May will live to fight another day. But they've given up 2 though. So Froyotech, they're on the move. They're in through Valley. They're trying to actually Yum him really early through House. Mike gets scattered out on the side of Exile, and they'll
Exile gets caught out by Sandblast though. Sandblast in. He's actually, there's a sticky in his way. He's gonna shoot the sticky and actually get on. Froyotech are just taking the space. It's even Ubers in 4-4 situation, but the Covenant's all in lobby, and it looks like there's a soldier. He's gonna have to back up, but the Covenant, they want to go in and they want to chase all these players who are in, but they're not getting any kills.
Not enough
and they're not getting the Uber.
That was like a beautiful moment from the side of the Covenant where they recognized that May was not beaming anyone. May was in house, everyone was outside. You take an Uber like that, and I mean, find enough damage, you can get some really nice kills, maybe even 2, but 1, it was a solo. 2, I think Scratch missed 1 too many shots, and overall, it's not going to be what they need to do. Nice air shots into Banny.
Gets nuked by Kev! Oh
He's
my
gonna fall.
God.
This is actually kind of working out. They have the respawn advantage, is the big thing, but rockets onto Aizen. Only 1 rocket beats the pack, and it's fine. Yum's continuing to fight this in Froyotech. Fall. I mean, they get Kev overall with trade, so Yum will find that, but I mean, even, I think it's a testament to the importance of fighting into the other team's territory and knowing when it's, I mean, even though that Uber from the side of Covenant was really, really bad, the fact that Froyotech are still playing into the fact that there's enemy respawners incoming kind of punishes them a bit. I mean, I don't think the Covenant are able to use this to actually take second for free. You got the sniper up that could have been a thorn in their side, and they had to wait on players of their own to roll out. But overall, despite the Uber being not great, they can still hold on to the mid, and we might see our first sniper v sniper depending on the sight lines that these guys choose as their first shot.
True. Kev, experienced sniper. Sandblast has a little bit of a sniper experience, but not as much. As Sandblast gonna go lower. He's gonna peek, and I think the Covenant saw there's a sniper.
Yeah, the sniper shot each other.
Yeah, the sniper shot each other. So they both know. Sandblast actually taking a very aggressive angle. He's actually gonna get bombed. This may have been bait, but Grapejuice gonna end up. He actually does a fair amount of damage there to Donovan, but ended up being a trade in the end, although XL also falling does not help.
I think that was a huge disrespect from the side of Froyotech, saying that, yeah, their team's around house, don't care, walking through it, not even afraid of, like, sticky traps from Sam or anything. Maybe I wasn't paying attention and Sam showed himself lower, so that's why they shoved house in the first place, but either way, definitely a whole lot of confidence that they'd be able to push house and not get punished for it at all, which was the case. They found Exile and killed him. The sniper wasn't able to find like a good angle where they could like Kev could shoot people down, because he's they're all inside house. It's not very strong, and they pretty much have to concede the entire mid just off of like a pick or two. So overall, Sandblast going for a different choice of classes. He has to be quick about this though, because if the sniper, I mean, he can disguise as a friendly sniper, I guess. But if they wait too long here to go for this play, they're gonna start to maybe build up some paranoia. So Froyotech's gotta make some noise soon. Sandblast's gotta, go ahead and, he's going for it. Okay, he knows, but
Excel's just getting bombed. Does Sandblast like, wait, was that some SMG action?
Yeah, Kev kind of saw him as he opened the shutter and just killed him, SMG'd him down. The overall two-man.
And going for the long peek, and they can't really peek at like May has to hide behind this crater, else he's gonna get immediately shot. And they're getting a lot of space off of this. Scratch gonna get sticky off of the roof. It's not gonna be a deal, but Mirrorman, he's behind me. He's trying to create some place, but he's not gonna get a pick, and that's just another pick for them to work off of. More time for Kev to go take pot shots at Froyotech.
It doesn't seem like the Covenant's really doing too much other than just letting Kev get him with shots, and they tried to overall get some damage and have Donovan go in and clean him up, but doesn't really work out. But
they're trading kills and it's working out in the Covenant's favor, although they have a sniper, which is kind of down one. But Froyotech, they're going in lobby.
Another Psycho. Oh my god, they read that Psycho Uber exchange. Just go through, find their way sneaking through Z, but
of course the Uber, it's a
Kev
baby solo.
This is not what he eventually gets the force, but has to die for it.
Shot.
Yeah, overall, that was a really great play by the side of Kev, recognizing that, if Froyotech wants to hold on to this, an option would have been an Uber exchange, and as soon as you kind of see them leave and go towards that side of the map where you don't have any vision, that's the first thing you look towards. You look towards, like, the back door, and that shot onto Youngman kind of kills it. So,
yeah,
overall,
that was
they take the point, but technically,
very well read by Kev. They have a drop-down soldier. And XL spotted it. No, XL and wait, he lived. No.
I don't know why XL went into house as if it was empty to catch him out, but all it meant is underpass.
Well, they traded scouts, so yum.
And XL dying as well. And Donovan tried to go in for a play overall, and able to get the 2 scouts in, but they're dropping so many people.
No hit scan.
No scout speed either. They're gonna be stuck here. They don't even have an Uber to use, and this could mean that
Grapejuice is going for a fake bomb. He actually bought a little bit of space with that, but he's gonna have to back up. Get the pack in lobby, and the Covenant, I don't know if they're really in position to fight this. They don't have Uber, they don't have players, but they can hold second. I think if the Covenant want to get back into this match, this is what they have to do. They have to make things like kind of sloppy, and it might not look good, but like it's definitely better than getting rolled. So I'm glad that they've transitioned from getting rolled into having these like kind of sloppy, weird fights that have been kind of working in their favor overall.
I think the first thing they got to do is stop losing both scouts all the time.
Yeah, true.
Like
they have been
it's starting to become a pattern.
Yeah. Kev is on defensive spy and Valley. This is like, it's definitely a play. Like, what they're gonna like. I feel like it's so common to go Valley that this is a pretty decent play overall, and he can call what they're doing.
Yep,
although, of course, Froyotech, they're taking their time. It's funny because Froyotech's like not going Valley or just like AFKing, which is like making Kev's job a lot harder.
Yep, just biding his time.
It's weird. Froyotech's just like they're just standing around. As Manny's getting very aggressive in lower, and Kev can call all of this, so he can say, "Hey, they're just standing around, not doing anything." And Froyotech's buying a lot of time, and finally they go Valley. Kev's on the health X spot. Sandblast, Sandblast.
Oh,
no
Donovan
way.
looks at Sandblast as he's in the box and bumps him. So the spy playing Ruin, and that's your pick. It wasn't. It's not a force, but that's your pick, and that's another great pick on to Sam. If Uber eventually saves Exile, but 3 already dead. Grapejuice is probably giving up his life as well. Doesn't get the force out of the side of May, and it's just 2 left alive. And we talked about earlier the second point of Metalworks. Some teams, they just crumble trying to hold it, and that was definitely, like, Kev was the first domino that fell, and May barely even has to use. We'll get the kill on Exile, but it's another scenario where Covenant didn't even get a chance to, like, actually set up and defend their last. It's just fragment of a team, a skeleton crew, based on the happenings that, you know, went down in either second or lobby. So gotta shape enough of that area of the map if you ever want to get a decent last hold going. But Froyotech, they're 3-0. They're not even halfway through. They could end up being another 5-0 if they keep on top of things. But the Covenant, they showed themselves pretty proficient on adjusting the mids, and they finally found a way to bring themselves back in for Metalworks mid. So we'll see if that trend continues.
I'll have to see if that trend continues. Sam gonna take some damage as Banny's getting very aggressive in lower as well. And Banny actually, he's gonna get an arrow, but the Covenant, they're also kind of on the back foot here. Look at the aggression from Froyotech.
Kev Sniper.
Oh, I didn't even notice. And
Banny's
just gonna
too.
fall.
Yeah.
There's
Sam
a lot.
two.
There's the Covenant's just getting all the kills. The slow play is gonna working in the Sandblast's gonna kill Grape Juice is kind of a consolation prize, and maybe he kills Kev. He's running at Kev, and he's gonna fall. So they got Kev got his man. Kev got a kill. Sniper class successful.
Good plays from Sam, got 3 that mid. One of them was a cleanup near the end, but still, the first 2, almost, I don't know if Banny got body shot or not, or just took too much spam from everyone combined, but you know, Sam getting the kill onto the enemy demo, definitely very huge. Prevents them from playing pretty aggressively, which you would need to block out these sniper picks like the Sandblast. Coming up on the wrong end of the SVS's bomb comes in from one of the soldiers as Donovan giving up his life, and the force is eventually gotten, but getting 2 kills before your Uber's 3 kills before your Uber's even over.
Sniper for the post fight.
It's deja vu where you don't even get a real chance to like hold last because you just have a skeleton crew by the time the team is just fully in. So
I have to refight into a sniper.
Yeah,
Sandblast complaining about sniper in chat after talking a bit of smack in the last round. So.
Hey, if it works, it works.
If it works, it works. I guess, you know, the second I saw like players starting to type in chat, I was like, all right, something bad's gonna happen. The karma's gotta drop at some point, and I think that was it. Kev actually not electing to go sniper to mid again. I don't blame him. There's no counter sniper to be had.
Because they're hyper aggressive. Donovan is going all the way behind to go in for a pinch play, but the Covenant trying to stream forward, be weary of Donovan going behind him.
But they got Bay.
Banny gets A's in as well, so overall it's a medic trade. More players up from the side of Froyotech. Overall 3v3, couple red health players on either side as Grape Juice trying to battle Mirror Man, has to back for a pack, and Scouts trading lives. Just Banny and Mirror Man left alive. Banny's trying to fight this.
Banny, he has 15
knows
ping. He believes in himself.
Grape Juice was weak, so he knew that there was a timing where Grape Juice couldn't really bomb, but Grape's got to find his timing, bombing in, waiting for the soldier.
Good timing from Grape Juice and Mirror Man. He has got to be careful. He got the backup, and he actually denies Mirror Man from getting the pack. So overall, it was pretty good from Grape Juice. Successfully baited out the aggression, and they still don't have the cap, but that is a lot of cap time, and that is our first pause.
Ooh, that's probably attack.
That sounds like attack. Maybe.
We'll know eventually, but definitely makes sense. Like Scout, obviously scary class. You know, unless you really like tag him with stickies, the side of Froyotech with just projectile classes doesn't really win that fight. I will say though that heals from the side of Froyotech are probably going to get to the mid slightly quicker, and the mid cap is not really going to matter too much, except it's just going to let Scratch get a little bit more forward. So short term, Froyotech have like a small window where if someone is playing a bit too aggressive, like if Grape just didn't get out of this area of the map where he's in right now, he could find himself maybe fragged or something. So Froyotech probably going to lean towards that. But this cap probably going the way of the Covenant. And if that's the truth and Froyotech overstay their welcome, just trying to fight mid-fight V2 for too long, can end up being pretty bad. So we'll see if Froyotech is able to pace themselves.
Probably.
It was.
Yeah.
Brief talks. They're busting in.
Exile is going to fall immediately, but there's a lot of hurt Froyotech players, and Yuman going to fall to a pipe from Sam means that they can maybe try to refight this late. Look at that health. I think the health is so bad. Sandblast might be getting a little too aggressive chasing. Froyotech, they committed for the cap. Look at the cap time, but they may not get it. This post fight could be disastrous.
Yeah, their window's
Look
over.
at them in lobby. Oh, okay, they're going to get scratched, but that could have been disastrous for Froyotech if they're not careful. They're trying to refight.
Yep, they know they, I mean...
From lobby?
They have some room, but Grape Juice backdoor gets a rocket on a May, surfs around. Uber does indeed get expended overall in Uber trade, trying to flash. Covenant is flashing a lot of players, but it's going to be Banny left behind inside lobby, killed by the side of Grape Juice. No damage for the post Uber, and that's going to be it from the side of Froyotech backing away. I don't know if they just wanted to be a solo or if someone needed to be with Banny, but either way, it's not what you want if you're a Froyotech fan, as the Covenant holding on to mid. No, got a little cap time against you, but you're fine with that as they're streaming their way through alley. Bomb coming in, sending Sam into the air, trying to go for the rockets. Double soldier on Aizen, surfing to the moon, and will indeed die to crater damage and able to edge bug.
Oh, but they get so many.
Gets 2, he gets May and Donovan. Just a distraction for the Roamer to go in. Yum trying to go
Legacy.
behind. He does indeed survive. The pistol and scratch does not connect, so Yum will indeed exist, but it's only Bandy to really defend last 9 for a respawn timer from the side of Froyotech. He gets 1 in Sam, which is huge. He needs more than this, though. Doesn't have his teammates.
And he's just dead. That's
Not
2
enough.
rounds in quick succession. Froyotech kind of doing a bit of a crumble here, and that's
Here's
the
the pause. Yeah.
Yeah. After all of that, it's a Froyotech, and that's so I'm expecting out of the gate. I see Sandblast checking off classes. They don't want to deal with that spy. They had time. They had time to definitely talk about some Kev sniper. And I hope they're going into this mid fight with a new plan, but
Yeah, you gotta remember though, even though it's a Froyotech tac pause, the Covenant can use it too, so it's anyone's game when it comes to the mid fights if you can make a sharp enough adjustment to kind of throw a wrench into the other team's plans. Both Slaughters going relatively fast, but not really committing per se. Grapejuice will maybe go inside the other team's house to find a way into Bandy. Bandy's already escaped. A lot of sticky damage. Grapejuice might actually fall down to 6 HP, trying to escape. Bomb can be one of the soldiers and does indeed collect that frag. That's Donovan, but will deal his life for it as Exile's able to scatter him down. The side of May really big, because they will eat the pack, but Sam
that's a dead
exploded and killed by the side of Yum. So down to Demoman from the side of the Covenant. They're on top of the point. They have high ground, but Sandblast running forward, streaming forward. Bandy able to collect the kill onto Scratch, and Exile as well. Yum playing around. They're caught in no man's land inside Valley. Uber
Nice
doesn't
force.
need to come in time though. Trying to find a way into Bandy. 1 rock is all he needed, and Kev will be able to get that frag, but that's all they're gonna get is Yum still around in the underpass area. Uber is over, and Kev will die. Trying to get the melee to at least get a scout down with you as you indeed die, but Aizen will not be so lucky. So Froyotech, they really busted out of the gate there. I mean, in a moment it looked kind of scrappy, but the way they just retook the point when the Covenant were all on top of it was definitely extremely strong, and it was so much damage they're unable to really do much off of it.
Sandblast falling to another sniper. So the snipers have been not treating Sandblast well tonight. Getting counter sniped, getting body shot. Sad time, but they're still winning overall 3-2. And I gotta say, I feel like the Covenant, they lost their demo. They kind of like stayed in a bit, you know what I mean? They didn't like immediately pump the brakes and just back up. And I feel like that kind of cost them that mid. You know, they didn't even get a chance to set up a second because they all just died because they took so long backing up from mid.
I think they were under the guise that the fact that they were all on top of the point and the little metal things above the point, that they were really confident, but they didn't have any lockdown. So Uber streams out from the side of Froyotech. They have a soldier up in the sky as they get a lot of cap time, and it's not even needed. I think Donovan went up onto the lamp to be a counter initiation for when soldiers streamed in, but I don't know if they controlled Sam or if he dead early or what, but they just got on top of the point and never got off. There was no one available to actually block it. So that was a pretty textbook last push from the side of Froyotech, and when Covenant get an opportunity to have like a real chance at holding last, they don't really put up much of a fight. So they're really gonna have to have this mid go their way if they don't want this match to be over and have them be sent to the lower bracket.
Yeah, the Froyotech last pushes on both maps have been very dominant, but they're going to be so much early aggression onto Sam, but Sam going to back up and actually manage to live, and that's going to, Scratch going to fall, and there's just, who is this Froyotech soldier creating so much chaos in lobby? He lived for so long, my goodness.
Yeah, they did a top left roll out, I think, and definitely got hard shut down. I think the Froyotech was aggressive enough to kind of notice it and put an end to it immediately. As they're trying to work their way through alley, maybe buy some space from the side of Froyotech to see if they can abuse the fact that Scratch and Grapejuice aren't quite there. But they're missing one of their own. Donovan able to really bomb in. So it's gonna be Mirrorman this time. 1 rocket onto Aizen, still alive. Sandblast trying to clean up. Will indeed get the force.
See if they can get any kills there. Gonna get Kev, but they're actually gonna get an immediate repop from May as they, I think, Covenant realize they've committed pretty far and they're gonna have to back up here. Down Kev, they're gonna actually try to refit this. Bandy gonna fall, and Exile gonna peek out of lobby, but Exile eating the direct. He's actually gonna commit anybody. He doesn't care. They don't care. They're just running in.
They bought a lot of space. It was really rough, but
player behind.
Could be dire. I don't think they
they know, and
know.
he's immediately dead.
Yep, Donovan will indeed die, and they're still lingering? Okay, no, they're definitely leaving. They inside the enemy territory, don't want to linger for too long. Froyotech back to mid, and at the same time, Covenant, they have to be very quick about this. Almost killing Mirrorman, down to 1 HP. All the HP you need, and we'll be fine, but now they're in their own pickle where they don't have Grapejuice or Exile. They have 4 people, and 5 players from Froyotech are about to bust out these doors and try to block
They have to
this
get
cap.
out the doors, and it takes a bit to It
They
does
have
take a
6
bit to like walk around. That actually won't enough time for the reinforcements to get here, so this is gonna be a 5v5. But Sam gonna die pretty much immediately. Donovan gonna trade for that, but I'll take a demo for a soldier, but not a demo for a soldier and a scout. That is 2 picks, and the Froyotech might have to back up again. They're all in the low ground, and they're all hurt in Valley.
Yeah, now they definitely can't come in, and Grape Juice might find the
Grape
opportunity.
Juice is in!
Gets the kill, 97.
He got 2!
Out a drop down. The arrow from AZ and the follow-up from Grape Juice, finding them in the underpass area. What a huge play from the side of the Covenant. The
97%.
teamwork. And not quite there. The Uber and Banny might be a late Dome and death. Chased down by 2 scouts. No, 9 HP will be okay, but Froyotech will find themselves on their own last Covenant.
And he's hiding in a corner. Yeah, he's just waiting for me to spawn.
Yeah, he's afraid
He doesn't even want to risk running to. I don't blame him, because if he runs to the spawn, he might just die. Yeah.
If he gets sneezed on,
He's gonna actually get a bow, gonna back up. But the Covenant, they're just using the Uber, and Manny doesn't really have traps. He is gonna get some traps on the point, but Scratch is just hiding in the corner. And he's gonna get a reflash, he's not going. He's gonna get air shot. Actually, Froyotech's going for many air shots. He's actually gonna kill Scratch in the end, but that's a bonus 3K. That is
so I didn't see who that was. There were at least 2 classes that missed shots on a standing still heavy. I saw 2 people on him. I looked at his health and it didn't drop an eyebrow raise. So maybe a bit of a mechanical error from some of the players in the Covenant to prevent that kill from happening. Because what was it? Was Sandblast on heavy? If the heavy dies there,
I think it was Yum Yum.
Well, if the heavy dies there, that
was Sandblast. That was Sandblast.
It can be a completely different fight.
Yeah.
So.
Just kill the heavy roll. Yeah, easiest class in the game is Yum Yum gonna hit a nice air 2-shot onto XL, but Grape Juice and Kev gonna get 2 kills from the soldier classes. They're both behind, and they're gonna get hit shot, but they've won a lot of time.
Yeah, they have to live.
And they both lived? That's crazy.
It's stuff like this that it goes back to the regular season matches. You do stuff like this, by the time, enough chaos thrown in Froyotech's face, and they're not going to be as dominant of a team. Banny does have a trap in the health pack area. I think he might be spotted exiting, so they're going to be
XL
paranoid.
on Spy, he's left spawn.
Yeah, I don't think they know exactly what the traps are, but yeah, XL is on Spy, fully committing.
No hats, so definitely going full vanilla here. Actually, let's see. No, he is on full vanilla. That is a XL has to go down, drop down. And okay, XL's playing like a dodging mini game right now, where all the players are just trying to bump into him. But he finally got behind, and Sandblast. Do they know?
He might be paranoid, but Banny getting 2
They
of that
just
trap.
get 2? Okay.
Yeah, it was inside the health pack room. Didn't really expect it. Bomb to come again.
Oh,
from
they
Donovan
don't
to try
know.
to get the
They don't
force,
know.
and
They don't know. He gets Banny, and he might get revolver if he's not careful. He's gonna go. Okay, so they are gonna get that in the end. But Beerman's gonna fall. That's gonna be a 3 for 2, and Asian is gonna get a Zuber force. So that's gonna be a backup. But kind of bought a bit of time as Banny and Beerman. That means they can't do anything super crazy aggressive. They can set up on a second.
at least means that they can get the respawners by the time that Froyotech actually begins to push. Because if they push right now, if they're out, they're only pushing with 4. They have 4 people to chase down 4 others, and inside enemy territory where Exile and Sam will get there before Banny and Mirror Man really do. But Grape Juice going for a bomb, trying to get this force, will succeed, might give up his life, will indeed die. So even though they had the incentive to maybe stick around, it seems like the Covenant, they're playing a little bit safer, just on their own last. They don't want to go for some crazy play and it go awry and don't really get the opportunity to hold last. So, although it can be a bit of a difficult situation to push out of last in the first place.
Oh,
so
Donovan.
They have the Uber now. Donovan tried to bomb him.
Yum Yum's hurt too. They just
yeah, gets sticky on him. Banny might be caught as well, depending. Trying to put some damage on him. Pop
oh
him.
Yeah, look at this Uber. This is a massive Uber.
They get May and then Banny afterwards. Can't get much better than that. Mirror Man will succeed in killing Kev over on the flank hook. Maybe caught up by Scratch. Sandblast going for a play behind, but will not succeed in scattering down Kev or Azen. So overall, what a really heads-up play from the side of the Covenant. Just stream
I saw
through
that
the
shot
shutter.
streaming forward, and I saw like a demo in Meta AFK. I'm like, ooh,
I
not
talked
looking
about
good
the
for
backwards
Froyo.
transitions too. Indoors, sometimes you just get caught out indoors.
Donovan hiding in a corner in lobby.
And Yum Yum is forward sniper.
Yeah, Yum Yum as the forward sniper, pretty good play. Donovan, he's worked his way behind Asian, has the heads up, knows he's there. Is gonna actually go for the bow, but Donovan, he's taking a while to die, but he's gonna die. But Yum Yum, he's getting shots onto Asian. Asian is just impossible to kill. He's so hurt, and he's gonna back up. Yum Yum's still on sniper in forwards, or the other way around.
He got 2 shots off, killed Exile, and then got a body shot on Azen and made it really sketchy. But they're still trying to apply pressure. Froyotech, but eventually realized that it's too little too late. They did what they could. They got something, but not really going to lead to too much, as overall I think this is going to probably end up in a stalemate. Even Ubers don't really have a giant player ad to work off of, building the rest of the Uber. So this will be the first opportunity where we get to see Covenant try to attempt to get some sort of force. They're working their way in alley, a little bit slow. Damage on the A's and have to be careful.
Sandblast is really hurt too.
Doesn't really find anyone though. Is able to trade
Actually,
with
he
the
gets
Mirror Man.
Oh, they
but
got the force. Two for
Gotta give
one,
up both soldiers, though.
a 2 for 1 and a force. I think you take those as they might be
Yum's
caught
going
in
mid.
Valley or Scratch. They're at the pop on them. Scratch dropping very low. They're gonna get the soldier off that, but not much else. And with the Froyotech combo, they gotta be really careful because they're trying to leave lower. And Bandy's actually trying to refight this. Bandy has no fear.
Yeah, they know that if they drag this fight on long enough, Yum will get the mid-back cap. Not only do they get the play on the Aiden, but May gets the arrow kill on Exile, but Scratch is on a 6k, 7k right now.
Scratch
able
is-
to take down the Froyotech combo near the tail end of things, and we'll find two. Has to eat this cac, but it's a bit predictable. Doesn't even actually go for it, afraid of the spam. Takes it, popped into the corner. Does indeed
He
die.
did
The
his
third
job.
player that does arrive. So great play from the side of Yum that makes the Covenant unable to play at their desired pace. They can't afford to play slow like they want to in that post because they have to play on the cap, play really aggressively and shut them out, and kind of put a thorn in the Covenant side. So.
Froyotech getting the forwards is huge because they can show up the mid so much faster. Like if they don't get that back cap, that is a much different scenario right now.
One of those situations where, you know, the fact you gave up 2 soldiers, I mean, 2 soldiers for an Uber, I mean 2 players is good, but you know, definitely made use of the hole that was left in the defenses. They're trying to stream forward, just going for a straight up drive.
Oh,
The fact
huge
they don't have
rocket
all
cap
the
there.
teams
Or
and-
pipe.
Yeah, it
Sam
seems
might
like
be
they
caught
give
out there. He's
too
gonna be
much,
careful.
though.
Donovan is gonna clean up Sam, but there is a bomb happening on May, and May is gonna fall immediately. Vanny in lower, gonna be fighting a soldier, and it's just Donovan. It's Donovan and Asian. Kev's so hurt, and actually it's gonna kill Kev. It's Vanny versus Asian, and Vanny's gonna get Asian with the sticky.
Yeah, I don't know if we can really cap this though. Grape Juice is on last, like they don't think they can contest 2, despite Banny being the only person that they can roll out.
Vanny has the
They
world's,
roll out to
world's
2
wackiest
faster.
trap.
This
Okay.
is gonna be one of those Covenant situations where oh no, I think Grape Juice is baiting someone to cap, probably. But if they wanted to, they could have rolled out to their own point faster than Froyotech.
I think
would, 'cause
they
it's their own area of the map. If they wanted to, they could, but maybe they're just afraid of like getting through Bandy's sticky traps because he's the sole survivor, so they're definitely fully set up. And just once again, it's a staple of this team. We talked about it before. Sometimes you'll see advantages that other teams will try to push off of, but they tend to play extremely safe, and considering that 1 round loss means they are knocked in the lower bracket, it's probably going to amplify that even more so than
There's
you
no
would normally
downside
see.
for infinite. There's no downside to stall it out for infinite overtime too. No matter what it is, no matter what happens, they only need to lose 1 more round and that's it. So it doesn't matter if it's an overtime or if it's during the normal match. But Sandblast, he's gonna get a lot of
So
point
much
time,
cap time.
so much cap time, and it's Metalworks. And Metalworks is a notoriously hard map to defend because you jump and you're off the point. But Donovan is behind and they know. But that's actually going to be a pretty successful refight from the side of the Covenant. They managed to get the Uber and they had 3 players on the point. Froyotech gonna have to back up, losing everyone but Mirrorman, May, and Yum.
You know, it's pretty scary with how much cap time they got, especially because when you get on it, you can get juggled upward, and the Metalworks cap box is like, you know, really sensitive. So you get sent up too high in the air, and you're no longer really
You can
defending
really
the point
jump and
anymore.
you're off of it.
Right. But overall, they prevailed. The Uber definitely saved things a lot, but they do have disad, despite working the right over onto their own too. So the ball is in Froyotech's court as they build up the rest of the Uber. It's not too big of an ad though, so if they really want to bust out, I mean, yeah, okay, they're in-house. They know it's small. They're going to immediately pop through
This
the
is
hallway.
going to be the
but
full set.
Covenant should know this as well.
Oh, Bandy
if
messed
they
up
use-
his jump.
Yeah, they're going to find a soldier because the soldier messed up his jump as well, so Kev will die, but that's going to be it. And the Uber is available from the side of Scratch. Bit of a solo, Sam catching up as they do indeed use, trying to chase Sam. Bandy will succeed in giving up the crab, but they get Grape Juice dead as well. Chasing down Sandblast, Sam will be successful, but
They
it's
didn't
no more
clean up the
trade.
soldier in lobby.
The focus fire is not there from the side of the Covenant. They got a couple kills, but trading 1 for 1 is not what you need. You have the Uber available to prevent these people from dying, but the flashes just aren't there. People behind, chasing down the bridge, going into the hallway. There's people lingering at the opposing shutter as well, but all these 1v1s all over the place is not really going to end up in their favor, especially with 1 single fight going Froyotech's favor means that Aizen dies and May lives. So now, even bigger ad than we've seen in the past couple minutes, granted to the side of Froyotech and Sandblast. He's pulling out the tech. This is for all the marbles for this BO3.
Oh, is
and
this the
he's
tech?
going for it.
Post
Super heavy.
The post Uber heavy is pretty good. I feel like you don't see it that much on Metalworks. It's usually a goalie wash staple. Sometimes process, but definitely I can see it working. But one thing I think an interesting note there is during that Uber, there's a bit of indecision because there's like a 2 health soldier. But that's not going to matter as there's going to be a big Uber happening on last, and they got no point time, but they do have the post by Putis, so there's that at least. But there's one less scout, no Sandblast speed, still point cap, and Grape Juice gonna kill himself on Mirrorman, and Mirrorman gonna fall, but there's 2
Heavy
Putai.
heavy action.
Yeah, the Putai are fighting each other. So there's Scratch is the only death, and the Covenant are slowly
comes out.
losing kills, but The
They have no
Uber, there's
chase.
there, but there's no chase. There's just a Buddhist and Froyotech get back up.
Once again, a scenario where you have no scouts scratch dead, and XL runs into the cubby and finds 2 soldiers. Sam left alone. The split at the post Uber was not what you needed to be. The soldier respawning. Nice shot from the grape juice to send things home, but they will be going to the lower bracket. Froyotech, a 5-2 victory on the opponent's map pick, showing that they are indeed the favorites, will go to the upper bracket to face the winner of G6 versus GPG.
Yeah, overall, Froyotech had a bit of a hiccup there towards the end, losing those 2 rounds, but managed to get their round, and with that 3-2 lead, it was that was definitely a tall order to overcome. So, in the end, gonna say the Covenant are gonna get set back to the lower bracket. I guess not back to the lower bracket, get sent to the lower bracket, and Froyotech, like you said, the upper bracket, gonna face whoever wins in GPG versus G6.
Yeah, we'll see if this rematch happens later on, but I think the other match is still going on, so we'll have to wait to see overall what the final scores will be. But Snakewater, not going to need to be played for this BO3, as Froyotech able to take it 2-0. But I think all things considered, it definitely I feel like Process and Metalworks are definitely night and day. Covenant definitely have a play style that they lean towards, and Metalworks definitely enable that much more, and they've probably gotten the groove of things a bit better as well. So that's maybe some like silver linings for them, as they're still in it. They just have other teams to play in the lower half. They, as long as they can continue to just try to slow things down, get these plays where they go behind, or have off classes and stuff. No unlocks though, so nothing from Kev there. But if they can continue to do that, then maybe they can find some more ways to shine. But Froyotech still on top of things, even in the face of adversity, where they're going back to
with the script.
That's pretty accurate of a time. But Froyotech showing that even though when they were pushed back a bit, they were losing a couple mids and lost some space on the map sometimes, they're able to adjust pretty well, which I think the name of the game for overall these BO3s is going to be heavy adjustment. It is usually in the regular season matches, but even more so, like when we said before we even began, but you don't have time to prep. It's not like, all right, well, we've been playing Metalworks for the past 2 days and we practiced some strategies and etc. No, Metalworks is just the map today. You might have played it 2 weeks ago, but that's the map you're playing, so figure it out. And they definitely figured it out in time to come out on top, as the logs are available space, anything that immediately catches your eye when you take a glimpse at them.
Let me take a look at the logs, and I see Sandblast had a good game, 34-19, not bad. Benny also having another good game. Benny, once again, on the East Coast on 15 ping or something. So Benny on low ping is pretty gross on a projectile. Doing quite well for himself. Another two kill performance from May. Overall, I'm not seeing too much other than some low DPM, some sad soldier stats, I guess. Well, they're not that sad actually. It's Metalworks.
I feel like these stats look a little too close for a 5-2. You look at this match, it's oh, is this a 4-3 or a 3-2? It's no, there's a pretty big gap. But I think that kind of shows that the way that Froyotech was able to take their rounds were pretty quick. So they're able to get a lot of a little burst of damage, and that's enough to seal the deal for a long period of time, where the Covenant was kind of long and drawn out. It was them on the back foot, punishing little mistakes that Froyotech made to slowly claw their way back. So, a lot of lives given up. But there are some shining stars throughout that kind of led the way, like Sandblast, and it had a pretty insane KD. And I don't even think that was necessarily cleanup. He had a bunch of Uber exchanges into the side of the Covenant that caused a lot of flashes and made it really easy to get damage, which, if the Covenant maybe took a bit more initiative with their Ubers, it could have been a different story. I think that was a big pattern in this BO3, is I don't think we saw very many even Uber scenarios where the Covenant decided all right, we're taking the Uber now. It was more oh, we have to take our Uber. And by that time you have no scout speed, no chase, no positioning, and it's kind of oh, okay, well, we're leaving with this. This was terrible. So maybe a bit of adjustment from them in the future if they can, or if they're able to figure out how they want to adjust from there. But like I said before, Froyotech overall on top of things, even a player like Donovan, who has the most deaths on the server, was definitely the playmaker for a couple rounds there. So it's all part of the process. Teams working together to pull out the final score on the board. As like we said, Froyotech moves on. I think the plan is we have to overall wait for the other match that's going on right now, Caster by Fireside, which is GPG versus G6. I won't spoil it, but Okay, well, it just ended. I won't spoil it in case you're like a VOD watcher that wants to go back and literally watch all the matches. But that match is over. So the plan is for the second BO3s is the default start time. We're casting the uppers, by the way, and Fireside is doing the lowers. The default time for its start is 7:30 EST, which is an hour and 10 minutes from now. But technically, the teams can play earlier if they both agree. The question is we don't know if we gotta wait for the teams to figure out, like, are you taking the default slot? Or are you ready to go? So we could be at like a 70-minute wait time. We could be at like a 10-15-minute wait time, and we won't know until like 5 minutes from now, where the teams can actually be asked and like talk about like how much of a break do you really need, stuff like that. So I think we kind of have to wait on that.
Yeah.
Otherwise,
well,
it's kind of undetermined.
Yeah, we're currently going to ask for an answer. More than likely, at minimum, we're going to take a bit of a break, but we'll see if they want to commit to the default time or if they want to get on with their upper bracket match. So
I think the safest thing is probably like, unless we're like figuring it out right now, which I mean, who knows?
Yeah.
But the safest thing is probably like wait 10 minutes and then check back and see what the timer says, or like see what the banner on like the screen says of the start time.
Yeah.
And if it says 7:30, then it is indeed 7:30, and one of the upper bracket team wants the full amount of break. They want to wait until the actual scheduled default time. But if you see an earlier time when you check back in, then you know that they've agreed. They're like, oh no, we only need 30 minutes. We're fine, and then we can go from there. But otherwise, I think we're pretty much done.
Yeah.
We're just waiting for the team to be ready and set up to go for the upper bracket.
All right. Well, yeah. I suppose that's it. Any final thoughts, Jared? I suppose.
Not really. I think this is a good series overall. It was exciting, even though that there were moments where it felt kind of one-sided, and I'm really I'm getting ready to see the rematch of the upper bracket.
Yeah, upper bracket should be a juicer, definitely.
So it's probably one of the more anticipated matchups, I would describe it as. So it's definitely something you don't want to miss, and it could be an allusion to what could be happening in the grand finals as well. If I think everyone's paper predictions go through. So definitely going to be a good teaser. So definitely don't want to miss it. Like I said, we're going to have to wait a couple minutes to see the final default starting time, but like probably minimum 10, maximum 70. So just check back and we'll have an update with you on the screen somewhere, a timer, a time listed. But for now, that's going to be it until later on in the day and the night. So thank you so much for watching this BO3, and we hope to see you for the next one that's going to be starting shortly, ? Fingers crossed. But until then, see you in a bit.
Hey everyone, so the next match, which is Froyotech versus G6, the upper bracket final, not the grand final, will be happening at 7:30, which is in 1 hour from now. See you then.
Never quite see. You could only try to be what you want to be. And I know it's played out, but the struggle is real. You can try your best to feel what you want to feel. Lost in my mind, nothing to find. We were all blind. If you find a way out, would you share it with me? You're the one that sets us free from this misery. If a toll is taken, then it's up to you. In the end, you have to do what you have to do. Lost in my mind, nothing to find. We were all blind, caught and confined. Stop the whole show. gonna see you again. That's what I always say. Even when I thought I'd just begin, it's just another day. Anyway, try to make me trip up my words and turn them back on me. Never giving up, never gonna find words. Oh yeah, one day you'll see. Feeding into the old behavior, falling back knowing you're my savior. Fuck it up, but I then forgave her, feeling like it's over soon. No matter if you love me or not, I'm going to ruin it. You're waiting just to give me a shot, but I've been shot to shit. Thinking how it wouldn't be so bad if I could die a bit. Nothing else would make you so mad. I can't go through with it. Feeding into the old behavior, falling back knowing you're my savior. Fuck it up, but I then forgave her, feeling like it's over soon. that fell on the floor. You could work hard, do a shift at graveyard. New credit card, who said we're not getting scarred? If you close your ears, then you close your mouth. If you're watching this and never wanna shout, you can fall asleep, smile on your face. On the winning team, while also a disgrace. We can do it if we wanted to. Burn it down so we can start anew. I think it's time, in fact display. On our right, you'll see our morals right away. I think I have a plan, but first you'll have to pay. I take cash, Venmo, card, PayPal, maybe it's not hard. We're not all like you, born without fear, no. I can't stop you or anything you do. As all the racers chase now, you float ahead with ease, like a breeze. It's what you believe. And you have the one little secret. If you're not scared, then you'll rise up always. Do what's not dare, yes. I can't stop you or anything you do. It's falling into place now. The finish is in sight. There's no fight. You'll do what you like. As you drift by all the people, you see the race manifesting in their smiling face. Oh yes, I can't stop you or anything you do. Well, you've set the pace now, but there'll be more to come. And where there's some, it is never done.
Corset queen, diamonds are her body, silken lace, water, wine, and high tea, ripped up tights, rings of gold and ivory. These riches mean nothing to love.
Welcome back after the intermission. It was a bit longer than normal, some storms hitting the East Coast, but we are reaching the time where both teams will be getting ready to go live. We have G6 versus Froyotech, the 1 and 2 seeds. This is the upper bracket final. The winner will go on to the grand final with a 1-map advantage. Tomorrow, the loser will be playing in the 3rd place match to try to stay alive and continue on to the grand finals that way, versus the winner of GPG versus the Covenant tomorrow. Both these teams, they've win traded, they've had really close scrims, and it should be overall pretty good game, but right off the bat, we're already seeing some wrenches thrown in a couple teams' plans on how they thought, the day was going to go, and we'll get to that in a moment. But regardless, Space, I'm pretty sure this is probably one of the matches that people have been waiting for a while.
Yeah, I like to imagine that most people who've been following this season, towards the end, they kind of expected this matchup, or at least a similar matchup between G6 and Froyotech. It was bound to happen at some point. They were going to clash in playoffs. The question was where, and it seems that it's going to be in the upper bracket. So whoever wins this match today goes on to grand finals tomorrow, and whoever loses back down to elimination bracket.
Yeah, and the 1-map advantage is really big. It's not a bracket reset like if you watch Highlander, you might be used to the bracket resets, but here it's just the 1-map ad, and it can be huge. It's not the end of the world. We've seen teams come back from the lower bracket despite having the 1-map disadvantage and still coming out on top. But if your map pool isn't quite what you want it to be versus your opponent, it can really help to make sure that you don't have to go too deep into the pool, because if you go deeper and deeper into the pool, you get less and less favorable matches, and it might be the thing that makes or breaks whether or not you are able to take home the championship at the end of the day. So it's still a really important match. But like I said before, there's already some wrenches thrown in the plan if you were, reading the banner on the screen that was here a little bit earlier as well. The part of the delay was from the storms that have been hitting the East Coast, and Sandblast kind of got hit, no power, or at least no internet, at bare minimum. And, we waited a bit to see if it came back. I don't think it's coming back quite yet, at least enough to miss the first map. And even after a 30-minute delay, still not available. And High Five is going to be subbing in as the combo scout for the side of Froyotech. So already we're seeing a little bit of a switch up, and we'll see how that affects them overall.
Yeah, storm's hitting me as well. There's some lightning that sounded that was within a mile or two from me. So hopefully my internet stays up. Hopefully some other players who I know are on the East Coast, hopefully their internet stays up as well. It's just a localized Sandblast issue, at least for now. But
Dolphin, are those the right G6 scouts? I don't think those are the right. It's like, did they lose their internet as well?
I saw bot mode and my brain was like, wait a minute.
It's like, wait a second.
Something's wrong.
I guess for now the Froyotech roster's right though. You have Yum Yum and High Five on Scout.
Close enough.
Donovan and Mirror Man on Soldier. If you miss, Sin's internet has been kind of not great all week, 200 ping. So Mirror Man has been playing for the past weekends, playing this playoffs weekend. And then you have Banny on Demo and May on Medic.
All right, let's see if I can remember the G6 roster off the top of my head. First Scout, we have Brand Slam and
Gungan.
Gungan. I knew that it was a new player. I couldn't think of his name. Gungan and Brand Slam. For Soldier, we have Kobe and Soapy Meister. For Demo Man, we have Habib, and for Medic, we have Hole Guy.
Yep. Yeah. So a lot of accolades throughout all these players, and I think they've had some pretty good matches in the past, especially this season. Some nail biters, some really good plays, but one thing we haven't seen from them is we haven't really seen a whole lot of Koth. I think it's something that usually kind of gets pushed to the wayside, especially because you get so many bans. A lot of the time the Koth maps are kind of thrown away. I don't think it was necessarily a popular Koth season. Maybe some teams were kind of favorable towards Bagel in particular. But speaking of Bagel, I mean, if you only get one ban, you have to pick something as your first ban. And with Bagel getting through, it's actually going to be the first map that we're playing today. We'll go over the pick bans in a second, but I'm kind of hyped to see the return of Koth coming in.
Yeah, I'm hyped to see the return of Koth, especially Bagel too. I feel like Bagel, it's always a good time, especially between Froyotech and G6. We've seen a lot of very, very good, if not iconic matches between Froyo and G6 on Bagel, or some iteration of Froyo versus some iteration of G6. I'm expecting a good time on Bagel, especially considering it's a G6 pick. For Process, I think we've seen a lot of Process this season. Makes sense that we'd see it in this match again. Part of course, Sultry, that's kind of a curveball.
Yeah, I mean, Process is a bit of a rematch from the regular season, which I think was the Froyotech victory, right? I can't remember which team win which map. I know they win traded.
No, didn't Froyo roll G6 on Snakewater?
Maybe my memory precedes me, but it's definitely
Because Freya lost to the cat team in Snake Water, and then beat G6 like a couple days later, and everyone's like, what?
It is a
Something like that.
Oh no, they did win because remember the Donovan Spy play on last.
Yes.
Yeah. So, but
True.
but it's definitely familiar for both these teams. It's not necessarily a map that's really foreign. It's the most common map that's played. So I don't think there's anything too like. There's nothing too crazy to describe when it comes to process.
It was a 3-1.
But Sultry, the third pick coming from the side of G6. I mean, usually these maps that are newer in the pool, you shy away from because it's about, picking is about confidence sometimes. But it also comes down to not just how confident you are, but how do you think the matchup is in particular, your team versus theirs. You could be not that crazy confident about a map, but if you think the other team is going to be even worse at it, then you could still, like that matchup and end up picking it. So G6, with whatever maps are left in the pool, they decided to go for Sultry. What's left? It was Sunshine was still in the pool.
Gully?
Gully was still in the pool.
Yeah, Sunshine Gully. Sunshine Gully, Sultry. I think it's interesting they picked Sultry over. I feel like Sunshine and Gully are pretty. They're both like kind of like iconic Pug staple maps, but they're kind of they play relatively differently. Sultry, I guess G6 does have some experience, even though it's somewhat of a. I guess they're only really replaced Gungan as he's the new player. So other than Gungan being new, G6 has some high stakes experience on Sultry last playoffs.
I think I don't know if this is exactly their mindset, but one thing that would kind of make sense is I get the vibe that Froyotech getting success requires a lot of prep and adaptation, whether that's like learning from their scrims or their matches, and that's how they can come on top in some of these scrims and matches. So if you deliberately pick a map that is very common, that they probably scrimmed before and could learn from and figure out how to come out on top, then you could start to see some win trading. And even though Froyotech may be on the back foot in the earlier part of the season, able to find the groove in the second half. But Sultry is such a foreign map to so many teams, they don't really touch it that much, that you're probably not super experienced to do anything beyond playing your own game. When it comes to trying to counter strat and be like, oh, their soldiers do this, so let's do that, you probably don't have a whole lot of reference material. Which means that when you go into this match as the last map, assuming that it does go to a third map, if you can come out swinging and bring enough of an advantage where attack pause from the other team doesn't really matter, or it's just not enough, then you can take away that match at the end of the day. Compared to something like Sunshine or Gully Wash, where maybe they've scrimmed it plenty of times throughout the regular season. Player tendencies, you can learn from them, and it actually makes it a much more even game. And you probably want to try to avoid even games as your picks, because your picks are ideally things that you are favored heavily in, if you can help it.
Yeah, definitely something you want to pick a map that's to your advantage, and it makes sense that Froyotech. I feel like sometimes you can fall into a trap picking maps you've previously beaten teams on, because they can watch the VOD, they can get better at all that good stuff. I feel like that this might be a trap pick for Froyotech picking process, even though they've already beaten. Because there's sometimes they have a team that just has fundamental issues on a map. They just cannot handle it. And sometimes it's just oh, we did this wrong, we can fix that very easily. Then they fix it, then you play them again, in playoffs on the map, and you lose to them. I've seen it happen many times. So
yeah,
I'm a little worried for that. I'm a little worried for Froyotech that process could be a trap.
The biggest thing is how much did G6 emphasize on learning from that loss from the side of Froyotech? Because if they put effort into figuring out why, obviously they go into that probably assuming from their end that all the scrims they've been rolling for the most part, it's not even close, they should be fine. The fact that they get upset loss there in their eyes, question is how much emphasis do you put on looking back at that and figuring out what went wrong? And if they put a lot of effort into that and remember it, then they can kind of go back and look at it, figure out what they needed to change, and then they come into this with those changes, and now Froyotech, all of a sudden, a map that looked like, oh, we found success last time, let's do it again. All of a sudden, there's going to be new problems that could potentially arise. So I think it's going to be, that map in particular is probably going to be on G6. If G6 are able to fix their issues, then Froyotech are going to have some new issues of their own. But if they didn't address it properly, then we could see potentially a repeat. But before we get too deep into talking about process and Sultry, we are on Bagel as the first map. Everyone's in the server, so we're just waiting for them to ready up. But I'm really hyped to see a Koth map. Really going to be really fast paced. Probably don't expect to see any off classes. But what do you think about the score space?
I feel like not having Sandblast. I was already leaning against Froyo, but missing Sandblast, how much of a critical component do you think Sandblast is? Because Sandblast, I think, well known as a very vocal player. He kind of takes charge, does all that kind of stuff, and sometimes probably clashes Banny on things, but they've been playing for a full season now, and losing him for this match is, could be a bit of a disaster. But I feel like High Five, High Five's a very good replacement. But do you think he brings the same level of like comms and like main calling that Sandblast does?
I think it's going to be a bit of a plus and a minus because there has to be synergy between your scout that's leading the charge and the rest of your team when it comes to the pace. I do think though that if there are any, like I've talked about before, like how I feel like Sandblast and Banny kind of like on paper cover the same like job on their team, and at that point it can create like a little bit of a discourse on like
Strife.
what should happen in these heat of the moment scenarios where you have to make a decision and follow through. But with you have a ringer on Pocket Scout, the only silver lining is it's just going to be the Banny show when it comes to like the comps for the most part, and High Five's going to do scout things and call scout things. Which maybe that'll help them, maybe it won't, maybe they need Sandblast in some of these moments. I think it's yet to be seen, but I think one statement to be made is, so far, Bagel has been a G6 map, so I think it's easy to kind of say that it's going to be a G6 map
I'm
until
thinking like a
Froyotech show otherwise.
4-1, 4-2. I think it'll be.
I think 4-0.
I think it'll be close.
Dolphin, what are these team banners? Oh my god, we're going out of the first mid.
Wow. Well, we see how Dolphin spent his free time as going into this match. Yeah, I'm expecting like a 4-1, 4-2. Sophie gonna be a bit hurt, gonna back up as G6 is kind of taking the charge, gonna back up, but there's a very hurt scout. Grand Slam gonna have to back up, get beamed up as G6 is edging the cap and taking the point, but the Froyo flank is going behind it. They're creating a bit of a chaos, although that's gonna be a disaster as Mirrorman falls, and there's a lot of hurt G6 players, but can they get cleaned up on it? Looks like the answer is no.
The counter initiation from Kobe is really huge though, gets on top of the point, able to collect Banny and May, and I mean, that initiation from the side of Mirrorman and Yeoman through the house, they were clean, but I don't think they shot the exact same target, and like they got two players like really weak, but didn't clean up on either of them. So at least trade that, and then it's a distraction for your team to kind of go forward. But the fact that they didn't really do that means it was a pretty not great start for their mid, and G6 were able to capitalize and collapse appropriately. But they have full lap, pulling a little bit close to this left-hand side from the defender's perspective, and pretty much it's a six-man hold. The Youngum's kind of spotting to make sure no one does any, funny business over on the flank side. But they make it through the door. They got Soapy, gave up Mirror Man for it though, so overall 1-for-1 trade. And they do have a soldier behind. Kobe's on the chase though, might be able to have this 1v1 come up in his favor. Grand Slam all the way to help as well, but doesn't need it. Donovan will indeed die. High Five bit weak. Needs a pack collection, and respawn advantage is in favor of the team that doesn't hold the point, but the fact they only got one, I mean, Froyotech were definitely looking for more.
They bled in such a chaotic fashion because they initially got through the door and then they kind of bled one, and then like 6 seconds later they bled another one. Means that their respawns are kind of equalized in the end. Like, yeah, G6 don't have the players right now, but they're here now. They're ready to fight, and they have to give up the door, but that ate up so much time, and Froyotech still have the Uber exchange, and then they have to cap the point. So Froyotech still got a bit of a hill to climb here, as they're gonna take some house pressure, get some spam in, and they're just gonna try to pressure the point, which generally is pretty easy in Bagel, but when Uber's gonna change, yep, that can happen.
Oh, immediately dropping both scouts. Gum tried to help inside house, Soapy was taking it over and got pre-fired, and then Habib gets the nice sticky on a High Five as well. So with no scouts for this Uber, I mean, Banny gets two. That's probably the best you could have ever hoped. Banny clutching that and making sure that they actually don't have player ad in the post for the side of G6. Like, it's 4v4 now, but the scouts are on the way. The cap goes in favor of Froyotech. Banny launched forward, bombed by both these soldiers, really weak. Will indeed die. Soapy collecting that frag, but they gave up Kobe Force over 1-1. Mirrorman trying to collect another frag, and Will indeed gives his life. So overall, bit of a scrappy fight, but is overall kind of even based on the respawn advantage. Yum behind Grand Slam. Oh, Grand Slam turns around and gets a nice amount of damage onto them. High Five trying to collect the kill, but
Grand Slam
unsuccessful, still alive. Yeah, I mean, overall, Froyotech, they get this cap, but I don't know if they're going to be able to keep it for that long.
Yeah, they just got Mirrorman. They got Mirrorman and Banny. That's two spamming classes down. There's no Uber to exchange. So the only thing that can really stop this is players actively standing on the point. And the weapon, May had to play it so far up that May's going to take a bunch of damage. Habib's going up, and he's just spamming pipes. Banny eats a pipe. This is turning into a disaster. Although Kobe falling is going to give them a bit of breathing room, and he is going to be a late spawn because they capped the point and then 15-second respawn overall. Kobe gonna push quickly, but it's a 5v6 with Froyotech having the extra man.
Oh, the Uber, they got juggled a bit. Gun won't take too much damage. A little bit of battle over on the house side, but will not really result too much. But holy bomb from Donovan, able to collect Gungan. So drive-by bit there, one team down to scout each. But the rocket from Donovan, launch in the air, gets one rocket, 2 kills. So even the little guy will fall. It is only Grand Slam and Kobe left alive. So get the frag on the Mirror Man, but May will indeed be alive. Actually, I guess he died earlier, so it's not really alive through the endeavor. But backed all the way up. Doesn't really have that big of an ad.
Grand Slam going for a flank.
Oh,
he actually blocked the point too, and he's gonna back up that. he bought a little bit of time, a couple seconds, and hey, every second counts. But speaking of seconds, Froyotech has a lot of them they have to burn. They have over 2 minutes to burn, whereas G6 only have 35 seconds, and Yum Yum falling is not going to help with that. Down a man already trying to block this plane. Granted, it is Scout, so not spam blast, but still making it knocked to the air. But can he get all Maze? Has 11 HP, is there any follow-up?
The sticky's not quite there. Habib tried to go for the long-range sticky, but it's unsuccessful. Brand Slam, you're like 2 HP. What are you doing in the other team's
More than
house?
he needs.
He will not die, but Kobe fights the 1v1 versus High Five in main and is successful in trading out. So overall, making sure that it's not an accidental feed is overall 5v5 scenario. Pretty even Ubers as Froyotech trying to push this, but Gun, he's trying to build the rest of the Uber to make sure he's able to use it as a tool to block this. And getting on top of the point, doesn't have to use it quite yet. Tons of sticky damage on to Vandy from the side of Habib, launching him back, but is able to eat an arrow. But Mirrorman Locky Selkie has to go for the pack, but the melts. Oh my god, Donovan bomb in, gets the kill onto Gun, so the no scout available in the Uber. Branson has to come in to try to late get aggression, but not enough to get the force on May. The last rocket from Soapy, it hits, but once again, May's living at such a low HP. They're turning it into a sack wave. Habib's bomb in, trying to find a way, and Vandy will be unsuccessful. Might find Yum Yum in no man's land. He's still alive. He's at 14 HP, backing up, and now Kobe might be the one that dead. He's able to get the pack. 2 soldiers spamming him down, and Donovan will be able to collect that frag. And the play from Donovan to go in there and make sure that Gungan is unavailable for that Uber, it just makes the Uber exchange not even happen. May milk him throughout it all. Even against like gambling that Soapy's rocket won't do enough damage. It's barely enough to hold on.
Yeah, it's crazy, but Froyotech, they got minute 30. They still do have 50% Uber ed, but they have a minute 30 left, and G6 just have to cap once. But Banny gonna fall. Gungan just running at Banny. Airman is behind. He's on Lol Guy. He's trying to play Minecraft, and he's gonna get Lol Guy. They gonna kill Gungan as well. That means that Froyotech still have this full ad to work with. That successfully bought a couple seconds, but down a demo, it's still gonna be a little tough. Let's see if G6 can get this force or get something going, as that was such a huge play from Mirrorman. It was derpy, but it ended up working.
Yeah. Opening here, a small opening where Mirrorman's not there. Might be a little bit of hole in the flank to try to go ahead and go for a force, or maybe get some sort of frag over on the flank side. But you gotta be mindful of this Uber. You want to be aggressive to get point time, but if you're too aggressive with heals, then they'll just launch forward and kill wall guys. So it's, you know, damned if you do, damned if you don't. But they're trying to take control of their own house from the side of G6. But it's not really leading to too much. They're just kind of sitting and building. They're overtaking the right hand side of the house now. Overall trading 1-for-1. Branson able to collect the second.
Behind.
He's behind him and Kobe onto the side of May. Pop in the air. May has to use, but there's no cap times.
They all turned around to shoot the spawners, and the players sacking, and nobody could actually get on the point. They even popped the Uber, but but that was overtime. Literally, the second G6 capped, they won that round. And
What
that's
is
gonna
that Camp Dolphin? What was that? What is going on? Did you you have a green screen cam where you just drew the one round? What was that? Well, on another mid-fight.
Okay. Love to see it. As heading into this mid-fight, Froyotech, I feel like the end of the last half went pretty well, but this one, we'll have to see. Is Yum's gonna fall pretty much immediately, not spelling a good sign, as Sophie gonna get a bit aggressive in the side house. The G6 flanks in both houses taking a lot of control, though Froyotech taking control of their own house. They're gonna back up, and that's gonna buy a bit of time. People falling a bit low, but Kobe gonna be the fall. Gonna trade with Donovan, and there's another Mirrorman. 7 HP is gonna get bowed up, and there's a lot of spam happening back and forth, but G6 have the space.
Yeah, G6 kind of read Froyotech's initial aggression there, and Yum got caught. Kind of made it difficult for them to hold on to too much space, but they're trying to take it now. They have the Uber if they feel like they need to use it, but Gungan got to make sure he doesn't melt. So far, he's been dropped on a lot of these Ubers, but takes some damage, but will eventually get the pop out. But
the milk.
High five.
Oh
They're
my
milking
god,
so much.
Milk.
Targeted the scout, but not enough damage to actually get the force. The arrow came out because the damage up was so slow that May was really greedy with it, and it worked out. They are able to kill Mirror Man, and the distraction enough for Kobe to get the way in, but May takes the pack, and there's not enough of the rocket to be able to come out to get the force out of May. Actually, no, the force
Habib hits the
never
pipe.
mind.
Habib's behind with this Uber, and Benny's chasing him. Benny's chasing Habib. Although Habib gave him the jukes, he's going in for May. He gets May. Habib's still alive.
The perfect
Habib
play.
is just invincible. They can't kill him. No, it's Benny's turn to bomb. Benny's turn to bomb. Habib's still alive and hits another pipe. Habib lived.
Definitely salvage there for the long con.
Habib typed
You're
in chat,
not me.
You're
chat.
not me.
Oh,
Love to see
God.
it. Yeah, Benny trying to do his best Habib impression. Not gonna work out as G6 gonna settle into another forward hole. No Uber this time, so if Froy get out, they can actually dry fight this. But not looking too great for Froyotech. At least the initial starts of these rounds have not been super good.
Yeah, if they take too long here, there's going to be an Uber in the equation that RGLgg can use to enter lobby if they really feel like they need to. So Froyotech have to do this faster, it's going to turn into a sack wave. And because it's taking so long, they can't even just straight up do a dry or anything out of the forward hold, which is a statement in itself very difficult. But Uber is available from the side of RGLgg now, both sort of trying to make space, but oh my god, Donovan popped in the air, barely surviving, 21 HP, Mayman trying to make some space. May drops! Or didn't even have, sorry, but he still does indeed die. Soapy with the play though, so.
Soapy with the play.
They're trying to stream through, but
this is gonna be
so much
tough
already.
Banny's setting up a pack trap, and they're gonna back up and just, you know, lick their wounds, try to come back, but now they have Omega Giga this ad, and a minute left to push out, so by the time they can get this Uber, the round could basically almost be over. Yeah, this is a very tough situation, and this could be attack.
This could be attack. I mean, that's the problem with trying to break these forward holds, is they eat so much time away that if you fail even like one too many times, it's over. Because it's a you know, a tumbling tower. Is it you got to get some sort of advantage to work off of. Like even if your first sack wave like doesn't get a force, at least like, you know, get a couple kills so they can't forward hold proficiently anymore. Like if they have 4 people up and a bunch of them are rolling out, then you can try to work off of that. But the fact that they go through and don't really get too much at all, like they got Soapy and that's about it. So I mean, maybe they can try to poke around, but the fact that May doesn't even have his Uber yet because he died, kind of, you know, I mean that's why Soapy died in the first place, right? So it's not really anything that leads to their own advantage. So
very good dolphin.
Yeah, the pause sticker.
That's really smart. Okay, well, say what you will about Froyotech's performance right now, but I don't think you can really blame the ringer in this case, because High Five has way more points than anyone else on Froyotech who's a combat class at least. High Five with the 21 points, everyone else with 13 or less. So I think High Five, you know, for the ringer, I think he's doing his job.
I mean, realistically, even if you ignore like the ringer thing, I mean G6 picked this map for a reason. Even when they weren't considered one of the best teams in North America, and they were still like, oh, 3rd place G6, this was all like still their map. They were upsetting teams on this map when they couldn't beat them on any other map. So they just kind of have it down from an individual player perspective, and even more so now as a team. So it's really rough to try to find a crack in the armor, but the second
they are getting mulched in this door.
They got a lot of damage. Oh, the final rocket from the side Donovan isn't enough. I mean, they got Kobe. That's something, but we need more than that still. It's
Kobe
just a
literally
jumped
to die. He was so worried about everyone dying. So Kobe dying for his the rest of his team's sins, I suppose. But Froyotech still gotta break this forward hold, and it's not working out too well so far. Granted, they are rapidly approaching the Uber. They have 75%, but they don't have don't have much time to get back into this round. They had 20 seconds off the clock, and that was off of it. Other than that, they have not been able to play the game. Urban eating a bunch of damage from Habib. Habib is just panning his DPM on the Froyotech players trying to leave these doorways.
Yeah, they have to win this exchange. Oh, no,
Oh,
they don't have an exchange. Kobe gets 2. He gets May and Yum Yum. There's only a couple seconds left in this half. They gotta get something. Not only do they have to get the force, they have to get the cap too. This is a miracle situation that Froyotech has to really get through if they want to win this round. This is against all odds. Going in, they get the force, that's step 1, but giving up 2, you're not gonna have enough players to actually get enough cap time. Banny might die late as well. Soapy's on flash, maybe looks like this kill. Yum Yum will be successful in that endeavor, but they've given up so much. You're in an overtime scenario. Only May is really up alive on the field, and G6, they held that forward hold for so long. They got so many May kills. This map, it looks like they might have it in the bag unless Froyotech makes drastic changes.
Yeah, Froyotech, I think I understand why they took the pause there. They needed to talk over some stuff. Although G6, it is their map pick. It is Koth. Like, they've seen what the issues are. Even if Froyotech beats the forward hold, I don't know if that's enough to actually get them into round wins. That just gets them into playing the game territory.
Yeah, there's still a whole dynamic of taking control of either of the houses or making sure they're able to dance around on the point properly. Last mid, we saw Yum Yum try to dance around on the point for cap time and immediately explode, and they're not really doing that this time around. Much more passive gameplay from the side of Froyotech. Actually going over to one of the houses side, May actually took a little bit of damage, but they're trying to fight Kobe. He's actually not hurt at all. They're taking some space, and G6 is recognizing that, all right, you want to play passive, we'll play passive too. You're probably just baiting and going to counter-initiate us. Counter-initiate on us when we go in, so it's kind of like a game of chicken, but house control from the side of Froyotech. They finally are able to take down Kobe, and Soapy might die to fall damage. Oh my god, the edge bug. I think he dies if he does not hit that. So it's going to be
probably
fine.
Well, Banny, he's going to defend the point, but he's going to take a bunch of damage to lose, so no one has still actually blocked the point. G6 now losing Soapy as well means that they're down a soldier again, although Kobe's going to be here very rapidly. Wolga having a nice serve into house, but Donovan lived for so long that he bought a ton of space for Froyotech to actually take this point. But it's actually going to end up being a 6v5 with that late bomb from Donovan. Yeah, it bought space, but G6 might be able to immediately recap this if Froyotech don't have a very good exchange. Although, killing Brand Slam, that's a pretty good start.
Yeah, they had a player advantage to work off of, but bullying the point where there's no one missing from the side of Froyotech just going to net his death. And now Mirrorman, trying to make some moves, is available to be behind and go for some sort of flank play if a post-Uber eventually does happen.
They're going to Uber in.
Yeah, we're in on Banny.
Banny, they're going to save the tail end, but High Five is going to die as well. And Donovan, he did a really good job preventing Kobe from going for a flank play, but...
Mirrorman?
Oh, Mirrorman, he's behind. Can he get the play?
It's a distraction for Donovan.
Little guy's running into Mirrorman, and he gets it. He surfs in, and this could be a disaster for G6. Froyotech Tech Pause might have come out. It's been pretty successful so far. G6 haven't capped the point yet.
May live with 10 HP throughout that. The fact that Mirrorman got behind and they were unsuccessful in cleaning up at all or preparing, there was actually really good communication from the side of Froyotech on the way that they were exiting, making sure that Mirrorman got to the right door at the right time, and the collapse was insane. So G6, you gotta try to take this point back fast, otherwise there's gonna be an Uber in their faces. 20 dis out on their side, and actually Soapy bomb forward onto High Five, got really weak, is fine for now.
Banny, he's
won.
Oh, he dies the spin.
No Demo Man available from the side of Froyotech, and G6, the Cactus goes their way. Seems like they're going to have to wait for the Uber from the side of Froyotech if they want to retake this.
Yeah, Froyotech might have to Uber, but G6 have the point. This is going to be, it's not going to be a fighting the point Uber, it's going to be a retaking the point Uber. Look how far back Volkai is. They know they have this end. Froyotech are just trying to edge the point, use the Super to actually edge it. They're going to get Soapy, which is a pretty good pick, but Volkai is going to have his Uber. He is at 100%. He has gotten it.
He's really fast
captured the point. Banny's going to die trying to cap it, and I take Soapy for Banny. Demo class is pretty good.
I mean, they recognize Logai's positioning. He was unable to heal Gungan or Habib on top of the point, so I understand trying to go really aggressive, but I think maybe the execution was just a bit off, and it just means the Demo Man's death from the side of Froyotech. House battle, Donovan will come on top on that, so overall, Uber's not expended this week because of picks that go back and forth and don't really want to pull the trigger. But, so weak, they use it, he gets dropped. They're having a soldier Uber now trying to get the force, but I don't think they're really going to be able to
got the force behind. He ran all the way behind, got the force, and managed to live, but again, they still have to refight this point. The time is taking again. G6 have shown they're very confident in holding this point. Froyotech do have a tall task ahead of them as they're trying to take a fight in the side house, but they're just getting nuked by Habib.
Yeah, they lose the house fight, lose Mirrorman as well, so have to wait till we have both your soldiers up to be able to initiate and start some sort of drive fight. So G6 fine with that, biding their time. They don't want to use the one-person advantage and try to stream forward because they have respawn disadvantage if they have that. They're playing the long con, keep trying to keep everyone up for as long as possible. High Five back on top of the point. They know the Ubers aren't in the equation quite yet, but High Five takes a lot of damage, and as soon as they arrive,
Donovan's behind.
High Five gets damaged, back up. Fanny doesn't back up, dies. So they got Soapy, but Soldier for Demo Man on either side of the map is not going to be favorable for the Demo Man side. As lose Yum Yum and lose Donovan as well. They try to go for a make-up play, and Kobe does the same, but overall neither of the plays will actually work. And Uber available, but High Five a little bit caught. Mirrorman trying to buy some time, but Branson behind. High Five weak. They don't want to use the Uber, but finally have to. Branson takes a lot of damage. Eats the pack, living at 1 HP, kills Mirrorman. The pistol will finally take him down.
And he gets Habib.
Oh, they get Habib. So maybe not as bad as an Uber you would initially expect, but Uber's still available from Clyde and G6 if they decide they need to use it. Soapy needs an arrow. Doesn't quite get it though.
Oh, Yum Yum, he's gonna try to chase down Logai, and Logai actually is just gonna hit the boat and back up. Yum Yum able to clean up the kill, and that means that Logai still has this full Uber to work with, and this is massive. It's 70%. Froyotech's getting aggressive, trying to get the spam kill. Beam's gonna jump in, and Froyotech are backing up. They're gonna buy a lot of space with the Super, but not much else. They might get the point recap, and actually looks like they aren't quite yet. Froyotech doing a good job contesting the point as Donovan bombs behind. They're creating a lot of chaos, so Banny's gonna fall again in all this chaos, although they get so many players for it.
Kobe, a lot of distraction, a lot of damage, but not quite enough to really commit to anything. 4v3 scenario. Gonna be able to take this point back from the side of Froyotech. They have ad as well, so that means that Guy and friends are extra scared. Habib almost dying, has to eat an arrow to survive, and will take another one to continue to live to fight. But it's looking like Froyotech's in a pretty good spot because G6 is in a scenario where, you gotta wait so much time to get your Uber, and then the exchange has to work in your favor, otherwise it's gonna be a Froyotech round. There's not enough time really left on the clock. Plus you have to, make the overtime action kick off in the middle of the Uber exchange. It's gonna be really hard to execute, so it's gonna be down to the wire, and immediately losing Soapy is not gonna be good for them. Froyotech, if they just hold on strong, this round is theirs. They're trying to apply the pressure. G6 is getting on it, see if they can bully someone backwards, but Froyotech's having none of it. High five dancing around, and Uber eventually comes off onto Gungan, onto Banny, gets the flash, trying to find some sort of frag, able to find Donovan, able to go behind him. Branson's on the chase onto Mirror Man, but will get forwarded backwards. Overtime, kicking in, they're able to lose Gungan for the side of G6, so Froyotech still holding on strong. They're just stacking on top of the point for the side of G6. They don't have to get onto it, but Banny's gonna die. Yum really weak, unable to block. Only High Five is able to get forward, and G6 giving up a little bit of his AP to try to sticky it down, but gets blasted back. Needs an arrow, so be able to get the kill.
Mirror Man bombing in.
Indeed die.
Onto Lokai. No way he lives!
There, but he lives on the rock. Final rocket coming out. Mirror Man able to collect the kill. The cap does indeed go G6 way. Mirror Man giving his life. And May, really weak. The recall rocket from Kobe able to get the kill. He lives at 6 HP, and they're trying to chase down the final soul, but will not be successful. Overall,
they have to hold the point for a minute, and Lokai has such a late spawn.
Froyotech, the only way that G6 win this is that they really successfully bait with tons of counter initiation. Habib sticky, late soldier bombs to scouts on top of the point, just crunching them.
They have to block this point, and this is a hard point to, like, it's easy to block the point, but it's, yeah, Froyotech, they're in the driver's seat right now. Kobe narrowly dodging an air shot, but he can't dodge the ground as he's gonna die. And cleaning up the kills. Froyotech, they're trying to contest the point, and both teams are on crits. They know this is a high-risk situation. They gotta get these Ubers as soon as possible. There's gonna be double bombs in from Froyotech, and they have to back up, and that's gonna be the round.
Yep, Ubers aren't, or crits as rather, aren't even in the equation. As Banny streamed forward, they didn't really have a whole lot of solution to get on him at quite that moment, and that's probably going to stem from Kobe. I think he surfed away at 1 HP and then just cratered. So losing that soldier there was really critical for the fact that Froyotech knew they could get really aggressive at the tail end of that and make sure that they wouldn't get punished as hard. So it really sealed the deal for that round. It's 2-1 in G6's favor, and we'll see how the pace begins for this round. As I think we saw a lot of passive gameplay until you saw tons of damage, or just maybe someone a little bit out of position before anyone committed. And I think we're kind of seeing the same thing. Last time it was Froyotech pushing their right hand side of the house to try to kill Kobe, and doesn't seem like they're trying to do that this time. They're pretty passive for the most part. The flank isn't really putting a whole lot of pressure on the house. Actually, both houses are somewhat controlled by the side of G6, but Yum on the chase to Soapy. Did a lot of damage to Mirror Man, but might not be lucky enough. Oh, doesn't get the rocket on Yum, able to collect that frag, but the point time is so much in G6's favor. They're actually able to get the first cap, and May's on 6 HP. He has 100% Uber, and he's backing up to get the pack, but that means the people on the point aren't healed. They lose Banny, able to kill Gunkin, but Mirror Man up in the air. The air shot from the side of Lokai, thwarting the bomb as Donovan backs up, is able to, no, he doesn't get the pack. He dies from the spam rocket from Kobe at 6 HP and will eventually die as G6, he played so point central and able to hold on to that point, get the really fast cap, and you know, even though Froyotech, they were still kind of in it, it wasn't quite enough to have the cap go their way.
Yeah, it wasn't quite enough as Froyotech. They do have Uber to try to Uber exchange and take this point, but they gotta get all their ducks in a row first. Banny on low HP. I feel like Banny's been taking a lot of health points damage just trying to fight the point, and it feels like he's leading the charge, but he's kind of suffering for just, look at this, he has to eat a boat just to not die to spam. They're doing such a good job pressuring Banny. Froyotech throughout all of this, they've had Uber this whole time, and they just can't get the point. They're finally starting to pressure the point, but Uber still haven't been exchanged. Lokai is just holding on to this, and Froyotech, it's like they're just bashing up into a brick wall.
Yeah, the only time, this definitely shows the only time that you see Froyotech go wild with exchanges is when Sandblast is just calling for them. Otherwise, it's not necessarily going to happen. They're trying to win elsewhere on the map, either through tons of damage first or winning the houses, but it's neither is happening. Neither house, and across the point as well, because they have to take initiative. Banny really weak. They lost Grand Slam, but the force doesn't come out. Everyone, oh, nice air shot from the side of Mirror Man, but everyone's health almost from the side of Froyotech. It's extremely red HP, so overall just going to be a sack kind of from the side of G6. Giving up the point. They keep their Uber though and got tons of time for it, so I don't think they're too unhappy with how that went.
Yeah, as long as this Uber doesn't end in a disaster, it should be quite alright, as Gunkin can take a bit of damage, and G6 turn to get healthy, back up, or rather get forward. And it looks like they're just going to run through house, and I don't think they're expecting this, as there's a lot of Froyotech players to clean up. Bandy could be the first one to fall. Froyotech actually do manage to get 4 players out, actually pretty much 5 players, so they get everyone out, but now they have 60% ad to work with. As Froyotech, they still got some time before they can Uber in, but maybe they can get some pressure doing this. And Kobe, eating a bunch of damage, going to back up and get healthy. As Habib's got to be careful. Habib's going to fall, going to trade for Donovan, but then moving Soldier isn't the greatest trade. As Mirror Man's going to fall too. That might make it a little better for G6 here, but Froyotech still have this massive ad to work with.
Yeah, G6 are trying to play it fast because they knew that if they wait too long, the Froyotech's Uber advantage would be available, and it's arrived now. They don't really have tons of players available. They did give up 2 to get Habib, so don't really have tons of the tank to make sure their flanks are necessarily watched, but the players are starting to stream in now, and the fact that they're waiting for the respawners though just means that this ad is a little bit too small. I mean, the cap goes pretty fast, but what was a 50% ad is now dwindling down to a 30 and counting. They have to get Soapy. They got the cap as well, so maybe this is working out in their favor, but Yum behind might be able to go for a flank and find more. more. High Five a bit weak. Doesn't seem like they're willing to initiate G6. They've backed up. They've recognized that they're, biting off more than they can chew. They just want to play a throw and Uber and don't want to end up, feeding a little bit more, waiting for Sophie's respawn as they rotate to the complete opposite side of the map, and Froyotech's actually meeting them. We might actually see some sort of awkward Uber exchange from too many players in.
Oh,
as all
Kobe
the
hitting some
soldiers
massive
in the
turrets.
air. Kobe and Donovan getting up their lives. So many players on red HP. Yum Yum falling as well. Mirman behind inside the enemy team's house as Gungan and team tried to walk forward. Habib inside house alone. Like is getting down 4 HP. Will survive, but Mirman able to maybe get the force in the woman. No, he milks it. He's 39 HP and surviving as overall trade. Mirman for Sophie. Able to find high five at the point. Banny blasted back. May and Banny leaving separate doors, but we'll meet each other. We'll be A-okay as G6 and Froyotech did not actually Uber exchange despite being so close to each other, and anyone could have called it, but no, not that team's play style for
May
right
has
now.
to rotate. Habib literally just puts stickies behind Banny, and May had to literally walk all the way around. Just only bought a
Donovan
couple
behind?
seconds, but buying those seconds, Donovan couldn't get healed. He might die. And look at Mirman's on the point. Froyotech are going to recap, but they lost the soldier. G6 hasn't lost anyone, and here might come a collapse as they get the force. Nobody's died for G6 yet. They get the force. Froyotech loses 3, and they have nothing to show for it.
Grand Slam once more. He barreled through house, got the pick, got the force, and will find his death. But I can't blame him for being ambitious after that tirade. That was a frag clip in the making, but it is an opening for the side of Froyotech. Maybe a bit easier to find their sacks. Even if you don't get the force, little guy all the way gone. Maybe you can get some kills. People in the front aren't necessarily healed, and Froyotech has to barrel forward anyway. Able to find Sophie. A little bit of time left in favor of G6. They will finally pop a gun get dropped. It's just a B-bomb trying to find a way on the May to make sure that they keep their Uber ad intact, but will not be successful. Get launched up in the air and dies. Branson falling as well as Yum Yum versus Gungan. Needs the arrow, but Yum Yum will be successful on a 3-kill right now, getting the pistol onto Logai. And maybe a little bit of signs of life from the side of Froyotech is, despite the overtime in G6's favor, they're in a forward hold right now. They have the ad. They could forward hold this for a long time, depending on how they execute it.
Yeah, if they can get this forward hold and really lock down G6, it's definitely possible. But G6,
Sophie,
that's not a great start!
He's moved this whole match, and it doesn't work out in his favor this time. Gungan dropping really low. Yum Yum popped in the air, gets wall shot around the corner shoulder. Might get crunched. They're turning around.
Oh, G6's health. Logai's just running away to the point. G6 is just going to kite to the point. Donovan can't fight this all himself. Goes for the direct, unable to hit it. And that's going to be the round for G6. Up 3-1 versus Froyotech. This is G6's map pick. Froyotech got a round, but that was not the way to do that forward hold. Like I think I understand that you kind of have to milk there, but I guess G6 just built different.
Realistically, with how much time is left, if May
pops there, they probably still lose.
Right. So he kind of just has to not use it. But
not gonna blame him too much there. You gotta make some plays. You can't play
it's worked
medic.
out so far as well.
Yeah,
He's milked this entire match, and that was the first time where it didn't go his way. But Sophie, he's getting gone on by 3 players, will eventually die, and Froyotech, they're not losing anyone. Actually, no, Yum Yum will eventually die to over 1 point trade, but they lost both their scouts. High five.
Donovan's behind, though.
In the other house, losing Habib, though. Airman able to find the Demo Man pick, so Demo Man pick is very, very huge, but Brandsam finds May alone, coming to his
he
aid
backed up.
very
That's so
quickly,
smart. He's causing
last
such a
second.
distraction, but the rest of the G6, they're finally getting it. Banny might be caught out. He's gonna actually back up. As G6, they got a lot of space off of the play from Brandslam, but they've just been bleeding players and they haven't been able to get the point. Froyotech, they have all their players they can fight now, and they can at least try to take the point, although G6 doing a fantastic job blocking this cap time.
They actually have small ads because of how far May back up and not heal people, but I don't think they see it. I don't think Log is able to use the Solemn Vow to get a sightline onto May to see the artificial ad, so both teams will finally arrive the Uber, but bomb from Mirman, 1 rocket, not quite enough to get the force, lost the other soldier as well, but they're still being really aggressive knowing that they can use this Uber to their advantage, but nice rockets from Kobe wins the 1v1 over on the side of the left-hand house from their perspective, and Froyotech only have 3 alive, maybe 4 now with the rolling out soldier, but unable to actually have any footing here to want to use the Uber. And let's be real, they don't want to use the Uber, that's just not their thing right now. Sandblast isn't here. But they're just chilling. They're trying to win these house fights. They're trying to just be better at damaging across the points. They're trying to apply pressure, but it's not working out. They will finally get the force out of the side of G6. No drop players there on the chase. Both these soldiers over on the side of the left-hand side from the red team perspective. Uber eventually comes out.
This Fryo Uber.
Left alone, gets scattered down. Grabbing around inside the house. The entirety of the G6 is going to the other
They're
side
on
of the
the wrong
map to
side
make
of
sure
the
they're able to
map.
survive. Soldiers collide in midair. Sophie comes on top of it. Will he die as Hi-Fi still in the thick of it? May turns the corner, finds the enemy combo, and gets scattered down, but Yum Yum might be able to salvage a couple scatters.
He didn't
not
even
quite
hit a
enough
single point of damage on May. Oh
Not even
my
a chip?
goodness.
Oh wow, okay, well.
That was May. Logai's got the jukes, and Froyotech, I don't think they really quite expected the other team to end their post Uber was on the wrong side of the map, and it worked. That is wild.
That's really heads up them recognizing that safest play on that side of the map for that moment was to go to the other team's side of the map. And they were right. And so far they're doing a little bit of a forward hold. They lost some, but they're able to get some in return. And I think for the side of Froyotech, they're probably, considering the Log doesn't even have Uber yet, this is probably as happy as you could be to at least get some sort of frags here. You respawn faster. Kobe and Soapy are not there to hold the doors. The only thing that will explode you, besides like, you know, being scattered down by an Uber disad, is to be sticky. And you can see Yum Yum's just through. Mirrorman as well, they're just streaming through because G6 know they can't forward hold anymore. So they thwarted that, but they're probably going to wait for the Uber of their own, especially because they, you know, they're just trying to win off of house plays to spam anyway. Be mindful though, if they get too close with their heals, Log could pull the trigger. They're actually really aggressive inside the house, getting a lot of point time. No one from G6 has really fallen or, you know, caught any of the bait yet. The Froyotech's trying to lure in, but Froyotech, they got to do something. The beat really weak. Uber to save him. We'll finally spring forward, and eventually will be an exchange.
There's a lot of hurt G6 players though. Habib gonna get it packing, gonna get healthy, and they can try to refight this. Froyotech gonna take the point, but if they're not careful, if they take this point and immediately start losing players, that could be the map. Although they're doing a good job facing back G6. Yeah, Froyotech doing a great job right now. They're actually blocking G6 a ton. G6 is a lot of pressure going on in the side house, but they're gonna kill Logai on the flank from Yum Yum.
He gets Gungan and Logai, that's huge. And Habib gets pistol down as well. Yum Yum's on a turret now. Will he get Grand Slam?
Although
no,
May dropping very low. Can they get May? Oh, they cannot. May gonna back up. Be healthy for now, as Soapy looks like he's gonna go for a miracle play.
Oh, the timing?
Oh, so close. Both these medics are playing out of their mind in this match.
Yeah.
Both medics are just, you know, they're holding onto these Ubers for dear life. I know, granted May couldn't pop there, but that still, you know, say what you will, but the medics, we've only really had one drop, but we've had a lot of close calls from both medics.
Yeah, Uber ad available from the side of Froyotech, so if, you know, G6 bite more than they could chew, they could try to go in and loop around somewhere in the lobby area. So they gotta be careful with your positioning. Don't want to get Logai too close, but you still want to try to see if you can get some sort of sack and mind the stickies. They won't really find anything, and Mirrorman actually might die. Got too aggressive and didn't. I don't think he recognized that there would be 3 people in that area of the map. Dobbin has to back up as well, and that was a really easy way to just break the forward hold, baiting that soldier in. So Mirrorman gonna get punished for that. As you know, it's not too much longer until G6 have an Uber of their own, and Froyotech, they might stream forward through one of the houses, but with the soldier down, I don't think they're gonna really build for that sort of play, especially because they own the point, and you know, G6, they're
Mission ends in 30 seconds. Mission ends in 10 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Victory.
he has returned.
Has returned, although he's muted. Right. Alright, well, unfortunately didn't catch the end of that match, but regardless, G6 gonna take the map 4-1. And that was pretty dominant overall.
Yeah, the only thing I think that was really missed from the Dolphin crash was G6 did a forward hold with full ad, and then they did the thing we were talking about where, you know, you could decide to just use your ad into lobby, just really aggressively, and they did that in Froyotech. Like,
Yeah,
they full wiped.
Yeah, it was a nuke and a half. There was
So they
it
didn't
was
have enough
disgusting.
time.
Yeah,
They didn't have enough time to like get any sort of overtime and play the point.
yeah.
So G6
just
cleaned it up.
imagine fighting in Bagel lobby and there's just like Soapy, Meister, and Kobe just running at you while Ubered. Just terrifying, you know, the stuff of nightmares.
It's the classic, you want to break the forward hold, so you're in your lobby, you go bottom right and like trying to clear stickies, and all of a sudden the left side of your flank is like, oh, they Ubered and they kill your entire flank, enter your lobby, and are behind you and kill you, and you run to point. And it's pretty much the story of it.
Yeah,
But
April Fools.
G6 showing tons of dominance.
Yeah.
The story, I don't think it was too unexpected for this map in particular. Even Froyotech has been showing some good strides lately that they can be pretty competitive with G6 on the right day and the right map, but this map is definitely not one of them.
Yeah, I am very interested how Froyotech do on their map pick, because I expected G6 to win on their map pick. I expected Froyotech to maybe get another round, but yeah, I feel like G6, like, the rounds weren't as, like, even though Froyotech got a round, the rounds weren't as close as you think.
Here you go, Dolphin. Here's connect info. Oh wait,
Yeah.
that's not connect info.
I
That's
think,
casting essentials
well,
here.
I think I have picked info.
Here's connect info.
There we go.
There you go.
We did it. We the cast can continue.
But overall, I'm pretty excited to see what happens on Process, which is the next map. It's going to be a rematch of earlier in the season, where Froyotech was able to come up with a really close victory. And I think I'm mostly looking forward to seeing how G6 adjusts, because I don't think they're going, at least my 2 cents is, I don't think they're going to take that loss lightly. Obviously, when it comes to pick bans, you didn't know you're playing Process until like a couple hours ago. So it's not like you can do like, oh, quick, last minute, load up the demo. But I'm sure that when that loss was kind of handed to them, that they definitely took a look at it, because it wasn't just like some random scrim night where people are off. You know, you're trying to win the match and it doesn't go your way. And regardless of whatever like we think the issues might have been on that match, it's up to them on thinking what they think the biggest issues are and how they choose to address it. So I want to see if there's big changes to the pace at which they play, how they do risk versus reward, their philosophy for pushing last. They pushed last so many times and it didn't really work out in their favor for a multitude of reasons. It was a different thing every single time is the main thing I remember from that match watching it weeks ago. So I'm kind of curious to see what the adjustment comes from there. And from the side of Froyotech, I don't really expect too much to be different realistically. Like, if it's not broke, don't fix it. Maybe they can, have a surprise play to maybe catch, G6 off guard because they know that their hand has kind of been shown in a way. But I think it's mostly like the ball's in G6's court to do something different.
Yeah, I think the ball is in their court, and granted, it's Process. There's only so many different things you can do, especially because it's the most. I think we've seen a lot of Process this season. It's been played a lot. Everyone knows kind of the strats. I feel like yeah, you can change stuff up. There's different strategies, but at the end of the day, it's not like it's new territory necessarily. Just like, what are you better at? I feel like
Yeah, it's not even like. Usually it doesn't come down to individual mistakes like, whoops, I haven't played Metalworks in a week. I forgot to do XYZ and they took advantage of it. It usually just comes down to playstyles, either within your own team or addressing how the other team is playing and what you need to do to counter it proficiently. So obviously, if you take a second to actually address these things, whether your own team or even begin to do maybe like small little hard counters for tendencies that might show up, then you can find a way to come out on top. So we'll see how large of a degree it comes in, but it might be difficult because I kind of feel like maybe there's some exceptions. I feel like it's going to come down to mids more so than anything for this matchup in particular between these two teams, which obviously you couldn't really talk about that when it's a Koth map, but I feel like recently, if G6 I feel like the mids reflect how close the game is. If they trade mids, then it's an even game. But if one team just slams the mids, then they'll just take it. And it's not even like a mid to last scenario per se. It's more
I
of
gotcha.
you start at least on there too, or maybe even the mid. So as you teeter-totter back and forth, like you take some ground, they take some ground, you're more likely to just end the round right there by you successfully pushing into last. So I mean, spare like the funny Process last we can't push despite having 4 attempts at it, 5 attempts at it type deal. Usually that's kind of how it goes. And the reason why I put emphasis on that is because Mirrorman has such a bigger hand in calling the types of mid fights that I think if you're G6 trying to counterstrat Froyotech, you're, like I said earlier when we had the Froyotech versus Covenant matchup, it is much more difficult for you to predict patterns on like, oh, they like to do this at mids. Like you can know what their playbook is, but you don't know the frequency at which they'll try to like pull out these cards at all because you can't read any of the players per se because Mirrorman is such a new one. Like he's very vocal about, I want to play like this or like that for the mids, and since he's a soldier, it matters a large amount. So for the side of G6, it might be more reliant when it comes to mid-fights on making sure they have their own game refined rather than trying to find a hole in the Froyotech team until maybe like you hit the tack portion of the game. And like we always say, you have that tack, but there might be a point where it's too late.
Yeah, it might be a point where it's too late. I do think this still could be a potential trap map for Froyotech in that G6, if they did their homework and fixed their process issues, Froyotech could be picking a map they think is going to be their favorite, but in reality, G6 has been gotten a lot better since last time we saw them. And I definitely think that's a possibility. I also think just for G6, I feel like you have to have a bit of a mental reset because they kind of got a bit like kind of punched in the mouth there that last match. They came into it and G6 overall, even though Froyotech got around, G6 overall was pretty dominant. Froyotech was getting forward held a lot. They're having some sad times. I think they just got to go, all right, that was Koth, but this is 5 CP now, different game, different map. Go next.
Realistically, I think, I feel like Froyotech knew that obviously they're gonna try their hardest to win, right?
Sometimes you just go in and you're like, I'm probably gonna lose this one.
I think realistically they knew that in this matchup BO3 they just lose the first map. I
Yeah.
don't think Froyotech has a delusion that like they're so confident on Koth versus G6 that they can like leave it in the pool, and you can only get rid of one. You got to play
Yeah.
one of them. So far, I mean, maybe the only surprising thing is I'm maybe a little bit surprised that they didn't try to play product rather than Bagel. But besides that, I think their mindset of like, we lost this map, whatever. Like, we probably didn't expect to win it anyway. Their
Yeah.
path to victory is probably reliant on their determination to just go for the long haul and just win the next two maps. Because you go through a decent amount of the pool. The beginning it kind of goes in the other team's favor, but the rest of it, once it narrows it down, if the rest of your pool is strong, you can be pretty okay. So
Yeah.
as long as they have this map down, I think their mental's fine.
I think, yeah, you're probably right. Banny, Banny's had some pretty good mental in the past in terms, like when it comes to match time, crunch time, pug beams aside, Banny is a pretty good mental player. And I feel like historically this season we've seen a lot of, process last being the impossible challenge where you just can't push process last over and over again. It looked like at least against the Covenant today. I don't know if that's Froyotech playing well or the Covenant playing poorly, or some combination of both. But Froyotech seemed to have their process last pushes kind of on lockdown. I don't know if you feel the same way, but Froyotech seemed to, at least in that match, they had they didn't really have very many beefed process last pushes, and if they can actually get those mid wins and actually convert those mid victories into last pushes, that's going to be a huge upgrade over some of the other process matches we've seen this season.
Yeah, I think one of the bigger reasons why teams have problems pushing process last sometimes. I don't know if it's necessarily like in the harder half of last to push. It might be, but I think it mostly stems from because it is a larger map. When scouts and teams as a whole have to make the heat of the moment decision to decide, like, all right, we're in Ubered. Are there frags to get? Yes, no. Then you have to make that judgment call, and if there's not, then you have to bait people to the point to have those frags come to you. And I feel like teams are failing to properly get in and actually bait people to the point and make that decision to like at least get some sort of soldier frag, right? I think the railings don't help anything either because a lot of maps have points that are more open, so you can come in and out from any direction to avoid stickies properly and avoid soldier bombs. But the fact that the railings kind of block you makes it very easy to predict it on like when you're moving in and out still, if you don't get flashed in time. I will say though, when it comes to this matchup in particular, if you go back and try to reminisce on the reasons why G6 had so many screw-ups, it was a lot of different things each time that it almost feels like cope, but on first glance it looked like bad luck. Like a soldier peeks rollout, oh, sniper got you. He was looking at that door. And then like a soldier bombs heaven above the Uber. Oh, there was a heavy in heaven. Sorry. Around the corner, you get mowed down. Didn't realize he was there.
Sometimes you can get like one-off bad RNG plays like in succession. I do get that where it's like, yeah, technically it is a misplay, but it's like those things do just kind of happen sometimes. So you just get a bunch of them in a row and you keep losing because of it. I think you can chalk that up to like somewhat of bad RNG and that like, oh, that's not going to happen again.
But at least you can say it was good from the side of Froyotech to make sure their last weren't the same thing over and over and over again.
Yeah.
It was the unpredictability of those off classes that made it really difficult. But I think
Speaking of which, predictions.
4-2 G6. I think
4-2 G6.
I'm gonna say they cleaned up some stuff, and it's gonna be harder for Froyotech to have as much dominance.
I'm gonna actually say 5-1 G6. I actually think they looked pretty unstoppable on Call. Froyotech, for me, at least in this matchup, Froyotech gotta prove that they, you know, their process win wasn't a fluke.
Yep. A lot of damage on a Donovan early, eats some arrows and is fine. No one really having too much control of the higher ground. Technically it's led by the side of Froyotech, but only by a very slim margin, as some of the scouts from the side of G6 are a bit weak and a bit passive, but Habib's still standing strong, very aggressive. Actually locks down Yum Yum over on the pack area, unable to actually get back to his team, so just takes the opposing crate as well instead, but getting a bit weak. So far, no deaths. Just kind of playing with each other, trying to make sure that they can get some sort of pressure and find the right opportunity. But anytime someone shows any form of aggression, they get weak, red health, back up, air it up, no initiation at all. I think
It's showing the discipline.
Both teams want to counter-initiate, but overall it's going to be Kobe that's the first death, and that's the opening that, you know, Froyotech might really want. They get Sophie as well, and Brand.
Oh, they're going to be caught in. It's just Habib and Lolgai, and Lolgai is good. There's no scout speed to get Lolgai out. They're kind of Uber, and they're going to get the force, but they only get Yum Yum. And Habib is going to have to jump out. That's a massive Uber force there. You know, Lolgai, that's basically like dying in mid.
Yeah, that was definitely a mid where both teams arrived and just said, just wait until they do something. I want to see how they play this, and then we'll go from there. And so
yeah.
no one does anything. It's like the let's feel them out type of mid. Just
Yeah. I think it's just the discipline, though. It took that long for the first death to happen, you know? Like, usually someone just, like, kind of dies to something derpy, like, if teams try that, but that was a pretty solid stretch of just players trading damage, backing up, getting health, going back in, etc. And it wasn't like they weren't playing the game or anything. There was a lot of gameplay happening.
Oh
Speaking of which,
God, the
Brand
save from
Slam,
Banny.
he was on Sniper and just gonna get duped by Banny, jumping forward in this one. And
Lolgai
Lolgai, he's gonna get Banny bind in spawn, and Froyotech haven't gotten any cap time, although they do have a pick to work with. Donovan gonna fall, and Habib gonna fall, since there's no stickies on the point to work with, and Mirror from behind gonna start nuking Lolgai. Lolgai's getting rained down by high five. They're gonna kill him, but at what cost?
Yep, only 3 left alive from the side of G6, but that's enough to hold the point. May running away, and not a successful push from the side of Froyotech. Didn't really get too much cap time to bring people over. They got some frags though, they got the 1, but that's about it. You probably want more than that. But G6, they recap 2. Don't really have heals quite yet, and Froyotech knows this, so they're trying to poke around, and G6 they actually ate some damage, I think, from spam as they were capping, so they're unable to really stick around and try to take some sort of risky dry fight. So back to last they go, ad getting built up by the side of Froyotech. Gonna be about 35%, which means kind of, or maybe 40. Pushable.
Yeah,
it's on the smaller side though.
Smaller,
so you
it's
gotta win
pushable.
this fast.
Yeah. I think if you do this, Froyotech have to pop it. Like, they have to get everyone buffed. They have to go, like, right on cue, or else it could very quickly turn into a massive disaster.
Look at this trap from Habib. It's like on his feet. He's expecting to get like bombed at some point to get a kill. That means the point's a bit open. If they just, they're immediately stacking the point. Not enough stickies on it. They are able to get Yum Yum.
Habib gonna fall. Is Banny gonna get in? Banny gets Lolgai too, so Banny gets 3. He's gonna fall in the end to the Pudas from Gungan. But G6 gotta clean up these players since there are at least 3 players left alive, and the Froyotech players do have heals. Gungan, he actually gets high 5. Okay.
It commits.
The Pudas.
Knew the heavy was weak, but not enough in the tank. Froyotech, I think they tried to put 2 scouts on the point. So when the soldiers bombed in, I think only one of them could get flashed in time, so the other one just died. So maybe miscommunication on who was supposed to tease the point there. But overall, it's going to be the slip-up that G6 needs to kind of hold on. They lost a little bit there, but technically have a small ad that, I mean, maybe they could walk in early into mid, like if they really felt like it, if they felt like Froyotech was passive, or do they just want to, you know, just have their Delman just dive on him, bomb in double sticky, but I mean, they might, they're building, so maybe they'll go with it, maybe not. You could just see a stalemate here.
How many process last push do you think we're gonna see, Jarrett? It's not looking too well right out the gate.
A lot. I think we're gonna see a lot.
It's gonna be one of those types of
Can
games.
I change my prediction to 3-1?
I think that's I don't know. We'll have to run that one past the chat.
Well,
Froyotech, they're just gonna end up stalemating this out. G6 not wanting to go off the kind of pioneer ad. Yeah, 10 seconds of ad. That's kind of a bit of a tall order. As it's on Froyotech to go sack now. Banny's in sewer alone, trying to peek up, buy some spaces. Froyotech, they're getting ready. I'm sure they'll go at some point, but they're taking their time. They're thinking about life. They're spamming something. I don't know what. They look like they're trying to do something, and it's just like not. They're having a tough time.
Trying to tag a little guy so it's easier to get the fourth. He's a little bit weaker. Makes it more scary when it comes to like fall damage and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So bomb
there's the fake bomb, and Donovan is in very deep. And actually gets that's a good force.
Yeah,
It took a while, but they ended up getting the play properly. Yum Yum's still behind, although not long for this world. So that's going to be 2 people for a forest, but Froyotech, they're all happy on mid, they're ready, they're gonna wait for their spawners, or at least mirror mid, and then go in with this massive Uber head. Good force there. That was a good like kind of set play from Froyotech. You know, they had the fake bomb went very, very deep, and then Yum Yum going for behind really sealed it.
Yeah, and the fact they had to go back for Yum Yum, I think they felt like they lost their opportunity to go on to Froyo while they were still close. If they tried to approach Choke to try to get the force into Froyo, they probably think that they'll just hold S and wait for the respawners and play off that. So it might not really be worth it. And they're definitely playing
May
double
is 50
spam
HP.
really hard here. That's another strategy. If you don't actually go for the
Volkai
counter
almost
sack, you
gets
can
the
just get the
super.
sack here with your 2 soldiers.
Volkai has
Enough
20%
spam.
left to build. They actually might get this, and they get Donovan. They
Yeah, really weak,
G6
though.
can still fight this. Froyotech gotta be careful here as they're going in like
the
they've
pipes,
put
though.
Manny.
Pipes brand slam and it gets the share onto Habib, or maybe vice versa. Habib was hoping for an arrow, but Logo wasn't really quite in to give it to him. So they're going to be down some players here as they're walking through. Froyotech doesn't need
Merriman
half
gets
use.
nuked by Kobe though, and that's that might spell an end to this. Vanny's still walking forward, and he's gonna get Kobe as the mirror as the trade. Soapy's gonna surf up the top, but there's no Habib, but Stinky's at the point. Vanny can just lock out the point. He's gonna cap it himself.
Yeah, maybe a bit of miscommunication for G6 on whether or not they were actually going to try to stay and fight through the shutter. I think they're staying as if they're about to like take it back and continue to fight around the spire, but they had like a half in, half out type of deal where you had some people over in upper IT, some people over by 1, and then to get that Donovan kill, it brought one of the soldiers out of commission as well. So they didn't even have a player out to work with, and just a singular pipe from Banny is what seals the deal and allows this kind of to happen. So you know, good play from them, recognizing they could
Soapy
continue to
almost
push on
died.
and on another mid.
I don't know their mid. There's gonna be immediate double bombs for Froyotech, deciding what they want to do. Is Bransam's dead, Habib's dead, Soapy's dead, and that's you know, I saw Soapy getting hurt really early, and I was like, ooh, that's not looking too good. And they're gonna get Yum Yum, and Donovan's in at last, going for some spam, but not much else. Is Kobe's still alive, creating a bit of chaos, dragging people around, but they're gonna end up having Uber, but they're stuck on their own last again. G6, they haven't been to mid yet, have they? Or no, have they been to mid?
No, they haven't won a mid in the first place. So
Yeah,
they've been
they
on
had-
their own half the map.
They've got the second.
This is what I've kind of been alluding to. Well, I don't think I can really say that yet because we're only 8 minutes in, but I feel like if Froyotech if we're going to be able to take this map, it had to be off of the mid victories. So when they bounce back and forth between points, they're more likely to get chances at taking a round. And you're in that situation now where it's not ad, but the fact that, you know, it's kind of in the palm of their hands. A nice Yum Yum shot could be enough to kind of break things open for them. That this could be what they need to get the ball rolling and get a nice advantage early on in the match. But you have the counter sniper from Branson, might be first SVS of the series. But
Yum Yum
shot
wants to
rings
go
out.
roll up, but he's gonna bait. Yeah, I like this from Yum Yum. Let your teammates peek, and then you slow people roll out and get whoever's there. Because actually,
Oh, he
he
wanted
looked
a
like
hero shot.
he wanted to go for the hero shot, but didn't see the opportunity to get it back up. His dispenser down. That's you know, that is something. They can maybe work off that, or at least force Gungan to rebuild his dispenser, the sad engineer life, and that's gonna be a plus.
Is this attack? It's probably attack.
It
this a
could be,
G-
but also considering there's like, you know, the East Coast is under an impending lightning storm / tornado
That's
warning.
true.
Could be either.
That'd be pretty unfortunate.
That would be unfortunate. Or maybe Sandblast is back. That could be fortunate,
True.
I suppose.
I guess we'll see soon. But look at the health on these soldiers. They are not in a happy position right now.
Yeah, they're one is jumping towards the enemy with 40 HP, and one is running away with 59 HP. So not looking too good. Maybe it could be a G6 tack as well. If they lose this round, then lose the next mid. I think that's tack worthy.
Yeah. Either that or just like you've lost 2 mids in a row and you really need to you have to address the mid fight appropriately enough so you can actually win it. Because if you just theory craft it like in the middle of the rollout and it's like kind of half baked and it's not really like down to a T, you know, you could find yourself in the same situation if it goes awry. So I could see like attack situation where you really nail down like what's the issue, who's dying, where the does anyone notice anything we could take advantage of, which is a much longer conversation than rolling out, you know.
Yeah.
So I mean, it's considering it's upper bracket finals, you're near the end of your season, you're in playoffs, you take these moments more seriously than regular season. Much more at stake.
Yeah, definitely much more at stake. And also considering, you know, if you lose 3 mids in a row, not a good start, especially, you know, if you lose this round, you could potentially go down 3-0 and literally not see the enemy side of the map a single time, which is not the position you want to be in. Also, I'm looking at G6's positioning right now. They have no one. I mean, Kobe's kind of heading over there, but he's also like 50 HP. You know, Mirrorman is looking like he's about to go peek or at least play the game over by 1 and 2, and no one's really over there.
The only thing that can slow him down
There's
is
like
the
some
sentry.
Habib stickies in the way.
Yep, trying to make some room for Yum Yum, and they got a lot of damage on all the soldiers, but Yum Yum might go for a hero peek. The gun's still there, though. They get Soapy. Soapy dies of fall damage, so one less soldier. Pipes on the Banny, slowing him down, actually a bit weak, but headshots are ringing out. Kobe gets headshot. Mirrorman in, gun denying, so they're fine for now.
Oh, May!
Shot from Bransam onto May! May drops the Uber. Yum Yum's still in, though. He gets arrowed, trying to find the shot on the wall guy. Shot from Bransam, take down Yum Yum as well. Kobe actually really aggressive. Over on 2, already gets killed by High Five though, but Banny and High Five will go ahead and back up, concede 2, and the praise from Bransam really bringing it home.
Yeah, hit the headshot onto. Yeah, I don't know if Logai expected the defensive counter sniper or just didn't respect it, but regardless, Habib almost trying to a sneaky Banny trap, but it wasn't quite enough sneakies there to actually seal the deal, and yeah, May gonna have pretty big Uber to set here. G6 gonna try to get it. He gets 2. That's huge. They get 3. They even use this Uber, and they've lost 3 players with nothing to show for it. They're gonna have to back up. They might be back on last again.
He just landed on their head, and no one could surf it. I think Gungan was checking for traps, and that was the moment that Donovan bombed, so he was unaware of it, couldn't like fight him properly, couldn't call to use the classic scout dilemma. Is they're just caught in a corner. It's only these 2 left alive. They have to respawn. Is now coming to the shutter, and they have actually bought a respectable amount of time.
Oh, but the Soviet cleanup.
They gotta get
oh my God, they're wiping.
But it's not quite enough. I mean, they did as best they could, I think, on the defense there to like on last to try to buy time and clean up Froyotech. But yep, there's the tack from the side of G6 coming in at the halftime.
Yeah, that's a justified tack.
Definitely. Not only for the mids, but you gotta talk about these transitions as well. You can't let that stuff happen.
Yeah, you gotta talk about these transitions. You gotta talk about a lot of things, but mainly you gotta at least see the enemy side of the map. You know, it's playoffs. You gotta at least get a look into the enemies too to see what's going on. And step 1 in that is winning the mids, and so far Froyotech has won the mids 2-0. Last one in pretty convincing fashion. We'll see what G6 want to change here. Get this all sort of as a beat. Gonna immediately take some damage, and he's just getting spammed. And
yeah, Mirrorman did so much damage to him.
And Banny gonna fall though. Say what you will, but Danny's gonna trade out for Bransam. I think Bransam takes that trade anytime. Is Mirrorman also gonna fall in Froyotech? They looks like that G6 tack ended up working. Is that's a pretty solid mid win.
It just goes to show there's a reason why there are so many people that like were in love with the 30-minute halftime deal. They just wanted like the 5 minutes to just sit down and just talk about stuff. But you can change up your game so much more efficiently, especially in this like these high-level games. You can really turn stuff around and you just take a sec to really do a deep dive on what's going wrong. So that's where these tacks come in. You know, you give a second to talk, and now they've owned mid and taken the opponent's second for the first time this match.
Yeah, they've seen the blue side of the map. It must be very exciting.
Branslam's feeling it too. He's really feeling it.
I think you called
it with his first shot.
Branslam's a solid 3 for 3 right now. Killed May, killed a sniper, then killed Donovan there, and that's killing the soldier is really nice because it opens up more room for you to actually play the game. That's one less class that can actually spam you down, and Yum Yum's sentry might not be long for this world if they can get another nice shot onto it, although they're actually not going to shoot it, so Yum Yum's going to do a little bit of para sentry. That's going to be a little bit of a missed opportunity as Bransam can actually go for the long rotation here. I don't know if they expect it, and they have nobody over there. Everybody's going to rotate over, but Bransam doesn't have anyone to shoot, and Banny's just running in. He almost went for the hero shot onto Banny, but Banny not in danger of dying. And everyone's going to see if he can counter sack. Looks at 5 players, decides against it.
Banny's just he's buying room for Donovan. You have to look at lower. That means the upper's pretty much free. But so he put a little bit of a free fire rocket on him, but Donovan juggled around. 1 rocket, not quite enough flow. I level 55 HP, and Soapy was on the chase. He tried to see if he could catch someone out. There was backing out of lobby a bit too slow, maybe a bit of damage on a Banny, but not quite enough to really create anything. As there is technically a soldier down they could use, maybe a bit easier to spam down this gun. Kobe's trying for it, but with it just being him, I don't think it's quite enough. Needing a little bit more. Soapy's actually peeking very aggressively. Same with Branslam. Over on the side of the map where the gun can't really see.
High Five's gotta be careful.
This gun isn't centralized. They can walk through 1 and 2 pretty easily, and they lose Banny. They trade their Demo Man, Mirror Man down as well, and High Five might look for an exchange if it looks right, but they're kind of baiting it. Gun again, peeking around, mindful. The gun is still there, but Soapy will finally kill it, and there's still a giant window that Froyotech has to deal with as they bomb in.
They get the force.
And Soapy, he's jumping around, he's getting out of that, and he's safe as well.
Wait, he has no, does he? He has a spoon out. He doesn't have ammo. He ran out of bullets.
Probably expected to die and didn't care about his ammo.
He found one. All right, he's found some bullets to shoot. So good for Soapy there. Manages to get out. Gets his nice ammo. Runs out with the spoon, lives, and that's gonna be a pretty big ad for the side of G6. They finally can get their first proper last push going.
That was really beautiful from the side of G6, recognizing that the gun wasn't properly centralized. It was put in a position where it's harder to spam it out from 5, I think, but that just means that 1 and 2 is much easier to get through, and that's what they use to create this Uber ad right now. They're going in. Damage on a Yum Yum, but will only kill the gun. They're actually launching forward onto the demo in the heavy. You get some damage to be able to kill Donovan. They're really committing to try to kill his heavy. He's 100 HP.
They get May,
They
though.
get May as well. They give it a lot, though. 3v3, they haven't played
Oh!
this slow. Longest damage already out.
Sophie air shot.
Sophie hits the air shot, but not quite enough. They really wanted those frags, but they got them so slow. Process is such a big map that it takes forever, and not bringing anyone to the point to get the easy frags, despite the lack of mobility on the side of Froyotech having the heavy, just doesn't really work
That's
out
a
in
very
their
late
favor.
medic death too, which
Yeah.
means May is gonna have Uber out. May is already saving up some defensive stickies in choke, just making sure nobody refights him. Branson's on sniper again. So far, the sniper has worked out pretty well, and I'm not gonna. I think this is a pretty good opportunity to go sniper. Although he's doing the long con and waiting in the forwards.
He's waiting for a call that they've walked through, but it might
They already
be too,
have
little too
them.
late. He's already pretty much in. He's shown himself as well. Just gonna backspawn, not really gonna create anything. Means they're down a scout for pressure here. They have their spam, they have their soldiers, but they have no high ground control whatsoever. Froyotech kind of have this. Uber isn't available yet though, so there's still some merit for the side of G6 to fight if they find themselves healthy enough. Gungan.
There's a lot of her players, though.
They get
One
both
rocket,
scouts
2
inside each other's
scouts.
Model. No one's on the combo. There's both over by the sewer door, and that's both scouts dead.
Yeah, two scouts dead with 1 rocket means that they're gonna be able to get him pretty free. Sophie gonna jump out the last, and Froyotech's map, they're looking pretty dominant on it so far. I think that
And they want to use this ad now. They want to
They
get these
do.
kills. Habib all alone. I don't think he expected this Uber, considering the point hasn't come yet, and that's going to be something that ultimately punishes them. They're trying to get this damage onto the soldiers. Kobe took around, able to find Donovan, but they got a little cap from the side of Annie. Heavy out
but-
of the field though. It might be a little too late from the side of Froyotech. The window has closed. Once again, you can get kills on process last, but if there's no one else to kill after the initial, you got to get point. Except Froyotech didn't even have second. It's just the classic. You got
the
at some
Uber
point.
didn't. Habib forced the Uber and got in, and they spent so much time killing him. They couldn't spawn camp. They couldn't lock out the spawns. They got Habib, and that was kind of it. After that, it was just a bunch of very healthy G6 guys walking on them.
It's getting to a point where watching so many of these games throughout the past season or two where I'm just convinced at this point that so many times Ubering on one half of process last and trying to go the other half is the biggest bait of all last pushes. There's so many times where teams are like, yeah, this will work, and it just doesn't. It does not work. You have to have something very particular in mind that you see to really try to go for this, because so many times it's just not working out in all these teams' favors, whether it's playoff, regular season, or LAN even.
Yeah, and looks like we're gonna head into another pause, and this is not an ideal opportunity for a pause. Looking at good
There's
jump
the pause
off it.
sticker.
There we go. We had to get another pause and just to show it off. As Froyotech, they look like they're in a decent position to spam this. Actually, they're kind of all in wildly different spots. Banny's on his own. Look where G6 is. Look where Banny is. Is that a normal place for a demo to stand?
No.
I saw Banny there,
what
and
he's doing, the reason why he's here is because he wants to predict when someone from G6 enters sewer to get the sticky trap. If you look right now, he has stickies on the shutter, right?
Yeah.
Or he has a sticky because
Singular.
Brand Slam was shooting him off. The problem is if you are playing demo and you have a lot of go-tos and you play against a certain team enough to where they recognize your go-tos, Brand Slam, I'm pretty sure, rolled out. They've probably died to this sticky trap on shutter, or at least seen Banny over there so many times that Brand Slam rolled out through Al Qaeda to go and check that shutter to clear it. So that's why he's there for that trap. But him being in that weird spot is a dead giveaway at this point. That G6 is oh, Banny's there, right? That means this shutter's trapped. So that's just one of those things. You play against a team enough, and some of these things that just end up being kind of telegraphed. So not really gonna find anything this time.
Well, it looks like we do have that is Donovan, who, there he goes. He's gonna bomb choke, gonna try to buy some space, gonna end up backing up. They're gonna kill Donovan, and they're gonna force the Uber, but Mirman gonna fall. Yum Yum he's battling Habib.
Oh my god, Kobe!
Was that an
He
actual
deletes
air shot, or was that a
Yum Yum
wall
from the
shot?
server. I'm pretty sure he just directed him.
Oh, that was gross. Okay. Well, Froyotech gonna lose 3. They're gonna force the Uber, but at what cost is this is gonna be a tall order defense. Banny trying to, hold on to a trap. Isn't gonna find it, gonna end up backing up, setting some nice good old 4 stickies on it. And Froyotech have the Uber if they want to refight this, but they're still waiting on spawns, and G6 are gonna get the point.
Well, they're actually going for it. Launching themselves forward, Banny getting some damage. Maybe he's taking some in return. Brand Slam barely living. Will get healed up. He's red HP, single digits
They
maybe.
didn't even. They're getting point time now, but G6, if they want to fight this, I think they can take this drawing.
Yeah, they might even... No, they're not trying to block per se. They're just taking it slow. And
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Mirrorman bombing in. A little bit of a fake for Donovan. No commits, though. They're just trying to buy space. Pipe onto Wall Guy from the side of Banny, though. It's going to lead Habib launching himself in. There's one near lobby, one near IT. They get Banny,
Banny.
though, chasing in one with the Uber. Probably didn't expect them to be that aggressive in the side of one, and will be successful in killing the enemy Demo Man. So even though it's a bit of a leapfrog situation, it's going to be difficult. I mean, Mirrorman behind, plus Banny dead. This might be a window, and that's why they're entering lobby.
Mirrorman's just going to go for an immediate fight. They're just going into lobby. Mirrorman, it does recognize what's up. He's going to kill. He's going to get Low Guy, but at what cost is that's just so many players on the point. No demos to shoot him, so we've had, what, 2 rounds out of the 3 have just been dead demo men and just, like, 8 players on the point.
It was really heads-up play from the side of G6. I think Mirrorman showing Cap Tom in mid was a big mistake, because obviously you're not going to back Cap it as a soldier. So reminding the entirety of G6 that not only is Demo Man dead, but there's a soldier behind means, okay, it's no longer a 5v6 left, it's a 5v4. You take that every day of the week. And that's going to lead G6 to their first round, so we'll see how the mids transpire. So far, they've been kind of playing chicken and not really getting too aggressive, but maybe sometimes finding a player that's fighting off more than they can chew is some fake bombs coming from Sophie. Gets the rocket on a Yum Yum. And a nice
Donovan.
from Kobe deletes Yum Yum in the same spot as the last time he airshot him out of the server. Donovan dying as well, and Mirrorman trying to escape out of the sewer will be relatively successful. Get blasted back. No, into their choke. Sophie gets the cleanup kill, the fadeaway. They're trying to chase him down. They're inside lobby. High Five going to create a distraction to make sure that the rest of the team gets out, but Froyotech they're crumbling that mid and they're back to the last.
I think it might be time for a Froyotech attack, and that might have been. You think that might have been what the pause was for? I don't know if you even saw what the pause was for at the end.
Yeah, it seemed pretty seamless.
Banny did do the plus, and maybe they're we're losing a couple minutes here.
Maybe, but G6, whatever changes they've made, they're on top of things. They've whatever like detail that was going wrong, they definitely recognized it and have kind of fixed things. So they're on top of things. Got this actually Brand Sam once again on Sniper. I don't think I've seen him miss a crucial shot yet.
Yeah, he's always gotten his men, and then gotten more of them. So Brand Sam, we'll see if he can pull it off again. He's gonna peek one. Mirrorman is okay. They know Mirrorman saw him. He's doing the anti-sniper dance as he's actually did hit the body shot there, and he's gonna repeat because he knows that body shot means that Mirrorman gonna be hurt, gonna be able to fight. High Five gonna peek now. Ransom gonna miss that shot, gonna have to back up his. That actually might be buying space for Kobe. Look how aggressive Kobe is in lobby, just walking through the door, getting a lot of spam off, and that's another pause? A third?
Yeah, I mean,
there's no way.
I think you only get 1 tack per, right? So maybe one of these is genuinely a tech or something, but I want to note, the sentry gun has not changed positions. It's in a position where it cannot be spammed from the 5 window as easily anymore. But because of that, it's not centralized, which means you can get much deeper into 2 and 1 and take fights and find success either getting kills or like finding a way to like get in from an angle with the sentry gun. It has to rotate and it takes too long, and you can actually find like, you know, a demo or a medic or something. So I would not be surprised to see G6 eventually recognize that the gun has not moved and try to find that opening again. I'm a little surprised that Yum Yum didn't recognize that himself, that like, oh, hey, I had a gun up and it didn't like shoot any of the players that killed my team. I don't know what. So, I mean.
Sometimes the gun just misses, you know. But, it can happen. I've seen it. But we do have. I feel like Brand Slam sniping into the gun is going to be hard. Brand Slam did it once. Doing it twice might be a bit of a tall order, but it could still, like, if G6 can kill this gun, Brand Slam will have a lot more room to work with. Oh, Brand Slam could just kill players in the door. That also could happen. Froyotech players are going to play close to make sure they get the spam off, so Brand Slam can't play the game, but that does open himself up to getting owned. And Brand Slam, he's going to surf out and actually get a good surf out, preserve his life, get bowed up, be healthy. And High Five's taking a fight off High 2. He's going to get hurt, going to back up his G6, they're trying to poke and crawl their way into this last, but it's a tall order, and yeah, Brand Slam gonna fall as you gotta peek the doors first, and if the players in the doors are just owning you, it's kind of hard.
Yeah, Mirror Man on top of that and locking it down, but no countersack coming in. I mean, they're kind of poking around. Maybe Donovan will finally go in, but this is gonna be a late countersack. I mean, he's behind. Might get chased though. He's pretty weak, and yeah, I mean, will eventually die.
That's
Same
a
with
two-man.
Mirror Man as well. Was that no? He just died. He just wanted to poke around inside too, and loses the 1v1 to the opposing soldier. So 2 down, and they're peeking 1 and 2 to kill this gun. The gun doesn't even recognize that anyone's actually have entered glass, and they just get that gun for free. Didn't
Kobe
do anything.
Gets the force.
They get the force as well. He's got his dancing shoes on. Will eventually die, but it's uber available from the side of G6 if they want to use it, and they're actually staying in. They might catch Fanny. He's nowhere near the spawn. He tries to jump away, but his sticky gets shot. Will eventually die. The sticky from Baby. They have so much cap. Bring over the soldiers, trying to get these frags. The heavy's just a ruse. He's 100 HP left. They might have to eventually kill him, but will eventually die. I feel like this going for this heavy that's
Habib
just
is
in
committing.
heaven is just fate. But
Wait.
Here's
No
Sticky.
way!
Not enough rockets for Mirrorman to jump in and bomb him, so they win by slim margins, but still another scenario where these lasts, that should have been a really easy last for G6 to take on paper after getting that sentry kill, getting those picks, getting that force, and they still only barely win with one player alive.
Hey,
Rounds
regardless
around
of,
though.
yeah, rounds around. Regardless of whether it's close or whether it's just Habib kind of like, you know, getting the point at the last second, still a round in the end, as it's going to be immediate bomb behind from Donovan, so that might be the new Froyotech play, is to go behind. In that it's been a thorn in the side for teams in the past, is that immediate bombing in. Is Ransom going to fall, Habib going to fall? This mid's looking very Froyotech already.
Yeah, a bomb from Kobe though. Rocket on May. Surf is okay. It's the pill and it's fine. And you can definitely see that both these teams playing at the highest caliber available. They're both able to just take a sec, give us like a couple minutes, and we'll be able to figure out what we need to do for these mids and overall as a game plan to kind of adjust things. And you know, I think if might see a situation where teams are like, hey, can we get more attacks? They're like really useful. And you know, Froyotech using theirs to come out on top for this mid and trying to find a way to take control back of the game.
Maybe he's
It's evened
small
up.
stickies. See, he has the sticky trap on the right struggle door. I'm waiting to see if someone actually dies this. Benny is not betting it.
Gungan and Brand Slam are going to resup and just get RNG out.
Oh no, he
Shutter.
dead him, he dead him.
Oh, because he launched himself for it. Oh,
Yeah.
he's getting greedy, he used pipes, but still gets the gun.
They get Donovan actually, no kills yet.
May on the
May
point
trying to
using
block
it.
May trying to catch the point of the medic class, and May's gonna die for it. There's Froyotech players behind. They're actually gonna kill the Plutus, and it's just Little Guy left alive. Little Guy can only do so much as the medic class. That's gonna be a 3-2 for Froyotech with 7 minutes left in regulation.
Yep. Whatever
little-
adjustment they made, it helped the last pushes and the mid. So we'll have to see. I don't think there's any tax left. Like I think technically you get one tack per. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not like a official rule yet. But I'm curious to see how G6 adjusts with attack not happening yet. As we're on to another mid, and whatever changes they would make had to be made instead during this rollout.
Yeah, Habib, they kind of died immediately, but this time it's Donovan who actually just
went behind
immediately
the sewer.
deleted. Yeah, immediately deleted out of the server. As Kobe rolling out, he's just gonna chill in his own sewer, and Froyotech had died before the mid even really got going. And dear lord, this is a slaughter. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I think the idea was if Donovan is able to go behind sewer, even if he brings people back like eyes, then they can try to use that space to get extra really aggressive spam over into the choke, because they're gonna delay to like, you know, get the sewer guy. But you know, the train kept rolling on. They got the Donovan kill and weren't really pressured for it. Now they're just straight up spawn camping. This could end up very bad if you execute this poorly. You know,
Habib is
one wrong
he has
shot.
8 stickies here.
This heavy could be
I
on the
hope
side.
Habib just stays here. Habib just has to spawn a lockdown. Gungan
Gun
can
gun?
actually die to stickies, but they might
Might
actually
lose
lose these
Kobe.
players. Yeah, they gotta be careful.
This is so
Habib
greedy.
and
Low guy
Low
gets
Guy,
forced.
they are gonna get forced. They're gonna get Donovan. Habib,
And they're
he's gonna
blocking
try to
mid,
get
the
out.
scout 1v1, or the blocking 2 rather, the scout 1v1.
Habib surfed out. That's actually a crazy surf from Habib. And Froyotech are still trying to fight. It was the greed from G6 ended up on not paying off. As Habib's gonna fall, and G6, it looks like they might want to refight. Yeah, it looks like they are gonna refight. This could work out in the end, but definitely a bit greedy. As with Grand Slam, can he live? He actually is gonna be able to live. Escape 4 now, and they can set up on mid, but they're down Habib and Sophie. Means that it's just Kobe left to really try to make some miracle happen here.
Yeah, spawn camp that really is some hard disrespect. That's some stuff you do against like a low invite team. There's no way they're able to find their group. But it's Froyotech, like you're top 2 seeds, you know. But maybe they just thought that they'd slip up, or maybe they probably were hoping for someone to slip up and accidentally die, and that they'd get to continue doing that forward hold with some sort of pick. Like someone just waddles out of the shutter and finds a trap.
Instantly kills
But that didn't happen, so just full on, like, not even 6v6, because you have to cap mid and 2. You eventually just bleed, can't cover all the shutters properly, and Froyotech able to find their way out, retaking mid and leading to another stalemate with them kind of in the driver's seat.
Yeah, here's a kind of nice fake bomb from Mirrorman, but no counter bomb. So I guess just checking for
There's
traps,
Donovan.
and I guess there he is. Yep.
No rockets hit.
Low Guy,
No rockets hit.
zero damage taken from Low Guy. The perfect sack defense. As Froyotech gonna back up, and it looks like it's gonna be Branson and Kobe. They're gonna peek up in IT, so see what they can get done. But there are some players on the crates looking down at them, which kind of signals the end of that. And G6 actually aren't gonna like the sack for now. They're just gonna chill and be like, we didn't see a good opportunity there.
Yeah, I think they're only really wanting to counter sack if they know that they can go really fast before Froyotech's really prepared. And I think if Sobi doesn't have a buff or he's not in the position, doesn't have rockets, then he just doesn't do it. The only, I think you see most soldiers like, oh, the other soldier died. I guess I have to as well. And I think he wants to keep the other team on their toes and not just throw away his life if it's like kind of, if it's kind of half-baked. Like it's like I said before, it's number 1 seed versus number 2. Like the other team's gonna be pretty good against trying to deal with a singular soldier. So hype on the Banny, gonna slow down his availability to pressure, but he is on sniper. So see what G6 do in retaliation, because they can't just let him take shot after shot after shot.
Well, at some point the round would end, I guess. But that would be implausible for any Invite player to miss that many shots. They're gonna, elect it. They're gonna sit in sewer and they're gonna get Donovan some space, but G6 is all they found the correct quarters to hide in, and they're kind of jiggle peeking it, but not much. Mirrorman, Mirrorman realizing that
do something.
Yeah, Mirrorman realizing like, hey, if they're all hiding in your quarters, that means they can't dodge me.
And look how deep high 5 is. This is a prime example on why you can't just let the sniper just take shot after shot, even if it doesn't land any. The fact that you're hiding means they take so much space. They're just in off of the one pick because they know they can't sit in the normal spot. They can't sit on the high ground. The Uber eventually has to come out. In this Uber, I mean, they got the scouts, which is something. Habib launched themselves in, gets flashed, trying to jump out, has a sticky ready for it, needs to get out of there. This pose is really awkward.
Man, he's chasing Habib down with the pan. They're on the wrong side of mid again, and Habib hits an airplane. Man, he's gonna fall. This is a disaster for Froyotech. They wiped.
Despite the really passive gameplay from the side of G6 that led them lose a person right off the bat, it's once again a really impressive showing of recognizing that even though the enemy teams choke, you would never think that as the safest play. But once you see
the second time that's happened.
Once you see certain classes in certain positions, you can make the heads-up play like, hey, I bet this area of the map that normally is empty. Let's go there.
They did on Bagel once, and that they've done it. I feel like it's I don't know if it's new technology, but it's been a while since I've seen things like that where. They did it once on Bagel where they kited to the wrong side of the map, and they did it on this map where they kited to the wrong side of the map, quote-unquote wrong, but worked both times. Two for two.
It's a really smart heat of the moment play that whoever is calling it, that's going to be the way that you kind of kite around. It is definitely working out in their favor, but Donovan, I think he's over by the shutter, ends up dying. They're trying to get this heavy over in heaven, surfs back. High 5.
They killed high 5.
They get 2. They're
best Buddhist in the game
unhealthy,
now.
though. G6 is so unhealthy. They have to sit and play for arrows. Mirrorman's going to fall, and they will finally be able to find some room to take this point. May, nowhere near the Uber. Yum Yum will die, and BB Plus the last couple frags to tie up the game 3-3.
3-3, and G6 having quite a comeback here. Granted, they're only done 2 rounds, but I guess a comeback is still a comeback as able to get 3-3, and there's only a minute left in regulation. This could be, if one team wins the mid, they can theoretically stall it out until they can push with 10 seconds left and win the whole series.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a 4-3 game here, but the question is who will have the 4 and who will have the 3. Another mid fight. So far, Froyotech have been, had the tack pause to try to, kind of have things in their favor, but G6 are still making adjustments, and they showed that with the last half, but
G6 getting nuked.
Not this round. Oh my god. They lost 3 classes in about the same second. Gungan will not be so successful in finding an escape. Little guy alone. Donovan, a bit weak. Maybe able to get the arrow kill on him as a last hurrah, but unsuccessful in that endeavor. Is a minute left. Kobe, try not to be the last death, but will get cleaned up by the side of Yum Yum, able to chase down that frag instead of capping, and making sure that they're unable to have as many up on last as, with the time dwindling down, it's a minute left.
Ransam's on Spy.
Little guy spawns. They can't wait it out.
This is smart. You know why? Because Froyotech are gonna beat up the clock, and they have no idea. But he misses the stab. He's still going for it. Oh man, he just barely milks that. I like the heads-up play there, but he unable to get the stab. And high risk, high reward, and unfortunately, he got the high risk that time.
Yeah, I think Froyotech, they take this Uber, they kill the medic, and then wait out the time. So they're over, getting the gun. Probably need to buy a little bit of cap, and they're going over the other side of the map, but there's no one there. Vanny stayed, laying on the pressure on the wall guy. They want this medic guy. They do indeed get it. High 5. He doesn't want to lay up the clock, though. He's getting on top of the point, bring people over, so people will indeed die. It's only 3 left alive from the side of D6 versus the 4 of
Gungan has 2 HP.
Will get cleared down. Gungan 2 HP heavy. He did his job, but Habib will die. 12 seconds left. Will they be greedy? They're trying to be greedy. They only have 3 up, though. 2 respawners from the side of G6. Yeah, they want to be greedy. 6 seconds
they
left.
want to be greedy, but they're gonna get spawned. Sophie's gonna be spawned. It's gonna be 2 soldiers up. Kobe's gotta try his best here, but he's just gonna get air shot, and that could be the map, and that is gonna be the map.
What a heads-up play!
That is such a heads-up play.
Played that perfect. They knew they couldn't wait too long because the other team would get Uber, but that Uber had to kill the medic, or at least at some point, to make sure that they could actually play greedy like that, and that low guy wouldn't get it in time. So perfect execution. They got the people they wanted to, and it's actually really smart that High Five went with the Uber over to the other side of the point, and Banny stayed. So no matter what, whether they kited left or right from up in heaven, there'd be someone there to try to help get that frag, even if it meant the other side dying. And when Banny fought them, he didn't even get punished for it that hard. I think he did eventually die, but got so much damage, got the kill on the low guy, and even trading your down man for that, normally it'd be like a kind of whatever scenario, was actually the ticket they needed to win that round. So heads up play from them. They executed that as perfectly as I think you could imagine that scenario ending up.
Yeah, considering the hand they were dealt, I think they played that perfectly. And onto map 3, this is going to be G6 map pick. They had the option between, they had Sunshine, they had Gully Wash, and they had Sultry. And looks like they picked Sultry in the end. So do you think, I feel like Sultry can't be a comfort pick for them. So what do you think the theory is for picking Sultry?
I think my theory is that G6 wants to play a wildcard map that Froyotech can't or didn't practice that much this season, and that if it's an unpracticed G6 versus an unpracticed Froyo, that G6 thinks they'll win. If it's a practice like G6 versus a practice Froyo on something like Sunshine or Gully Wash, then you might see a match result like the process one we just saw. It feels like maybe just a matchup thing, because you saw those tack pauses. If these teams, if they get a sec to actually talk about like, hey, why are we losing? Whether that's in the middle of the match or even in between matches throughout the season, like between the matches they played, the scrims they played, and now, that they're able to correctly identify solutions and make sure that it turns out in their favor like 9 times out of 10, like spare some accidents. So I think that's probably the most common or the most likely thing, is that like, hey, no one really scrims Sultry unless they have a match on it, and Sultry matches, that's not like a thing that many teams really go for, because it's been like a process snakewater season type of deal, some bagel thrown in. So if I looked at logs right now and tried to find the last time that these teams played Sultry, I'd maybe find a scrim in the past month. But that would be my intuition. So when you come up with, just like swing it, see what happens, G6 probably feel comfortable there than the alternative.
It seems. Do you think it hurts Froyotech that, because Froyotech, Yearman, you didn't really play for them for the early season. Granted, he has played this map before. Yearman, no stranger to Sultry. But, High Five coming in as a ringer. The fact that it's such an oddball map, I feel like that could either be good in the sense that if nobody has experience, it's not like he's missing out on some key plans or anything. But also, the fact that he hasn't played the map in a hot minute. Granted, it's not like High Five hasn't played Sultry, but I don't know. I'm worried with Froyotech and the ringers coming into this,
Yeah, because it's one thing if your ringers are in a comfortable scenario.
It's like, I've played Process 1 billion times. Like, you can slot on that my PC, but Sultry, Froyotech could have some, specific things going on that you might not know what's going on.
Does this server not have fast DL? I don't have the RC8.
I can link it to you. I had to download it too.
Well, time to download. But in a comfortable scenario, like Process is a pretty standard map. So even if you have ringers, they can kind of do their defaults and still find a way to find success. But when you come down to like really having to have dynamics down for Sultry, because it's a bit newer and there might be some nuances that you don't know like the back of your hand, that might be where Froyotech has some holes they need to quickly fill, or G6 could take advantage of them. So I think that amplifies even more so why you would want to pick something that might be uncomfortable for people.
Yeah, I think G6, I don't know if I actually remember them losing a Sultry match. I feel like every time I've seen G6 on Sultry, they've done pretty decently well. I think it's a map they're uncomfortable on. If it was a map they didn't believe in themselves in, they would have picked Sunshine, or they would have picked Gully. Those are two like kind of different maps, and you're probably fine on at least one of them. Like it's kind of hard to be terrible on both Sunshine and Gully.
I think it drives home the concept that it's less about how you feel about a map and how you feel about the matchup.
Yeah, because you're picking against Froyo, not for yourself.
For all we know, G6 could feel not that confident on Sultry, but when it comes to this matchup, they think that Froyotech will be even like less comfortable.
Yeah, like how many times do you think Banny's played this map on demo?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I definitely that could be a factor here as
it's the little things.
Everyone at G6 has played this map in playoffs. A lot of the players on Froyotech, maybe not on their right classes in Danny's case, have played this map in playoffs. But, with some new players, some ringers, and demo, Froyotech, I think have a lot of questions going into G6's third and final map pick for the series.
Yeah, one individual slip up on your positioning or timing, one miscommunication of what was intended, like one bad call from like being unfamiliar with the map, like not unfamiliar in that it's like super new, like you've obviously played it before, but just like it's not like you kind of read the situation wrong and make a bad judgment call because this isn't the map that you've played on for the past 7 years, for example. All it takes is one of those moments, and it can all start to crumble. And considering we just saw a process match that went down to the wire, almost even, and taken to the last second by the side of Froyo, I feel like it's going to be those moments that you kind of look to, where you look back and be like, if we didn't make that one bad call, then it could have been a different match. So when it comes to scores, though, what are your thoughts?
Ooh, it's been so long since we've seen Sultry. I'm trying to think. I don't know if this is a fiver. You think this is a fiver kind of match?
No shot.
No shot. Okay.
No shot.
No shot. All right. Just to be a contrarian, I can't do it. I wanted to do it for the meme, but I can't do it. I'll say 4-0 G6.
I think it's going to be. I was really.
Did I steal your pred?
No, I was really impressed by Froyotech on process. They definitely showed that even though that G6 did a little bit of homework, that Froyotech were prepared and they kind of knew, like, all right, if G6 changes something, what will
They
it
had many
be?
plans.
Yeah. Granted, it wasn't by that much of a margin, and both teams, this isn't like some sort of map that they're like, oh, quick, what's our strat for this map? This is a map that you play almost every week in matches, so even though you're playing it against different opponents and can't hard counter them, you can at least have your own sort of game plan of like, all right, you go here, and we'll go here, and that'll be our like strategy for a mid fight or a last push or whatever, and you can call that. But I think things are less set in stone here, and it's going to be more chaotic, and I think that's going to... on paper, I think it leans more towards G6, like I was talking about my theory earlier. I think it's going to be a 2-1 for G6.
Ooh, that's a nail biter.
I think someone's going to get stuck on last.
You think someone's going to stuck on last or stuck pushing last, or both?
Both. I think someone's going to get stuck. We're going to get stuck on between last and second for a while. And
second and mid can be pretty gnarly too.
I mean, in some way I disagree because
Really?
It's a different roster, obviously, but I feel like I don't know if Froyotech have defending second down. Obviously, them defending second's not gonna defending second's not gonna come into equation if they're like winning mids and they're the ones that are trying to break into G6's second, right?
Yeah.
But I just remember the few times that I saw Froyo like play this map, it seemed like they got hyperbullied. But then again, last time you see Froyo play this map, you didn't have Banny Demo, you didn't have Mirrorman on Soldier, didn't have 5-5 Scout. Yeah. So it's a different team, but
and
I'm
they've
just
had
going
a whole
off
season.
But I'm just trying to go off of what I remember, and that's all you really have to go off. And yeah, that looks like the server did crash. That's fine.
Love to see it as probably going to be. Maybe they just restarted it. Who knows? But
hopefully.
Yeah, it'd be quite funny if they exec the config and then the server immediately crashed. That'd be a TF2 competitive staple. It's happened to everyone at least once.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Let's put it this way: rather crash now than later.
Exactly. Rather crash now. Rather have the correct config on as well. So
True.
That's nice.
Bad spectator password. Let's go.
Yeah, that means it's an actual crash. So we're gonna be.
I guess we sit and wait.
Yeah, gonna be chilling a bit. Think about good old Sultry things and predictions. And who do you think's been the standout player so far? I'm thinking. I feel like I think Habib on the first map stood out. Not only for his 400 DPM, that's hashtag just Habib things, but I feel like he was kind of playing out his mind. Even on process, I feel like I remember Habib making some pretty good plays. But who do you think the standout was on process for Froyotech, considering they won?
Probably Donovan.
As the playmaker?
Yeah. He's, I mean, sometimes he's the one that makes space for Mirrorman, but a lot of the time he is finding opportunities for the team, like getting the picks in 1v1s or catching people off guard. Like, a lot of Soldier is about timing, and it seems like his timing is on point to when he should go in and when is it too early and we'll just be feeding. And that's on a map like process where it can be really difficult sometimes to like find the proper moment to pull the trigger. Seems like he has that pretty much down. But we'll see how things change because Sultry can be a whole different beast sometimes. It feels like.
Ooh, I'm connecting the server and have them booted out. I think they
Let's go.
Okay, there we go. Server's back up. I'm connecting to Sultry B8. Love to see it. Although probably gonna probably gonna be a little bit longer, but yeah, maybe a 4.0 G6 is strong, but I don't know. I feel like the fact that they picked Sultry over the other two maps in the pool, I feel like they did it for a specific reason. I think they're coming into this with the plan. I think it's very possible that Froyotech get rounds, but it's hard for you to, even though they had lost the last map, they lost Froyo's map pick just barely. Like, it was literally seconds away from getting to another mid fight. So I feel like their map picks so far, they haven't shown me anything to not like their map picks. You know, like
That's fair.
their map picks are very strong. And Froyotech, they've proven me wrong, so if they prove me wrong twice in a day, then I'll stop betting against them.
I have a secondary prediction. I feel like more rounds.
Give me a B1.
More rounds will be won from a team like messing up a second hold or like failing to push out of last than there will be from like, all right, we have Uber ad, let's Uber into last and kill them all in cap. I feel like it'll be more from like mess ups elsewhere on the map rather than like a defense getting destroyed by an Uber and then losing from there. I feel like it's going to be difficult for people to have like use their Uber ads to generally push into last the same way that we kind of saw with Process, which is why Sultry was so famously stalemated for the longest time, is because people didn't really know how to push into last, and I'm not convinced that they know what to do it now until we actually see that start to happen in motion.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I lost my train of thought.
Is it because of the tic-tac-toe?
Yeah, I'm. See, chat's playing to win, and that's the wrong.
It's a fixed game, though.
It's the wrong way. If you're playing tic-tac-toe to win, you're doing it wrong.
All it takes is one person that like knows, like, all right, if I go first, I do this, and at worst, I stalemate, and then like,
yeah,
it's just kind of a broken game.
Like if you're playing tic-tac-toe, you like if you're trying to play tic-tac-toe to win, it's like you're kind of missing the point of tic-tac-toe.
Tic-tac-toe is best when you're a kid or when you're
an adult playing
inebriated.
or an adult playing against a child.
Yeah, maybe. If you have like really good like decision making and know like how the game works, then it just kind of busted.
Yeah, the Dolphins doing his best out here. Looks like we have settled into another draw. Love to see it. NT guys.
The white crayon? I don't think the white crayon's gonna work.
On the white paper, yeah, that's dude, do you own crayons? I don't own crayons.
If I do, I don't know where they are.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that's honestly heads up.
Because like I don't like. Obviously,
I don't use crayons.
Most people own crayons at some point in their life because they're just a kid. Maybe there's some exceptions, but at some point those crayons like probably get, if you don't have them anymore, they get thrown away or used. And I don't remember using up crayons and throwing them away either or. So I feel like I must have them somewhere, but like I said, if I do, I have no clue where.
Yeah, then it's like then the next time you get crayons is when you have kids or like nieces or nephews or something. You know, it's like the cycle of
Here you go. Here's my crayons from 2001.
Yeah. So we're playing tic-tac-toe again, but we do have 11 in the server. Actually, we do have 12 in the server. Froyo Yum is in spectate. As all G6 is ready.
Yeah, the classic STV died? Alright, I'm going to the bathroom.
Yeah, going to the bathroom. Now see, the classic TF2 thing that always drives me crazy is like someone's AFK for like 5 minutes, and then like 10 minutes pass, right? And then the player comes back, and then somebody else is like, oh, now it's my turn to go to the bathroom. And like they could have all done it in one burst. That drives me crazy, where it's like, oh, you waited 15 minutes to then waste more people's time.
Yeah, it's just taking turns. They had to wait for the hall pass to come back.
Yeah. That's really, it's like, oh, they can't go to the bathroom at the same time. Be a disaster.
It gives more time for both these teams to talk about the map, though, which, if I'm right, and that's what G6 is potentially leaning towards, it's probably not in their favor, but you can only talk about so much. I think most of the good practice comes from
one thing about talking, it's one thing about executing and like adjusting. You know, I feel like it's easier to adjust and you executed something and like, oh, that didn't work, we should fix this, and like going into it not knowing what the other team's gonna do.
And the talking can work if you can spot it and like kind of know like what the issue is. But I feel like Sultry is gonna be a lot of like, you're not sure what the issue is, and sometimes you have to like try and practice certain things because you don't know the map like the back of your hand.
Dolphin's so talented. He won tic-tac-toe.
Let's go. Oh,
Was
was
it?
it tie? Oh.
I saw a lot of blue. Okay, there might have been some tic-tac-toe rigging, but I think Dolphin wins. And Dolphin, you know, if chat wanted to win, they could have just done it themselves, and they didn't. So easy win for Dolphin. And Yum Yum's still in spectate. So yeah, I feel like if Sandblast would have come back, he would have been here already. You know, there's been enough delays that if like Sandblast's internet came up, he probably would be here. But you know, the storms have been pretty gnarly tonight, so unfortunate for Sandblast. Hopefully he'll be around tomorrow. Yeah, as much as we all love High Five, playing with ringers can be a little rough. Although High Five's been putting in some good work. He top damaged for Froyotech on Bagel, and on the last map he had a pretty good performance too. So the ringer for Froyotech, actually one of their standout players in my opinion. I think High Five's been playing very well. And on that note, we actually ready it up.
It is changing their pace a bit, though. I don't see the psychopath like Sandblast tubers from the side of Froyotech
Is
anymore.
that a good or a bad thing?
It's good if it catches them off guard. Like, people joke about Sandblast tubers because sometimes they feel like they're predictable, but if you don't see it coming, it's going to slam you.
Yeah, I feel like Sandblast tubers are very map dependent. You have certain maps where they're really good and other maps where they are not viable.
But mid going on, no one going fast or anything like that. Immediately bombs from the side of Mirman to try to take some positioning, though. Gets blasted back, 41 HP, has to back up, and no one really committing. Another one of those really big mids where you really have to be careful of pulling the trigger, and Donovan getting counter jump will indeed get cleaned up. Yum Yum finding himself in the grave as well, so overall giving up 2. Mirman with a counter initiation, trying to find Habib, who will find Gungan instead. Habib actually dying to the fall damage though, so overall 4v3, but Froyotech, the one player disad, don't want to go ahead and fight mid as G6 win the first mid.
And G6 are going to win the first mid, and even though they had a couple casualties at the end, overall the mid was kind of won, and then they got like Gungan to Phoebus kind of courtesy frags at the end. They weren't real anything too game changing. So we're gonna bomb forward, see some spam from Bay, gonna back up, and we're gonna get healthy. And G6 starting off on the right foot, at least winning mid. Definitely a good start. Speed gonna roll out, get healthy, and now it's on G6 to actually sack into second here. We've seen you did mention before that Froyotech, you know, had some trouble holding on to second, and they were getting, I believe in your terms, bullied. So we'll see if any cyberbullying happens from the side of G6.
The last time that I saw Froyotech try to fundamentally create a second hold, it led to opposing teams just drawing in and walking in without getting punished. So we'll see. Obviously, they're good enough of a team that they are going to have some sort of retaliation and a way to attempt to adapt, but I've yet to see the way that is. So I guess we'll see it now if G6 try to like just walk in for free at any point. I think the biggest thing is May wants to play back and safe, but that means that anyone that's forward up on doors doesn't really get healed, and you can try to abuse that. For example, Donovan, he can't really get rebuffed without completely leaving the door, which means he might be able to get bullied. There's also no one inside Frog at all, which G6 is actually leaning towards right now. Mirrorman is only at the top of the ramp, but doesn't really prevent them from walking down the hallway, and might be able to get a little bit of a duel on him if he doesn't get rebuffed very quickly, but they're putting some emphasis on making sure that the projectiles are able to slam down Frog as they have recognized that they're Soapy. Really weak, doesn't get cleaned up, just air it up and backs up, and their first attempt at trying to create some space doesn't really lead to too much. Well, actually, I think it's leading them to go do a complete rotate, maybe a slight rotate. They still have some people lingering, but no soldiers over there anymore.
They bled out a minute and a half just doing this, so the time is ticking down. They might be able to get a round reset as that sack was over before it began.
Yep, bombed in, immediately denied though, and they're on the move through the side of Boiler. Donovan a bit unhealthy. He gets some pack and it's fine.
There's so many. There's a lot of Froyotech players. Yum Yum's gonna fall. Donovan getting in. They're actually gonna get brand slammed, so they do manage to get a counter pick, which is gonna make things a bit tougher. And Froyotech, they still want to fight or at least get close enough. Look how close Habib is. He's just in the door, but he hits the pipe on high five. And that's gonna be high five dead as well. That's 3 dead for Froyotech. For only 1 for G6, and I think they're just gonna walk through the door.
Banny might die here. Soapy
he's just gonna steal the pack. Oh, that's so smart. Yeah, Banny. Oh, Banny's
caught. No one's really helping him though. Okay,
that was a really delayed death.
Yeah, I think Soapy probably hoped for that to just be a kill and jump out, but I don't think anyone was able to run forward and help him collect that kill into Alley. So just ends up being a trade, but still a pretty decent trade. No stickies on any of the doors. It means extra room for the side of G6 to maybe find Kobe bombing in. No sentry up either. Sniper didn't really do too much to lock down the doors quite yet, but overall Habib, really weak after spamming, trying to put the pressure on May, will eventually not find that force, just getting out to 2. As Donovan continuing to lay some extra pressure through the side door, but not really finding too much. Will eventually go for a high bomb on the low guy. Unseen for the scout that was on the beam, but didn't really see him coming in, and that force does indeed happen. Mirror Man is actually moving behind the Uber, trying to find into Sophie, but gets air shot, and Kobe gets the one that gets the cleanup. So overall, they get the force, but they get 2 frags. And the question is, will they put the pedal to the metal and actually poke their way in the last to see if they can get some sort of force? Donovan's up pretty soon. Habib's poking around, but I don't know if they're going to commit to this.
It looks like they, yeah, I see Habib holding the little S key backing up. Is Gungan actually going to get 2 points along the wall? They're going to get Donovan, but they're going to trade 2 for a soldier, which is not the ideal trade. Still have Kobe a lot to try to make something happen, or maybe go for a backup. They're holding pretty close to the doorway, and Froyotech's definitely, they're taking their time making sure they get out here before anything really disastrous happens. So Froyotech's still going to have like 35% ad to work with here, but by the time they cap this, it's going to be around 25%. I don't know if you want to take that into mid.
Yeah, no, that Donovan is going sniper and spy and stuff. He's checking. He was on sniper first, but then it was probably a misclick. He probably just wanted to go spy to see if any of the soldier respawners held the door for anyone. So he's going through all the classes, but after he realizes there's no off class, he goes up to sniper himself. So we haven't seen tons of defensive sniper. Not gonna lie, I am not convinced that defensive sniper is good yet on Sultry, but Donovan can be the one to change our minds. And actually, never mind, he didn't commit off of it. I think I'd stopped looking at him once I saw that he walked out of spawn, and maybe someone said, "No, don't go sniper, dude," and he walked back. So never mind.
Thought about it.
I should keep my cam on him as I talk about some of the sniper class, but attack coming in from Sophie on the Donovan. Immediately melted.
Yeah, the sacks have been pretty rough as they're going to end up backing up, and even going to drop down to 9 HP. And it's going to fall in the end from Sophie, or not, that's not Sophie, that's Kobe. Kobe and Brand Slam. So it's going to end up being a soldier for scout and trade, and G6 looks like they're going to take a bit of pressure. Kobe going to try to bomb in, at least make a little bit of space, but I think this is just kind of like the slow, methodical pushes. They're still down, and they're going to take some space, and that was a match.
Oh my god, that was a fadeaway too.
It didn't matter, but in the end, it was still very impressive as and actually going to get Donovan. Donovan gets the air shot, comes back up, bombs back in, and just dies again.
Yeah, there's a reason why his name's Kobe. He hits those.
He does hit those, and the G6, they're still fighting this. They're going to back up, and Sophie actually, he's going for the fight with Mirror Man, and he's going to get the trade-off, and that's 2 soldiers dead. Donovan is going to be a spawner, but with 2 soldiers dead, G6 might want to get a little more aggressive.
Yep, they got all 4 of them around the choke, just trying to find an opening, but Kobe doesn't want to pull the trigger quite yet to go in for a bomb. Brand Slam not really quite there to go for any sort of flank through the side of Frog or anything either, so overall just trades across the map is, you know, we're seeing a decent defense from the side of Froyotech, but nothing that's going to really give them a decent chance at doing some sort of counter attack or pushing out of their own second, which maybe you want if you want a mid reset. For the side of G6, I would imagine they probably don't want that. They already own mid. I mean, unless you think you can complete wipe them, you just probably want to find something here. Well, I think they're a bit passive. I mean, Habib's aggressive trying to spam, but they're a bit passive just healing up. I think they're probably talking about how they want to actually break this, because they realistically only get like 1 or 2 shots. Look at the clock. They can't just like haphazardly go in and do something crazy. Dopey, they're gonna go for Banny instead. You saw him unbeamed, but will get tossed into the corner, taking down my Donovan. Now they're on the move Boiler.
Yeah, they are on the move in Boiler, but that's still only really a solo soldier bit to work on. Actually, Mirror Man, he's going to peek through flank, and Donovan's going to bomb, and actually, it's going to be an exchange or a force, and there's a wild exchange happening. It looks like Kobe is behind, and if he manages to live, if he lives, that's huge. That is going to be huge, and that's going to be... Mirror Man might be caught out. There's a lot of players running at him, and we'll see if they can actually get the kill. They are going to get the kill. If Ransom can stay alive, that's going to be 2 soldiers to work with, and a pretty tall order. Kobe's going to die making space, and Sophie's going to die too making space. Froyotech might want to try to refight this, but Hi-Fi's caught out, and it's going to be a tall order for Froyotech, and there's no pressure. They're posturing. They still want to fight this.
Yeah, I mean, that soldier bomb from
Habib.
G6, it was a bit half-baked. They went in one at a time, and they didn't have the players ready to actually go for it. I think they took too much damage inside Frog that once they got through and did the bomb, the scouts that would need to walk forward and clean up, standing still, getting arrows and getting re-healed. So timing didn't really work out, and I think if they got through a door more clean, Banny locked it out pretty well for the most part. If it was more clean, then maybe that initiation could have worked out in their favor, but we're just back to square one. Both teams have Uber. They're poking around a different door. They Uber in. They're trying to force the agenda because they know there's very little time left, but they barely get this force. They get Mirror Man, but they're definitely going to lose a scout here for sure. Kobe dies in the back line. Gungan in the corner, dying. It's overall a trade 2 for 2, but no cap time. It's going to be a mid reset.
Habib's just jumping to the
He's
point.
jumping towards the point. He wants the cap time. If this goes awry, this could be really bad. Wall guy left alone. Banny trying to pipe him down, going for the melee. Doesn't quite hit it yet. Does indeed hit the pan. Is the cap time?
They're gonna let Habib cap this.
They're going in. It's going in G6's favor, but this.
I think they want to. If I was Fred, I'd let Habib cap it, or
yeah,
just cap
no,
it.
that was enough cap time because that bought the overtime that let Yum Yum just run to mid and get the cap. So
yeah.
G6 execution. I mean, that was extremely high risk, high reward, and the risk is definitely showing. Is it's going to be a complete sweep where they're all the way on their last now. Habib is not there at 2. He's rolling out. If they try to make some attempt, Brand Slam only spawns right now. That's straight 2-2.
That is going to be a straight second point to second point. As Froyotech, they fought hard and their second defense looked pretty strong. So whatever issues they have seem to have been at least fixed for the time being. And we're gonna have Brand Slam on Sniper, Gungan on Engineer on their own last. So we'll have to see if G6 can actually properly defend last. Looks like Kobe's gonna fall pretty much immediately. Sophie gonna fall as well means there's no soldiers to really block the point. Now Beam's gonna just get bullied and tossed in the corner. There's so many deaths happening for G6, and that's gonna be a Froyotech round.
They had 2 kills before that Uber's even over. That was definitely a really good Uber, and I don't think G6's defense was what they wanted to be. Like, they had a soldier die. Both their classes that died were actually pretty aggressive when they fell. So maybe they didn't anticipate the door that they were going to choose or the timing of the Uber itself. But I mean, they could have maybe had a better chance to defend if it was only maybe 1 death. They could have some sort of counter initiation on top of the point when the Uber was over. But if you get 2 kills with that Uber, that's going to be your golden ticket to getting the first round from the side of Froyotech. So on another mid, high bomb from the side of Meerman, just a fade. Might see the same from the side of Sophie or Kobe if the timing is right, but Banny actually took so much damage early on. 50 HP, needs an arrow, will find it. Same with Meerman going and collecting packs, but no one really pulling the trigger yet, just trying to play the damage game.
They're indeed just trying to play the damage game. Habib is taking a lot of damage speaking of the damage game, but a lot of hurt Froyotech players as well. Yummy is going to be pretty hurt, not going to be in the fight. Meerman going to be hurt as well, just bobbing around making space. And Kobe going to narrowly dodge some air shots, and Donovan is going to be the first death, although going to get pretty soon after. It's going to be a massive block from Kobe onto Banny, and that's going to get a force.
Both teams get the forces on either sides of the map. It's Meerman.
Wait, Habib get Minecrafted!
Habib, more like Habib is Meerman, is able to get that melee kill. Brand Slam last one on mid will indeed die, and yeah, that's maybe could have been a different story for what would happen on 2 if Habib was still up with a Demo Man dead. G6, they're not even showing face at all. They're back to last. They know they just have to give it up.
Yeah, they're back to us. And Habib, sad Demo Man times, is like I could hear Habib yelling through the microphone through multiple mumbles there as sad times, Meerman getting the Minecraft kill, mining diamonds, etc. And G6 back on last. I feel like they started out this match pretty well in that they won the mid and they even almost won a second fight. And they lost the last fight, now they're just back on last again. Not a great start.
Yep, now it begins a stalemate as both teams force it around the same time on either half of the map. So if they Uber through here, they think they have ad when they don't. It looks like they might want to. Okay, they think they have ad, but they don't. They probably thought the Uber happened at a much different time in the mid, and that's going to kind of bite them as they never really get the Soapy kill, but they should be able to chase down Manny. Manny's causing chaos in the air. Shots on the Lol guy won't quite connect.
There,
Yum Yum's
literally
there,
sending
the kill.
everyone.
Yeah, they probably not how they expected that to go down. They will eventually lose the last push, but the fact that Banny jumped in, he knew that he was going to get chased and was going to die, so the fact that he all in for Lol guy to pop him up in the air and make it really easy for Yum Yum to get that frag kind of salvages things really good. So heads up play from Banny, recognizing how to salvage the situation as it went awry. Otherwise that could have been G6 easily retaking their second, and maybe even having an ad if they chase down May hard enough through lower. I feel like they couldn't chase him away through lower because they felt like they had to get rid of Banny out of the equation.
Yeah, I feel like they couldn't. Like, the chase might have been a little hard, but definitely heads up play there with, now they have 50% ad to work with. So try number 2 on this at least round of pushing last is they're going to get in, and they're going to immediately try to chase down a soldier. And no immediate death from G6 this time over. It looks like, oh, actually, there is going to be a G6 soldier living. There's no real point time here. Froyotech, they're in. They're going to get Sophie, but they're going to get Yum Yum. Habib going to die. It's going to still, but we have to go get on the Buddhist. He's getting shot by Banny, and that might be it for the G6 deaths. His Mirror going to try to bomb the Buddhist. They're going to kill him in the end, but it's going to be a 3v2 and high five, and they're going to try to get out. And high five. Nice, he got caught in the wall. Wait, May?
May's going for the play.
He's going for the play, but he's spotted.
Spotted
Gonna be a very late death.
That was really ballsy because you have this Grand Slam respawner that spawns, or Gungan rather. The way those kills were staggered, even if they didn't see him in lobby, Gungan would 1v1 him on last to the timing.
Yum Yum's on Spy.
But Yum Yum's Spy, that could be the play they need. He
Yeah,
spots the
Froyotech going
direction they're going to.
Yeah, going for the memes and
He's going
shenanigans.
for it. He's
Little
going
guy
for it. He's
turned
going
around
for it. He's
too.
going for it.
Little guy knows.
The double take. He's like, wait, there's a dude there. Notices the Spy, kills him. That's a really good intuition
Well,
from the
the
side of
paranoia
Lil
from
just
Lil
in
guy.
case.
Lil guy's played enough of it against he's played enough against the Kenteam and Freya that I think he in the back of his head is like, this is a spy time.
Honestly, he's probably also checking to make sure there's no one to like buff behind him. Like, am I missing a player? Is anyone else with us in Frog? And just like sees like, wait, that dude shouldn't be here. But Mirrorman,
Mirrorman's playing Minecraft again. He actually
that time, but they get actually Uber. They see Donovan close enough. They know that okay, Mirrorman is sacked. Donovan's close. We get the 2 soldier kill, and they might find Banny as well. He actually surfs the spam pretty far back, and they're trying to go for the upper direct on the high 5. Who's barely living. Sticky's from Banny trying to thwarting the point, and they're trying to collect the frag. Banny pop into the spawn, will indeed die. Resupply from the side of Froyotech, but they've lost too much ground. As G6. Really good heads up play, recognizing the heat of the moment scenario that even though they're nowhere near last, the fact that they can Uber for 2 soldiers means that when they do get to last, they should just take the 64 and win it that way. And they execute it perfectly to lead us to a 1-1 game on Sultry.
A 1-1 game. G6 did a really good job coming back in the round, because if they lose that round when they were holding last, it could have been a disaster down 0-2 on your own map pick, but 1-1, that's a lot easier. You know, I feel like mentally that's a much better place to be in. As we're gonna settle into another mid fight here. Habib gonna get healthy, gonna get healed up. There's nothing too exciting really happening right now. Actually, speaking of which, Sophie is gonna palm in and get nuked by Banny. Although they're gonna get Lil guy, so it's gonna be on G6 to see if they can commit in and actually get May.
It's a big map though. Any direction you try to come from is seen from a mile away and they'll just hold us and farm you. But they have to find some sort of person alone. They maybe had a moment to catch Yum Yum, but will overall win the 1v1 versus Gungan. So not really a lot of success there. So it definitely shows that if you can find a way, despite the medic being so far away, if you can get this medic and keep your own alive, it might be a, you know, Froyotech, they like to call it the skis mid, where they call it the skis mid, where they just focus the medic and then just try to win off of heals. Or maybe even leave the mid if necessary.
Wait, in that scenario, which medic is skis? The one dying or the one healing?
The one that died.
Okay.
It's their wording, not mine. But
I
they're
know,
watching
yeah.
it. They tried to find Habib, but they're actually going to find the other explosive classes. They're trying to chase Habib. They know he exited through Laura is going to be able to keep the arrow, but they're just trying off the fact that it's 64. The gun has to get taken down first. It's level 2, so it's going to be able to deny the soldiers pretty well. We'll finally dive both soldiers in the air from the side of Froyotech, but Habib will fall from the pipes. They're on the wall guy, popped up, taken down by the side of Banny. So much cap time. They're getting some respawners, but it's not quite enough. Is Froyotech using the player advantage of the soldiers they collected, just streamlined their way into last to a 2-1 game.
After a 2-1 game in Froyotech, they're mid so far. I believe they're up, what, 2-1 in the mids? They've been looking pretty good so far. Yeah, I feel like G6 on their map pick. Granted, it's pretty early, but if they don't start getting some more mid wins, granted, it's still only 2-1, but, you know, I feel like they're struggling out of the gate a bit more than I'd expect for their map pick.
Yep, it definitely shows that even though they had something in the works, it's not really working out so far. You might see another attack coming out if this goes too wrong on their end. As Habib took a lot of damage, gave up some positioning, is trying to take it back though as Froyotech. They haven't really pulled the trigger quite yet. It's going to be Sophie that bombs in straight onto Donovan, but it's going to be Kobe that is finding the distraction to get
Kobe's
Donovan.
dropping some nukes.
Yeah, plays are working out in their favor as Banny really big will get pissed down. High 5 finding an opening though. Lolguy surfs the scatter to the other side where the scout isn't. Does indeed die to Habib's pipes, and Lolguy living with 38 HP. Yum Yum just backing up to spawn as G6. All they needed was a rollout to figure out what to change, and this time it's the other medic getting nuked out of the server, and Lolguy surviving through it all, able to take second, and now it's their opportunity to try to go for an Uber ad into last.
Yeah, it's G6. I feel like G6, they've done one round. We'll have to see how G6's actual pushes are, because Froyotech's had, you know, some losses, some wins when they're actually trying to push last, but G6, I feel like we've only seen like the one try, maybe a second.
Something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
We've seen a handful.
We'll have to see how Froyotech actually. Yeah, looks like they want to go lower. They're just gonna walk in. Habib's actually, Banny did a really good job making sure Habib couldn't get in super deep. They're gonna get the Donovan before they even get the gun.
It's not dying. It's just up there. Habib didn't see it over the wall, and now he has to spam it instead of the players. The engineers are still up. I'm gonna just shotgun people.
Repairing
He's
the gun.
repairing it. He's repairing it. He's sitting repairing it. It's still alive.
Although they gotta be careful. He died to the spam.
But that bought so much time, though. They can't actually commit and bomb into the spawns and lock people out, try to kill May. I mean, they're trying now, but it's too little too late. And the fact that they didn't see that gun through the... I mean, it's kind of hard with that sheet metal. It's difficult to see through. But the fact that they didn't see it is huge, and it's going to be the big thing that prevents G6 from probably executing it the way they wanted to. And the gun killed one person. They tried, and it just was immediately thwarted by Namebot.
Yeah, that was tough. As you know, I feel like they hadn't really had the opportunity to go push it in against the corner gun, and the fact that they couldn't kill it and the NG was just repairing it, that just the last push just kind of over before the end. But yeah, there's two players behind. They killed Donovan, and they're both behind. This is kind of a toll for Froyotech, as they have such big Uber ad, but you know, they have to go chase these guys behind or they just lose. And G6, look, they're pressuring from every side, and the players behind are winning.
Ransam wins the 1v1 versus Gungan and then versus Yum Yum, and then goes in and gets the force onto May as well. Everyone else escaping. They even get the Mirror Man kill, and Banny's alone. He's gonna get scattered down by the side of Gungan. High Five's able to get Kobe over on the side of Boiler, but it was only 3 left alive from the side of Froyotech. They gotta hold out for the respawners. They technically have ad from the side of G6, so there's a mirror for them to stay, but they're playing risky. Yeah, with Low Guy's help. Habib gets the sticky, and Gungan gets the extra damage on Donovan. It was a 3v3 that Froyotech tried to fight, knowing that there was a small window where the Uber wouldn't be available yet, and maybe they could try to take it and find a way to get the Uber out of the equation. But on approaching the choke, it seems like the damage of Loy was just a bait for Habib to go Super Saiyan and get the 2 frags, and now they don't even have barely a setup. Yum Yum's getting a gun up now, but the Uber's already out. It's just a level 1.
It's just a level 1. A lot easier to take out than a level 2, as they're going to take it out. Yum Yum is going to be on Buddhist, but he's going to be hiding in this one. And G6, they have a bit of point pressure, but not that much, but they don't have actually kills yet. They're going to get their first kill with Mirrorman, but it's going to end up being a trade with Sophie. G6, they don't have any soldiers left, and there's a Buddhist, and they're just going to back up. They
gave up both their soldiers, but
gave up both their soldiers. And they're going to just elect to see how Froyotech wants to push out here, because they still have, 40% Uber at the build here, but Froyo have the Uber, and Froyotech left last before they even caught the Uber. So Froyotech knows there's a lot of space to cover on the second. They want to get out, and that's actually be a late trap kill for Danny. I don't even know how they got the kill.
Two Donovan spam rockets, and then Banny just charged a sticky and nailed him on his way out through Boiler. So there's a spy. Kobe, though, it's the direction he's pushing. Got to do some jukes to make sure you don't accidentally die, but the Uber will get extended. They're chasing into Boiler. They're trying to chase down Habib. Oh, the Uber comes out, though. This might be a spy post-Uber scenario. He's probably asking where they're ending, and he gets the soldier kill. May dies to a rocket from Sophie. He's still around. He's causing a distraction. He's still alive. Kobe on spy will eventually get scattered down by the side of Yum Yum, but only 3 left alive from the side of Froyotech. They got to do something here. Nice direct from the side of Sophie to take down Donovan. As 1v1 happens, actually Sophie turns the corner and is on a 4K right now. Gets the rocket onto Yum Yum as well. Just Banny escaping with his life, puts up a little bit of trap over on the side of the point that someone might eat, but he can't even really watch it. If he tries to watch it barely in the corner, yeah, might spend his end, so able to get the 1 second to see it and will back up. So overall, Froyotech on the last successful play from the side of G6 to not only thwart the Uber backwards, but the spy fade from Kobe, and they technically have an ad to work with to build up and try to work their way in the last, but Froyotech have a defense as well.
Froyotech do have a defense, and so far the last 2 G6 last pushes, their defense has been pretty strong. It hasn't even been like real nail-biters. G6 haven't been really even like have last fights. They've had the start of last fights, but they haven't had too much success with them.
The ending just doesn't really work out as they're bombing in, gun's still up, Habib sees it this time, but Kobe dies on entry. He's barely able to get through, Mirrorman behind able to take the pack.
Banny might die, that could be a disaster.
He reset Vines, he's safe in the shutter, but Mirrorman, the flank, he was in lobby, gets a lot of damage.
All G6 is left, and Donovan might die too if they're not careful. If they can die, they might be able to refight here.
Sophie eats the pack and lives. Banny trying to get a sticky on him will succeed in getting that trade, but overall, Froyotech giving up 2 soldiers there. They have to wait for their respawners before they push out. Buys a little bit of time for the side of G6. The Uber is available, but the Mirrorman spawn is only up right now, and Donovan is in 5 seconds. It gives time for G6 to spawn their own people as well and make the Uber ad even smaller. If they
could be so tough
from the side of Froyotech, they could just pop back in as they kite around through the choke, and they're working their way up to the point. It's only a 15% ad now, and G6 has their full squad.
It's 8-5. This is rapidly going to turn to exchange. Does Froyotech know this Uber's so close? They must, but it looks like they weren't aware of it at all. They get saved at the end, but Manny looked like he had no idea. And they're going to be this could be a disaster for Froyotech. G6 might not need to push last at all if they can just defend second, although massive fight from Banny.
He gets 2, it gets Gungan, and then Lol Guy. Only 2 left alive from the side of G6. Brand Slam, the sole survivor, inside bowler. Donovan, the timing, pulled the trigger for the poster, just the correct moment. Caught the scout off guard and then killed the medic on guard in the corner as well. Just literally in probably the death corner of Sultry, just over by where the ramp goes down from the point side. Find him there, very, very huge. Turns the tides for the fight in general. And,
I thought G6 were going to win that, but the bombs and the collapse from Froyotech, Banny hit a really, really sick, like 400 damage pipe. Donovan had a tactical nuke. they really brought out all the stops that fight. And in the end, TF2 is a game about hitting your shots. Say what you love strategy knows, but if you hit all of your shots, it helps a lot.
And then the timing of everything is perfect as well, making sure that right when people drop their guard is when you go in, and then you're able to kind of catch them when they're not prepared for it. But they're milking their way through, 15% ad. G6 know that if this is too slow from the side of Froyotech, they have some merit to stay, just like last time, except on their own second is they have their Uber. It is available. Mirrorman tried to bomb in, buy some space, but I think Froyotech know they have to make something happen here. Overall, getting 2 scout frags. Why is there no scout on the combo? I guess there was one, but it was a little bit too far forward, will eventually die, and that means G6, they can't contest at all. They're trying to back without losing too many people. Kobe and Habib pretty weak, but I think Froyotech, they've recognized with losing 2 of their own, they don't have the capability of chasing too deep, and will just be content with keeping their Uber intact and taking the second for almost for free.
Yeah, I feel like Froyotech, they've really been, for G6, this could end up being a disaster. It feels like, they're down a round, but it feels like Froyotech last push has overall been so much better. And Yum, did he actually leave spawn on Spy?
He did. He's on Spy in lobby right now.
He did.
So the timing, they expect sacks. They don't happen too soon. They might get paranoid. So, hopefully if you're a Yum fan and wants to see a backstab, that it happens sooner rather than later. Otherwise, paranoia will be built. I wonder why they're sacking.
Well, guys already caught the Spy once this match. Can he catch it again? Yum almost eating a friendly roller there, as he's in the shrubbery waiting for whatever the play is, whether it's going to be just him going alone, or if they're going to try to create like a fake sack or just try to pressure. But I haven't done anything in a while. I think the paranoia might start building up. They got to know something's going on. They usually don't take this long to at least attempt to play the game, as the dispenser is being moved.
This is a new gun spot, by the way.
Oh, wait, he just sacked. They're just going to double sack, yeah.
Low guy in the air.
That's going to be a force.
Yeah, respects the fact there's 2 soldiers
that's 3
there.
for it.
Yeah, I mean, ideally for the side of Froyotech, they're just playing off the fact that we're probably going to lose 2, but maybe we'll get a trap kill, maybe some little bite off more than they can chew, we can get something out of it, and just use the ad to push back in and leapfrog and take a second for free, because trying to push in the last can be difficult sometimes. And it's like I said, there's some merit in why I said that some of these rounds will be taken from just mess ups happening on 2, and that might be what you see. They're able to get in lobby, get a lot of damage on Habib, juggle around, maybe get the kill, does indeed get that frag, and it was all just a bait at the end of the day. Maybe a bit weak for the post, but they've left 1 on cap to go forward and streamline their way into last. Wall guy popped in the air, nice pipe from Manny to take that frag down. 2 scouts left alive from the side of G6. Ransom sits into the skybox, nice sticky from Manny. Oh, sits down into the grave. Killed in mid-air. That was just a bait. Send them on to 2, have them enter 2, they will mess up, we will take the Uber, find the frags we need, and it worked out perfectly. 3-1 for Froyotech's favor.
Don't need to cap last if you can just have them fail pushing out to second. I feel like G6 tried to do that earlier, and Froyotech actually pushed out to second, or G6, they tried their best to be funny to roll out.
I mean, this map is big enough where it will not matter, but he still hit a wall, so XD.
Yeah, XD, as that's going to be a pause.
That is attack and a half.
That is attack and a half. I wonder if that means G6 loses this mid. It's looking... I'm seeing a lot of Froyotech players just in the same exact sad corner here, and there's I'm seeing Habib stare at a lot of players. I feel like Habib's about to get a lot of damage, but hey, what do I know?
I think it's... I mean...
Look at all those players and they're inside each other's models there. Like Danny, Donovan, High Five, and Yum are all just within the same 10x10 square on the map.
The problem here is for Froyotech, if G6 decide they want to play at a fast pace based off the damage calls, you're going to have Banny that's wanting to stand still for an arrow, and Donovan that does not want to counter-initiate yet because he's 100 HP and will leave to hit a pack as soon as he realizes that he probably can't afford to get arrowed because Banny needs one as well, which means if G6 just bomb in, it's just going to be they'll have a Mirror Man bomb to kind of throw them for a loop, and that's about it. And not anything to hardcore tie them up. So I feel like just based off the past couple seconds of the mid, the only way that G6 loses is if they choose to play slow or they miss a ton of shots or something, right?
Yeah, because at Froyotech, they kind of look from the positioning here this might already someone's gonna die, or at least someone's gonna be so hurt that they can't play the mid. Probably Donovan. Donovan looks like he even if he gets a bow, then Banny doesn't get to play the game,
Yeah.
If Habib hits 2 stamp stickies and it's Habib. I expect that bare minimum. This is going to be it's G6's mid to lose.
I mean, if they don't recognize the amount of damage actually done, and if they choose to play slow, not recognizing that, then Froyotech have time to heal with both their explosive classes, and then it's back to square one, really. So maybe that could be an angle where they lose if they like. But I'm like, it's Habib. He yelled that damage. You know he did.
True, true.
So you might be calling in people to go ahead and go in, but we'll see what happens. I think, considering the timing of this pause, unless it's a tech, I guess it technically could be a tech. We haven't had one yet, I don't think.
Yeah, cross it. Yeah, knock on wood.
Whoever wins this mid, I mean, I would kind of assume that they find their fortune later on in the match as well, and maybe take a round lead to the tech. But we'll see. You never know.
Yeah, you do never know, indeed. As looking at this map, I mean, G6, how do you think the mental is, considering they picked this map and they're down 3-1 on the map?
Mission ends in 60 seconds.
I think it depends on if they know what the problem is.
Oh,
But
there we
I
go.
guess we'll see, because attack is over, so both teams had a chance to talk about things. But yeah,
Oh, there goes Donovan. There goes
he tried
Donovan.
He tried to counter initiate anyway, despite himself, and it led to his death. So
Oh, nice
caught
rockets
out.
from Sophie. Both scouts kind of hurt, had to immediately back up, and yeah, that was a mid that was over before it even began. As they're just gonna take second immediately. Froyotech can't even fight, and actually, nice air shot might get Mirrorman killed. There's Mirrorman. He is gonna die in the end, although it's gonna be a trade for Sophie, so I'm able to beat up that kill, but
Dolphin,
still.
the pause sticker.
In the end, I mean, the real question is, can G6 push last? Because they could have gone another round at some point here if they could have pushed last, but they've had 2 or 3 failed last pushes that have not gone anywhere.
Oh, and that's gonna slow things down as well. That's a really heads-up play from the side of Yum Yum to make sure it's really difficult. No Demoman, no stickies. They're just poking around. Yum Yum is an alley. Wants to go for some sort of slow shot, but no one's on the point. We'll not really find anyone yet. Is there a look at low guy? Low guy
That's some anti. Oh,
gun gun.
they're just gonna
Inside
exchange in lobby.
Psycho exchange. Go to last. Nope, not go to last. They got Donovan. So overall, they got the exchanges out of the way. They bought some time. Kobe might find the sniper. No, just one rocket. Soapy trying to get out. One sticky. Oh, someone's behind Brandslam. Brandslam was on
Wait,
spy the
he
whole
got that-
time.
Whoa.
I didn't notice. I didn't notice because my head was broken from the pause.
Neither did I.
Well, no wonder they were playing like that, where it's like, yeah, let's go to last.
I was
Let's buy some
wondering.
time.
I was like, okay, I get the exchange, but then they kept fighting. I was like, huh, that's all right. Sure, G6 fueled themselves, and no, it was a spy play that was so good the casters didn't notice.
Yeah, the ultimate ruse.
Yeah, the
Well,
ultimate ruse.
Another mid. We'll see if the initial damage from last time is going to be the same story. It's mostly going to be deriving from the demos,
And he's
I would
just
imagine.
staking off
but-
Habib. You see, he's just putting like stickies like between Habib and Wolguy,
Yeah.
but not gonna end up doing too much. As Donovan's hiding in the corner, waiting for his moment to strike, and he's found his moment as he's
finding
gonna nuke Habib.
Yeah, it's all about the timing. The counter initiation that wasn't able to happen last time is
Oh,
available
nice.
because Donovan
Oh,
is really
they
weak. but-
dodged their shot.
Oh, Crater's almost barely eats the pack and is at acceptable health now, but G6. I think it's really night and day when you look at the Froyotech mids on whether or not Donovan is able to like have a mid fight. As soon as he got dropped to 100 HP the last mid fight and just had to completely wipe, it was over. But this time that he got to actually bomb someone, just eliminates the Habib out of the equation. But G6, they want to fight this. They have some gas left in the tank. They're trying to hold on, but I think Froyotech kind of respect that. It'd be a bit risky to try to brute force your way in. He maneuvers after all. So overall, it's going to be probably leading to a stalemate. G6 a bit on the back foot, and we'll see how Froyotech decide to ultimately break this one way or another.
And we are a minute away from the infinite overtime being in effect, and assuming that some sort of very strange disaster is going to happen within a minute, that means that Froyotech are going to need one round to win and move on to grand finals as the upper bracket seed, whereas G6 they're going to need 2 rounds. So the final score is going to be either 4-2 or 4-3. So if those are your predictions, you might want to change which team you want to win.
Yep. Both floaters jumping around. More aggression from the side of Froyotech because they're kind of just in. Mirrorman has found his way all the way behind. Branson going to be the first to fall. But Donovan.
Oh,
he
Habib got air shot.
Blast him back. He's alive.
Sophie's hurt too.
And Wolguy also air shot arrowed him as well. But this is it's actually the shoes on the other foot because I talked about I don't know about some of these teams like Froyotech holding second and just getting bullied, but it's actually G6 that just get bullied. They just walked in and got so much space, and Donovan in on the wall, in the air, wall shot doesn't quite connect, and Yum Yum trying to create some chaos and maybe get the frag on the Sophie as well, but we'll just escape. Actually, not even escape. Branson with the pistol able to chase him down. So overall, a two-man. Doesn't really
Push out
find
a
too
last.
much, and yeah, G6 they have some room here. Just be mindful of the traps as their way in, working their way through alley.
Yeah, they're gonna work their way through alley. tactically dodging all the Banny spam, and they're gonna beat it up pretty well. Soapy's gonna bomb in, the Bransom's gonna fall pretty much immediately. Soapy's gonna die too, and they're gonna get at least a trade kill, but that's gonna signal the retreat back to last. Is not the position G6 want to be in, but at least they still have their Uber to work with. They're all still Vandal players, so Froyotech have an opportunity here to go try to get a force or make some sort of play happen.
Donovan's using the fact that 2 players are respawning into the spawn,
But there's a Brutus.
Yep. We got some room
Kobe
though.
died though.
Yeah, Yum Yum recognized, I think, that the medic was in spawn, so ran forward and...
I think Froyotech are recognizing it. They're just in the door.
Yeah. I mean, it makes sense that Logai plays in the shutter because he knows the doors aren't going to be held because he's waiting for respawners. But Froyotech also recognized that if the medic is positioned anywhere from the side of T6, it's extremely passive. A lot of these doors, I mean, even if there's someone at a door, there's no way he's buffed recently probably, or at least concurrently healed, and they take that chance to take a 1v1 or a 2v1, and it works out in their favor that even though they don't get the force, they prevent a counter-sack from coming through because of the Kobe death. So, kind of keeps them in a solidified position where they don't have to give up too much as even Ubers, but Donovan is on Spy, hoping to close things out for his team, as we saw last time they had a match in the regular season. It's gonna take a bit. He's got to find the timing here. It can't take too long, or they're gonna start to wonder why nothing's really happening. But he's working his way.
Oh, he bumped a beep.
I don't think
I don't
or
know.
no, they didn't. Never
no,
mind. Never mind.
They
Never
know.
mind. They know. He's got to be
Yeah, we have it's a switch. We're playing Highlander out in full force.
He's got to just go for it. Otherwise, they're gonna eventually bump into him again. Oh, if he didn't move there, so we would have found that.
Oh, he's going for it. They know. He gets the sap and he takes a while to die, but he's gonna get the kill. And Mirrorman's gonna die immediately too. He gets Brand Slam, which means that maybe they can spam the gun. Banny looks like he wants to spam it.
Yeah, they got Soapy as well. It was once again, they know Low Guy's passive.
Oh, no, gun gets up. Yeah.
Soapy holding aggressive at the door just dies, but Kobe trying to go for a play. A little bit too ambitious through the window.
They're gonna get spawns very quickly though, but Froyotech might get baited in and Banny is so hurt. They still want to spam to get this gun, but with 2 spawners up, they gotta be careful.
Trying to pistol him down. Sophie on the move over to the other side of the map as well, and they do indeed get the gun, but that's only step 1. There's still a whole lot more to do on this map to try to get.
And there's a minute 20 left to do it.
Yeah, they got the heavy up on the field. You don't want a round reset here from the side of Froyotech. This is a pretty good opportunity, and we are at a tack. I think the round reset. I think this is a mid.
Now, what would lead you to that conclusion, Jared?
I think it reset to another mid, and they tacked for mid fight strat talks.
Ooh. Now, the question is which team?
I don't know, honestly.
It could be either.
No, it was G6. G6 got screwed last mid.
Yeah, that's true.
Like, they streamlined forward, and Donovan just ended it. A single soldier. They need to talk about how to get rid of him, how they want to position to make sure he's not a threat, or like who should focus him, or if they should just choose a different target. You could go with the philosophy of if you know where that counter initiator is.
Yeah, he was literally just hiding in a corner.
Yeah, depending on the team and the map and et cetera, you can go away from the staple.
You can just bomb him.
Yeah, you can go away from the staple, like bomb the demo or the medic and say like, all right, find the counter initiator soldier from their team and bomb him.
Because he's alone.
They don't
he
have
is
that tool
very
anymore.
alone in that corner.
He's alone, and there's no longer a tool to stop aggression.
And he doesn't have any line of sight to see, oh, hey, they're running at me. Like, if he gets bombed in that corner, he doesn't have a 6 surf, he's just dead immediately. You know? Which could end in disaster, but that's also on G6 to figure out where he's hiding, you know what I mean? Because as far as, like, from Habib's perspective, he's just walking across a bit, and then there's just a soldier on his forehead, and he dies.
Yeah. They probably don't know if he's going around the, like, tower in the skybox, or if he's going from Frog, but bomb coming from Donovan, Wall Guy popping in the air. They are successful in getting this force, so they overall give up 2, and they're going back to the opposing second for the side of Froyotech and G6. They are on the move, but they also have a gun up in case things go awry. So they're really seeing if anyone's gonna like feed or get too aggressive here, take too much damage, etc. But with the way the Froyotech is posturing, yeah, they're not really getting it out. They poke around just for the sake of it, just to see, you miss all the shots you don't take, but won't you find anything there is Froyotech, they have full Uber out here. Considering that we saw
Brand Slam Sniper.
Yeah, Brand Slam Sniper. I'm not really sure how this last push is going to go. We might see a decent defense from the side of G6, but lowers the door of choice, and Banny's Sticky gets juggled, but they're still in.
Yeah, they are still in. They're in very deep as well. The reinforcement for Froyotech are to come, but the gun does take a while to get killed out of. There is a heavy, and Banny just getting shredded. They're going to back up, and the heavy actually is going to fall, but Merman's in a low guy. He's going to get low guy. Froyotech losing 2, trading out though equally, and there's no heals for G6. Froyotech, if they play the heals right, I feel like they can. There is a potential to win this, but we'll have to see what happens as Habib hits a pipe, and that might be it for the push.
Yeah, they don't have any soldiers to make space. You really have to streamline and get the furthest person forward, but I don't think High Five found the right target. Went for Habib, but walked right past the scouts and was immediately melted. So Froyotech, that can only have an ad because May lived, but You know, still got to build it the rest of the way up. You're in overtime, and not enough time to actually build it. That's a stalemate. And go into another mid fight.
Going into another mid fight indeed is G6. Yeah, this is where the attack
And there's
was.
the
We'll see.
pause.
Yeah, and it was yeah, it was from G6. So in the end, G6 coming into a new plan, new G6, new round, new them, new mid fight. At least if you're a G6 fan, you're gonna hope that they have a new successful mid fight. Is they've won a couple bids, but Froyotech for the most part have been pretty successful on these mids overall.
I'm just watching Donovan the whole mid. If Donovan has a mid, I think Froyotech wins the mid. If he doesn't have a mid, then they don't win.
He found a different corner to hide
He's
in
even
this time.
further back, so you can't really be spotted just in case they knew where he was coming from. But
Yeah.
they're playing slow. G6's answer to the problem is to just not full send it and go in, because then there won't be any counter initiation.
Oh, he's moved up into the other corner, so he is ready. He's actually just gonna waddle up and shoot at Khabib. But
Yeah,
Mirman
Mirman,
just gonna
though.
die to spam.
Yeah, this is a pretty common staple from a lot of teams. If you're going in and you can't find a way to eliminate the counter initiation, you play the spam game. If they're counter initiating good enough, they're not going to be in a spot to be able to be seen easily or be able to
Donovan
get good
knows the
spam.
tech. He's in the spot.
in the spot in Boiler. The reason why it's probably called Boiler in the first place might find Kobe. The combo's not going that direction though, so at best it's going to be maybe a soldier pick. But oh no, Wall guys, he's thinking about going there. Oh, they're going Boiler, but they spot him potentially. Kobe is going to be able to get the kill onto him, but overall not getting the force quite yet. A lot of damage. Overall just a trade. Mirman will fall in the side of Boiler, so overall 1-for-1. But Banny dying to
Banny
Sophie.
dying, that's
They
huge.
trade in the choke. No stickies available from Froyotech to kind of lock things down, and Donovan has to back up 4 HP, unable to really hold the door. G6, they have room to poke around, but
There's
they
no
have to poke
demo to
around
spam.
fast.
They're just gonna walk in.
They
It's
do
gonna be.
have
It might
player
be
ad for Froyo,
double
though,
scout
but-
exchange. They do have
Respawner
player
advantage.
ad, but you know, getting in the door is a pretty good victory in and of itself. As they're gonna bomb and try to get some space, and G6 actually tactically back up. They realize, hey, they have the extra
Yeah.
player. Let's just back up. You know, preserve our second hold. And these first second holds have been pretty strong overall, I'd say. G6, it's kind of a tough nut to crack for them.
You know, it was wise from G6 there to not pull the trigger, because the fact that you had to get through an Uber exchange, that 7 or 8 seconds would have bought time for Froyotech's respawner had to kick in, where Mirman would have arrived and their own respawners on G6 would not quite be there. Froyotech could have taken a really quick 5v6 post Uber and gotten really key picks to transition it into a mid push. So, you know, playing it safe, G6, you don't want to, you know, bite off more than they get you and play extra dangerously. Is there? Poking around inside Boiler, they got most of their team there. Have some people lingering outside over by the choke and frog side, but not really doing anything quite yet. Just playing around, but it has bought a lot of time off the clock as Sophie's bombing in, finds the high bomb into the skybox, trying to find a target, finding May a little bit alone, and what a pause, and Sophie will not find the rocket onto May.
He will not find a rocket onto May indeed. As they're, you know, it's just a solo sax. Froyotech are gonna get up, get aggressive, see what they can do off of it, but sacking into Sultry mid might be a little tough, although there is some pretty narrow corridors to get into. And Froyotech, they're taking a lot of space in choke, and they're gonna end up, Donovan gonna end up backing up, and not even worth sacking for realistically. You know, sees, I didn't have a good opportunity there. Let's just, you know, run it back on our second defense. It's worked it for us so far.
Yeah, he got in, but only really saw scouts and soldiers. No dome man, no medic that you think he could really commit on, so just backs up. I like this trap by Banny that's really up high in the choke, both sides of the choke actually, that I don't think they've really seen or cleared at all. One of the pipes and one
Can't
literally
even find
right
it.
above
Where
him.
is it?
Above Habib's head, literally above on the mid side.
Oh.
But high five.
They're just
Banny,
gonna kill high
fall.
five.
Overall trade. One of the soldier to go for a bomb though from the side of G6.
Oh, Donovan
Walk in,
got caught
up,
turning
Yum
around.
gets
Banny
Yum
gonna
and
fall
then
as well.
And now kills Yum as well. Donovan,
They're gonna get
like
the
you
force.
said, Mirman gets that, but will die to Branson. Probably 1 HP at May. He's gonna get forced.
May is gonna get forced in. They're
Yeah,
gonna be
Donovan
capping
Habib?
second with Scout, and May might even die here. Silver extended
Oh,
high
he's
five, can't
unable to
even
flash
connect
it.
with them.
Oh, wow. So they have to buy some time, get the cap underway, but G6, they gotta survive through this. The respawners are available. May actually bought so
They might
much
just
time that
Rye. I
even
feel
though
like
he
they might just
died-
Rye.
Yeah,
Off the
Kobe's
heels.
dead though. They gotta
Oh,
play
they
this
get Banny.
a little
You
bit
can
slow.
Rye off that Banny pick. Habib gets 2, he gets Banny and Donovan. He gets Mirman as well. Habib just killing everyone. And that's gonna be a G6 round. 3-3 golden cap. Whoever wins this round goes into grand finals as the upper bracket seed with a map advantage.
Yeah, Habib really popped off at the end. He got pipe on Yum Yum, pipe on a Banny, and then sticky on a Yum Yum, collecting 2 kills, just like 3 or 4 shots to 2 kills. So literally exploding them as they were sitting on top of the point. And we'll see. G6, they've solved the issue they were having with getting kind of rolled by Donovan just by not committing. So we'll see how Froyotech kind of adjusts to that. Because
They
once
didn't
again,
do attack, so
Donovan's
maybe,
hiding. He's not going to have sufficient spam here. So if this is literally just a spam war, G6 could potentially come out on top if they
Banny's
hit the
very
mark.
healthy though. It looks like they're mostly just trying to focus their spam onto Habib. Habib's gonna get, yeah, it looks like Banny's really, they're just, you know, Operation Shoot Habib. It's been going decently well so far, but Habib finally getting some spam, and he's gonna make Manny fall a little bit low, but no one wants to commit for this mid. If you have a disaster for mid, that could be it, and you could be sent, back to the lower bracket, which you don't want to be. Soapy gonna bomb, he's gonna see what he can do, make some space, and Manny's gonna fall very hurt, but Soapy is gonna fall for a Gungan, gonna fall as well, and that might be the backup for G6. They're gonna have to try to hold their second.
There was a point when G6 were outside Frog where Banny actually got a really nice sticky onto 2 players, and it made them really weak over in their own choke, and they lost so much positioning. It actually extra hurts that Soapy, when he went for that fade bomb, he didn't quite get the kill on the Banny, but Kobe does get the kill. That buys him some time. He is behind as well. Could get the flank on a May, but Soapy's going to clean up by the side. High five as they're shooting for it over the point.
Habib might be
in the air. He does indeed die. Rock from Donnie able to clean up the kill, but the Uber is expended from both teams. A little bit better Uber from the side of G6. They do have Kobe behind.
30% better.
Yeah, they're trying to play players though. Kobe's buying so much time. They're going back for him almost. They can't quite commit. They are able to get the frag. Donut able to collect that kill, but not enough room created to allow G6 to stand their ground on top of the second point. As Froyotech, even with all the harassment that it was went their way, they're still streamlining in. They want to take this drive, but it might be a bit too early.
Oh, Banny tried to bomb. Okay, 2 players tried to bomb into Gungan, and Gungan is on stock minigun. That doesn't work. If you're trying to bomb into a stock minigun heavy, they had more than enough bullets to shred June. So if you get a bomb, make space, and actually you just made space for Habib to just walk in. So they're just going to take the dry fight 4v6, and they're going to get Mirror Man, so that's another projectile blast kill.
And Yum Yum.
They get Yum Yum too.
Oh, Kobe timing? Finds a lot of rockets, but not quite enough to commit into Boiler after the Mirror Man kill.
But he still lived. This could be a disaster for Froyotech. They're still down 2, although only 1 projectile class might make it a bit tougher. But Froyotech aren't even really positioned to stuff the doors. They're just going to try to take the dry.
Yep, Uber comes out. They have to have a really good post here.
They lose a beam.
They recognize he wasn't on the combo. That's
Mirror
really
Man
good for the post, but Banny's dying as well. Same with Mirror Man. May on Uber, getting chased down by the
Soapy's behind.
Down. Soapy. Oh, it's actually Donovan though. Damage on the wall guy. They have to run around in circles. Just Yum Yum left alive. He gets the kill on the wall guy, but
Yum Yum
he's
Legacy?
fighting 2 scouts. He has to win this 1v2. Gets the 1. But Brand Slam has enough in tank to kill a 3 HP scout. Is getting the cap time down, but Banny Mirror Man, they know that, he's 80 HP. Immediately started the cap.
Does Brand Slam think he win these? Oh, he's going to back up.
Yeah, he backs up.
Brand Slam has the experience to not take that.
He can kill 1 maybe, but then would
he can trade for Banny probably.
Plus, this is enemy territory because they got the forwards before he's able to block the cap. So
yeah,
this is just Froyotech still on this point. Even if he capped it, they wouldn't be able to hold it.
Yum Yum spawning on Sniper, so actually going to elect to take the offensive Sniper into Sultry. It's not that much experience. Like, we've seen Sniper on this map, but sniping into Sultry, I haven't seen too much of it. If you can get the surprise shot on, that could be huge. Although, at the same time, I think Soapy might have already spotted it.
Yeah, might not have the surprise shot.
No, Yum Yum's hiding behind the wall.
No. Yeah, he's behind the wall. I think they're waiting for the timing to kill Soapy as the first shot.
I'm on the Yum Yum PV. He's just staring at, like, a fence right now, so... Yeah,
when he peeks around, he sees, like, the spot where, like, the top of the box is on top of the point. Which Soapy was there for a while, and he peeks it now, but... I think they might have seen it now through the grate, potentially. Not really sure. I feel like that he should have peeked earlier if his team would have called it.
I think they know something's up. They just don't know what.
Maybe.
I don't know if they saw him quite yet because they're not like where's Mace?
He's showing his dot.
Where's Little Guy standing right now? Little Guy standing. Oh, that's an anti-sniper spot if I've ever seen one. Although maybe that's where he holds normally.
I think they know.
Yeah, it looks like they know. But they're also giving Froyotech a lot of space. Froyotech electing to... They really are just kind of burning clock here. Already under 2 minutes left to actually get the second push and see what they can have happen. Yum Yum is going to get more aggressive, but they surely know for now. They'll be taking damage and they heard their shot off.
So shot into some Soapy. We saw this on process, and G6 did not take action very early on, and eventually able to salvage. But Habib might fall. Donovan on the case, but will not succeed in getting that frag. Ransom try to make some moves. Will die to stickies from Banny, and overall, Yum Yum is still in choke. Doesn't have his team quite as close with him, but they're catching up now. As Soldier's trying to bomb and make space, and Mirror Man's doing the same over in Frog. As he's actually might find a way on Habib.
Habib hits a nice
jumping away. Soapy, a lot of damage. Really weak though. Body shot, unable to connect, and lives with 26 HP. But Kobe behind,
just like
might find high five. No, backs up, not gonna.
Mirror Man's behind though. He's behind, and he might have a really sick bomb, and that's gonna be a nice air shot, headshot rocket, and that's gonna be easy force for Mirror Man. Waddling behind, and the space they got with the sniper was enough, but now they have to push second with the sniper, and they do have Uberad, but they're gonna be pushing 5v6 with Uberad and with the sniper, so we'll might elect to take their time here.
You might see Froyotech try, or you might see G6 try to go for a flank play, actually, because they know that Mirror Man's not there. The sniper's going back to spawn as well, so...
Oh, that's a heads up play.
There could be a weak choke, like Boiler is free right now. And I think Froyotech know this, that, like, we have a sniper, We're down a soldier. We can't push yet
Look,
until these players
look how
are
much the
available.
Uber has dwindled already. It's already
I
35%.
mean, Froyotech had to. They knew that otherwise
Yeah.
they'd get back capped or flanked around, and that was a smart play. They were able to catch Kobe. Banny sent up the air afterwards, but damage on Habib. The arrows from Long Eye, keeping him alive. He will live to fight another day.
Soapy's behind.
Overall, the Uber only collecting one is Soapy.
Do they know?
Didn't get behind. I think they do.
Donovan's looking behind.
fact that
Bandy's looking
Donovan's
behind as well.
Yeah, they know. They want to get rid of this thorn in their side, but he's jumping away. He's at mid. He's a bit too far away to actually collect as a frag, but all the fact that both these flank players went over to him, it bought some saves for G6 to work their way into alley, but...
And they have Uberhead, and they could back up right into Soapy. They actually get a kill. They finding Soapy that early
that
is huge.
cancels it.
Yeah, that might cancel the whole push, and G6 might be back on last. And this is golden cap. Whoever wins this, wins upper bracket, they're going to go in the grand finals, so... High stakes scenario here. Soapy gonna fall. Froyotech, they have Uber decided to work with, but they're gonna have even Uber soon pushing into last. So Froyotech last two Ubers have been pretty successful overall.
Oh, Donovan screws up his jump. I think he wanted to try to get Kobe. It just ends both of them dying.
Kobe lived with two.
Barely lived. One more than you need. And they get
Mirrorman
on
falling too. Okay, that's gonna
they
be a
kill
push
him on
out
the
last if I've
backward
ever seen it.
transition. Yeah. So this is probably more than Froyotech expected to give up, and they're actually going for the Uber exchange, potentially not just full on backing up.
Yeah, it looks like they want to take this Uber exchange. This is risky.
He's behind. He's at mid, able to find their exit. Depending on where they leave, trying to ask where they're leaving. The frog timing this is going to be beautiful from the side of Soapy.
Oh, it's the mega collapse. It's a mega collapse. Everyone's dying.
He's made the play. Only 3 left alive from the side of Froyotech, and Lorgai is still alive. It's just Mirrorman and Yum Yum, and I think both have been spotted. So salvaging play from the G6 rover to make sure they're able to recap their own second. And this is going to be a free mid as well. They don't have enough in the tank from the side of Froyotech to actually lock things down with so many dead on their squad. As not only is this a free mid, but as long as everyone lives here and it looks like Kobe's jumping away and playing it safe, this is ad as well because of May's death. This is a complete leapfrog from last to second. They're trying to
taking the dry fight.
They notice that the doors weren't necessarily locked down as much. They're trying to go for it.
They get Donovan.
He gets stickied away, landing a bit too aggressively and overstaying his welcome. So he's a bit weak, so he can't counter-initiate quite yet. As Banny's actually hyper aggressive. Mirrorman dropping
so hurt though.
low, 85%. Needs to back up for the pack, and that means all these explosive classes aren't really
He's-
healed.
he was too.
He's
He
caught
got
no
the
man's
back.
land. Mirrorman, turn around. There's Habib.
He got the trade.
Uber available from the side
They're
of
still
G6,
taking
so
it.
they're running forward. Even though Habib's dead, they find the way to get. Actually, no,
They're
they
not
don't
getting any
find
kills.
Manny. They're running forward. They
They want to
can
go for
maybe
the
catch him off
collapse.
through frog.
They're full sending.
They're so deep, there's not enough damage though. Duncan just has to run away. There's 2 weak soldiers from the side
They
of
don't
G6
even have
that
mid
need
yet.
arrows, and they don't even have mid yet. There's going to be a forward from the side of Mirrorman that's going to be able to defend second, and still an Uber out available from the side of Froyotech. I mean, Froyotech really heads a play recognizing that even though they can't normally fight mid, the fact that no one was holding any doors meant that they could just walk through for free and get something going in their favor.
Yeah, Habib is here, so they can at least have some spam, but he doesn't have the full trap set up yet, and Froyotech is just barreling through the choke. Actually, they're going to have to delay a bit as Habib is doing a good job of spamming it, but G6, they have 40% decide to work with, and there is a hurt scout. They're going to lose Kobe. They're going to pop the Uber, and they get low guy.
Habib's in the air. He's stuck in mid. He dies in the air with 2 HP left. 3 left alive from the side of G6. 2 scouts and a rover. Soapy inside Frog. The rest of the scouts are going back to last, knowing they need to go ahead and start building a gun. As there's no way they actually hold second as Soapy. I don't think they know of his existence. They probably just assumed that he has gone
Soapy's
back
crab
to last.
looking around.
He doesn't want to hear footsteps, but Banny, he's paranoid. Sticky. He doesn't even know that Soapy's there, but
he got spotted.
They knew that they didn't actually see him leave and that he could technically be behind, and they did indeed find him. So he might buy some time. Oh,
Hey, they're
Uber's
actually sending a lot of players back for him.
Well, it's really bad. It's not even time to Uber yet, so he's not actually buying time until it actually slows
He's buying
him
time
down.
to build Uber, though. Like, they sent a lot of players back for him, and if he can
Yum Yum's
get
on
back
the
in time...
chase. He needs to T6 this if he wants to actually buy some time. He's starting to buy it now, but they're just Ubering into last. Yum Yum, he's over at mid, so it's overall going to be a 5v5, and they're getting a lot of cap time, but the heavy's out on the field. Beep, really weak. Eats an arrow. The scouts are still available from the side of G6 to try to put the effort in to kill high five in the wolf.
Sophie, he's going to be in the fight. He trades. All that for a trade.
Still in. Low guy's still alive, and Yum Yum, he really committed, really wanted that Soapy frag, but the fact that Soapy lived so long means they did not succeed in taking the 6v5 fight in the last. Afraid of what happened previously, and it still happened. Soapy comes from behind and gets a very crucial frag on Mirrorman, who's unable to really do anything on second to kind of thwart the G6 Uber. So overall second taking for free, still a 50% at it, gotta cap this up. Froyotech at least has a silver lining. They get their forwards, no funny business, so all cookie cutter classes from their squad. As it's just up to G6 to pick a door and figure out how fast they actually want to use this Uber, if at all.
Yeah, we'll have to see how Froyotech want to take this. We have both medics on 165 points. Just shows how dominant it is. Habib's going to bomb in, but the Froyotech players there are so far out. The Mirror Man is very hurt. Mirror Man might fall. He is 60 HP. He's actually gonna healed up, gonna get healthy, but this could be turned into a very quick leapfrog. Froyotech Mania's gotta be careful. They don't have Uber quite yet.
They telegraphed.
They gotta catch it. They're telegraphing this really hard, and they don't have Uber yet. They're gonna pop, and they got it. There's a back cap happening.
They went so early, peeked the door without having that they'll get logged up in the
No
back
one
cap.
can block this. It's just Mirror Man. Mirror Man has not get air shot.
Banny did get 2, which is extremely crucial. It could be what they needed to actually salvage this. As Sophie
Mirror
doesn't
Man
need
just
to win
eats
the
the directed.
1v1.
Sophie's gonna get the back cap.
Yeah, really heads up play from the side of G6, recognizing they counted that Uber to the T. They knew they were at 91. Either that or like they just made a quick guesstimation about it. And overall, that's gonna buy tons of time. That even though that Low died, May died as well. It's pretty much even, and they get the respawners on mid to go ahead and fight a scrappy second. Froyotech. Bandy is setting up a Valley Trap. They don't want to fight this at all. G6, they've turned things around so far this round and have found themselves in a prime position to try to bully their way into last. It's not going to be easy. Froyotech still has a shot at defense. It's even Ubers, not even checking off classes to make sure there's not going to be a spy or a sniper that kind of sorts things, and after not seeing anything, we'll switch off. Grand Slam doing the same. He's not taking any risks. Actually, no, he's not even checking. He's going out on spy himself. He wants to go for the spy
Donovan's
play,
checking again.
But this was after Donovan's first check, so I don't know if they know for sure. He checked, but not when Grand Slam was spy initially.
I saw Donovan. I don't know if he switched off. Maybe Donovan switched or something. I saw Donovan on Pain Train on last, which is I mean, I guess it's a strat. And he has a kind of a sneaky window trap. Just 2 stickies, I suppose. But Grand Slam is on spy. He's gonna work his way into position, see what he can do. And Froyotech, I don't know if the paranoia is fully set in yet. And looks like he doesn't even get the sap.
Sophie unable to get any damage on the medic because the gun kind of prevented him from landing where he wanted to. So I think maybe someone saw or heard the decloak a bit too close. Everyone was kind of near the gun, which is unfortunate for the side of Ransom. But Froyotech with 2 down, they're all the way through alley. Mind the stickies, mind the stickies. They are found and will not find anything. As overall, they're still finding tons of stuff. Banny's so aggressive and not really unpunished. Gungan running forward, gets the Uber exchange out, trying to go over to the point where people need to get flashed or get damaged. As overall, it's a family Uber from the side of Froyotech. They got so much cap time, but so much of their health is not what they want to be. They have some high ground.
Eve is so aggressive.
Back half attempt from the side of Kobe was before by the fact that the cap went to the side of Froyotech's play, but there's lost Donovan. Banny, 11 HP, gets pistoled down by the side of Brandsam. But Kobe on the chase, gets so much damage onto the scouts, but not going to commit too far, recognizing he doesn't want to die as Spearman inside lobby. He needs to get out of there if he wants to be able to fight this another day. An overall 4v4 fight. G6, they're poking around, see if there's any free available picks for them to get, but they know that Banny's up soon. But Habib, they left him alone. The backward transition was a bit disjointed as they lost the dome at the last second, and now no explosives on second right now. 1 rolling out, 1 respawning in 3, 1 respawning in 10. They just streamline through, no worries about last, on top of the point, stacking it up, and they technically have add to boot. It's 10%, not really too much you can use, but even still, the fact that you blocked the Habib spawn means there's no stickies that are going to block you from drying in the mid early.
This is the round that just keeps on giving. Froyotech, Grand Slam's on spy. Oh, they don't know. They don't know. Can he get it? Can he get it? Oh, Mirror Man turned around. He gets Banny.
He's still here as a distraction. He decloaks. He's going to be able to be a thorn in their side later on as they've lost 2 explosives from the side of Froyotech. They don't want to use the Uber unless they have to. They're barreling through Boiler. Spy is still on the field, and Kobe's over on the side of Throttle. The Uber eventually used. High five running forward. He gets thrown upward. Can't enter through the door. Mirror Man trying to salvage. He's a very crucial flash as they're all popped into the air. Habib died.
Mirror Man got the force with the pickaxe.
He's running around like a madman. He gets out at 4 HP.
No
He's inside
way.
Boiler and eats the pack. G6 have to run away. They're only 3 alive. They can't hold mid. And Froyotech, after what was considered almost a riot, they come from shadows and make sure they're able to turn it around, take mid, they block these
times 9 and they got all their forwards.
Yeah, they got the forwards. So G6, they're still holding on for now in this dry fight scenario, so they can't streamline forward, but Brandstam's still rolling out, just a scout though. Froyotech don't want to try to push off of that. Very smartly see that they got all the forwards, and it'll slow down from there, but Froyotech really turned that around after being on their last for a moment there.
Yeah, that was super sketchy for Froyotech, but in the end, they're going to emerge victorious, at least victorious with the midpoint as Froyotech, they're going to try to see if they can sack into the G6 second ult, but the G6 second ults have kind of cleaned up in my opinion.
3 on the Mirror Man.
3 on the Mirror Man. That's going to be immediate death as, yeah, that's not how you want your sack to go as. G6 didn't even have Uber yet.
I'm just trying to go for the play at the opportunity. I mean, Froyotech kind of showed a bit what they were trying to work with, and, you know, you show too many players over on one half of the map, you kind of assume that maybe the other one's a bit open. And they were right. They sent 3 to kill Mirror Man, able to get that kill pretty swiftly. No one really trading, but didn't counter-sack themselves because I think Sophie was probably a little weaker, not in position, so Overl's getting the free frag. Not much more than that is. Ball still in Froyotech's court is they're poking around. Some time off the clock, at least. But we'll see how Froyotech try to break this.
And we'll see how Froyotech want to elect to break this. No off classes, as you know, no one's really died yet. Mirror Man could have off classed if he wanted to, but gonna keep living a soldier life. As both, I see both soldiers very buffed and choked, so it looks like Mirrorman's gonna go for a little bit of a fake bomb, or at least go through some stickies. Jump into the flank is actually they're gonna like to try to go through the door, but Yum Yum's gonna get mulched. But maybe it's just a distraction for Donovan the whole time. Gonna try to light it on B, but gonna get mulched. And Sophie's gonna go for the immediate reset, and he's actually just gonna jump behind. This could be the long pod as G6 gonna like to go behind, and Sophie.
Oh, Kobe with the force.
Sophie's still behind too.
Going to be a thorn on their side as they back up, as the Uber is expanded by the side of G6. They know that they have
Oh,
someone behind
May.
it. May doesn't even turn around. He doesn't know that the soldier's going to be there.
He's
And
Sophie
Sophie's
got
still
mowed.
he got arrowed across the map, and Gungan's able to save the day, collecting the kill into high five. 2 left alive. Donovan out committing on Spy, wants to go for a play of his own and make sure that his team is still in this. They can't hold
Donovan's
2.
flying forwards.
Yeah, they don't have. Actually, he's just inside Frog. He's able to.
Oh, he's in
maybe-
Frog, yeah.
Yeah.
He's just going for the long con. The spy plays have been working out pretty well so far. We'll have to see if it comes out this time. I don't know if they're expecting it, but I feel like G6, they have to know something's going on. Froyotech have to make some sort of play happen here, or else they're just gonna diss out on last. Which is not a situation I'd be in, and they
Kobe?
know.
Oh my God,
Don't-
Kobe!
no
with the paranoia,
way!
Don't ever! Oh my God, he's
Oh
taunting.
my god, he's giving the laugh taunt too. That is somebody
That's crucial.
Someone check him PC.
He's not going to be ready for the Uber. I mean, they know that there's going to be a soldier in spawn because they've hit it now. If they want to go for it, now's the time. 25 ad. You got to get the medic after they get the sentry gun. They actually go
Be
straight for
bombing
May.
into the sentry
Pushed back
again.
by the sentry. Still alive, but boy, his health not that great as Donovan respawning, immediately bombing in. Just denied fully. Brainstorm going to give up his life for it. The heavy's on the field. Yeoman collected 2 so far, and they might be able to get a 3rd. Sticky on the Gungan, able to collect that as really small ad. The Uber doesn't even need to be used, but May, the timing, Sophie almost gets the 1 rocket. May wasn't quite
Hope's gonna
looking, but the
commit for
second
it
rocket
too.
didn't quite hit, but doesn't
Oh,
need
it
to get
gets the force. That's huge.
Low
They just
ceilings,
have-
no surf.
Low guy doesn't have any. Oh, low guy has to beat the heal now. They might have to give a loop for this, but they preserve their Uber head. Not gonna get at least not have a super disaster happen. As Sophie might actually get this forwards. Is he gonna get these forwards? Oh my god, he not just quite not enough. And Froyotech might try to take this fight. 40% Uber head for the side of Low guy, but they gotta be careful. As it's gonna be a
They have to
5v6.
leave mid.
Yeah, they do have to leave mid.
Habib,
Oh,
he's on
Habib.
the wall. There's a wall there, Habib. They lost their dome, man. He backed up thinking he knew where the choke was and just backed against the wall. It's going to be enough to slow down his backward transition and will indeed die. So no demo battle available because if you wait for Habib's spawn, it will no longer be at as they're running forward. Just the scout and the soldier going crazy into the area of the tower, but Yumum just dancing around. They wanted to get the scout, and he just looping around in circles, able to find the frag into Kobe as well. Will indeed die, but it's so much distraction that Froyotech, they've made their way
I'm
through
gonna get a
boiler.
fall.
Sophie is behind. It could be a thorn in their side if it lasts long enough. Trying to poke around. Habib, or actually, it's Benny turning around to make sure he's thwarted backwards, but G6
Sophie's
unable
gonna
to
get his
really use
pack.
it. Yeah.
Yeah, Froyotech
But
do have
Uber
massive
available
Uber head here,
for
but Sophie's still behind throughout all of this. We'll see what he can do. He's gonna try to go through the flank, see what can happen. But this is not looking good for G6. They gotta be careful. This is big Uber head for G6, and Sophie is still behind throughout all of this.
They're just walking in with their ad. It's only a level 1 gun. They pop in, immediately going towards the gun, engineer and spawn. 4 of them in spawn. They bring Kobe over to the point. Actually, they lost member. They got Habib heavy out on the field from the side of Brand.
Sophie
They're all
with a
on each
massive
other.
nuke.
Sophie is finding the angle. It's so much damage on them. It only gets 1 frag, but Brand Slam not enough in the tank.
It's literally just
ulti
Scout duel.
Scout ulti
Scout
duel.
duel. Oh my god,
Melee.
May! May got
enough.
May got the head kill on Gungan, and that's gonna be it. Froyotech are gonna win. Froyotech make it to grand finals as the upper bracket seed.
Banny says 2 ringers, by the way. Definitely a very nice glove from the side of Froyotech. It was back and forth a lot between both these teams, as tons of plays happened all across the board. But I think they definitely showed that even on a little bit of an obscure map like Sultry, that they're just as proficient as the adjustments, even whether it's attack or just a rollout adjustment, just as much as G6 is. And we saw a couple. Let's be real, the Bagel game was kind of one-sided, but when it comes to the rest of the map, it's looking like it's going to be down to a nail biter whether or not G6 or Froyotech are able to come out on top, and Froyotech come out on top this time. I'm kind of curious what it would be if they had another roster as well.
Yeah, I'm
like the
curious.
original regular.
I'm curious how it would have gone down with not only the regular season roster, but even just with their normal main scout Sandblast. I5, I think, put in a very good performance this game. So I think Froyotech, they did have 2 ringers, but those are 2 pretty good ringers to have.
Yeah, especially because I don't even know if High Five was like. Surely he didn't expect to all right, I need to be on point because I'm playing a playoff match today. Like that's the big thing with it's one thing to have a ringer where it's like, oh yeah, we knew it way ahead of time and they have time to adjust and make sure they're warmed up, etc., etc. But when it's just like, oh, well, it's 30 minutes before the game and someone's power's out, grab someone, and that someone is like not as active, whether it's like with that team or just like prepared to like, oh, I haven't played TF2 in like 3 days. He definitely showed up and performed and did his job and helped Froyotech make sure that they got the position they wanted. So G6 down to the lower bracket against the winners of the Covenant versus GPG, which I assume is already over by now, but I won't spoil for the VOD. I mean, let's be real, Sultry lasted so long that match definitely way over compared to this one.
Even with the Kev team being slow, there's no way it lasted that long.
Yeah, but we can take a look at a little bit of the logs here. I think we ignored logs just a tad in the past couple matches, but now that there's no other map to really go to, we can take a peek at anything that immediately catches your eye.
Donovan is dying for Froyo's sins.
Yeah, I mean, that's your life sometimes, but we definitely saw plenty of plays from him that...
Oh, no, yeah, Donovan
he has his role to play.
Like, you would think he had a bad performance, but I think Donovan had a very good performance, honestly. That's a
I think he's their MVP in a lot of these situations. I think that's why a lot of people...
He's the impact player, not the stats player.
That's why so many people say that sometimes, I mean, maybe they use more words or different words than sometimes, but sometimes like the logs just aren't a good indicator of who is playing well and who is not playing well.
Yeah.
It all comes down to how
you can be doing your job on Soldier and not have great stats.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think High Five, 39 and 16 with the most damage in the server for any of the scouts, I think. Yeah. So High Five having a pretty good performance. Yum Yum having a pretty good performance as well. It's Scout. Not much to be expected. I think it
makes sense, though, that a lot of these stats are really close to each other because we saw...
Many of them have like identical stats.
I mean, yeah, it was such a close game that it's like they had roughly amount of the same opportunities to like go and push last and farm damage off of a bunch of heavies and stuff. So it's hard to find moments where you see giant gaps in stats between teams in games that aren't one-sided. So I think it's for the most part is pretty normal. The only thing that is surprising is, like we said, you'd think that Donovan's stats would look prettier, seeing as he definitely did his job and did a really good job for his team. But overall, it looks pretty textbook.
Yeah, it does look pretty textbook overall. I think Froyotech, they're going to be happy. They're probably going to be happy watching the lower bracket finals as well, seeing who they get to face in the grand finals match tomorrow. The rest of the playoffs is tomorrow, April 2nd. So I would assume the end of April Fool's jokes, but
you never know.
Who knows with this Dolphin character over here?
But it is going to be 5 EST. It's going to be the lower bracket final and then the upper bracket final at 7:30 EST. Assuming, it could technically be earlier. If they agree to play early, it could technically be later if there's another storm that hits and someone's power drops again. So, but it's going to be around that time frame, the same one as today. So you don't have to worry about, is it going to be different because there's a BO5 involved? And the BO5, it's a one map ad, so it's not as much potential for maps to be played. But that's going to be all the maps for today. I think we're pretty much done here. There's also no interviews because they're not doing playoff interviews until we actually have a victor. So
my brain is fried anyway. I'm fine with that.
So time to move on to shoutouts. Any final thoughts, Space, before we close things out?
Shout out to everyone playing today. Great matches. Shout out to playoffs. Love casting playoffs. Shout out to everyone watching. Shout out to production. Shout out to Dolphin with the memes and jokes today. Gotta love April Fool's, I suppose. And shout out to Skis.
Yep, definitely shout out to everyone hanging out and watching with us. Definitely want to see you tomorrow. Shout out to Slamhouse for all the tunes and these really big breaks that go on. There's you wait for 30 minutes to an hour in between the matches, and it's just Slamhouse tunes that go through and keep you through the tabs. You can keep up to date on when the match actually starts. You don't miss it. It's always good to have something going on there to listen to. So shout out to Slamhouse, and then shout out to everyone that's going to be showing up tomorrow. Hopefully, you're going to be good games, and we'll see who gets third, we'll see who gets second, and we'll see who gets first. But that's going to be it for us tonight. I've been Jarrett, casting with Space Ghost with Dolphin on production. Thank you, and hopefully we'll see you tomorrow.
Good night.
we stalk at night. We're the rats.
I'm the giant rat that makes all of the rules.
See what I control. We can ourselves into rats. We the rats. We pray at night. We stalk at night. We stalk at night. Rats. We pray at night. We
I'm the giant rat that makes all of the giant rat that makes all of the giant rat that makes all giant rat the giant rat that makes all of
we stalk at night. We stalk
the giant rat that makes giant rat the giant rat that makes all
We stalk and we pray at night. We stalk at night.
the giant
We stalk
rat
at night.
that's the giant rat that's the giant rat that makes all
But Sandy was. But Sandy was.
Rats. We're the rats. We pray at night. We stalk at night. We're the rats.
I'm the giant rat that makes all of the rules.
See what I control. We can ourselves into